And we will rock you.
Taste your mouth. Taste your mouth. Taste your mouth. Taste your mouth. Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. Finish me. Excellent. Kylo. Liu Kang. Ryder. Johnny Cage. Scorpion. Sub-Zero. Sonya. Mortal Kombat.
We're live. We're back at it a week later. Feeling a bit froggy. How about you, chat?
Ribbit.
I need
Bok.
frogs, some scissors, some razors, some turtles for tortoise interference. Need some chickens and eggs in this chat, yo. We're gonna have some fun. Probably have some more guests in. Richard Embry of Blood and Sword. Sent him the link. I think I sent it to Leighton. I will probably have to do that now. I'm an idiot. Jessica James may be joining us as well. And we're going to have a good time. We're going to have some fun. And depending on how long this lasts, I'll be funneling you over to Katie Did's channel for a reaction to a rippaverse critique by some black guys who love comics. So that'll be interesting.
It's also Alpha Core's last day. Ironically, that's
shit!
EBS
We're
did
gonna
his
have
review
to. We're gonna have
right
people,
at the end.
We got to have people, on Ripple Watch Alert in the chat for us, keeping tabs on that. We got to see where this bad boy closes out, because we collectively here are what I am calling the Alpha Core. We are the coalition of anti-Rippas, Alpha Core. I hope you wear that badge with honor and collect the data more sufficiently, unlike Ingrid Valdez of the fake pseudo Alpha Core of the fake state, fake nation of Texas. Oh, man. If you don't know, let me find his link. I was just on half an hour ago with Abomination AJ. Abomination. There we go. Grab his. Oh, wait, it's right here. Once you go sub to this guy, consider following him on Twitter. He's invited a little chaos, a little drama by having me on to chat and disagree, of course, but all in good faith. Good faith. No gay
core.
Gay core. Oh, there he is, right there.
Yeah,
and there's his
he was
link.
summoned
Go sub to this guy
as soon as he's named. Boom.
He's equal opportunity Rippa defender. Good stuff.
Very good.
Getting some coffee and hydrating, electrifying myself. How are we doing, chat? Do you like that Mortal Kombat intro from TikTok? I love it. I know
I hate it, but there's a part of me that likes cringe. So that part of me that likes cringe likes it, but the part of me, no. No.
We say hi to the channel. We got Adam Fiended with EVS's soy person sketch, famous. EJ self-insert going to fight the 8 men in the shower. McHugh says hola. Hello, friend. Got the geek getaway. Tony says Leighton Finbar. Yeah, it's funny. I saw that and I'm like, oh shit, it's already 3. Okay, let me hit the live. Thank you for that. You help inspire a more timely live appearance.
Is Finbar another black word I don't know about? Or
I think Finbar's German. There's Jessica James, Rapscallion.
That's right, man. Just a fucking detractor pirate. That's what I am.
I don't know if you heard my label for us is Alpha Core. The coalition of anti-rippas. We are the true Alpha Core. Ironically, this is happening during the closeout of Alpha Core by Rippaverse, the lesser Alpha Core.
Oh well, it's like George Lucas always said. It's like poetry; it rhymes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
we got Dominic in the chat. Thank you, being the first super chatter Thursday. For my remonetization efforts, that will be, of course, going into my Meth Gator coffers. If you go in the description, you can check out the posters. I'm trying to make a comic. This is kind of promo merch that is already produced, thanks to a few backers on Indiegogo years ago.
So wait, why did you get demonetized?
I was just inactive, and I didn't know you could lose it.
Really?
Yeah, if you don't have enough hours or
I lost my phone.
or even, I think it's just uploads even or something.
Yeah, I lost my phone, and thus I lost access to this channel and just entire like Google access on this account.
Wow.
So I couldn't upload. I didn't realize Rookie was already patched in on StreamYard, so I could have just bullshitted streams through that, which we're doing anyway. But I didn't realize that access till after the fact. So yeah. So it's been a hard grind, but one of a work of love for you, the audience. It's great to finally get people in here watching me, enjoying me and Rookie and guests and friends, the collective Alpha Core, because we're doing the same thing we were when it was 3 or 4 people in the chat. So I appreciate it. Appreciate the good followers. Appreciate you, Dominic. I got some tortoise interference, it looks like. I'm wearing shades, so.
It's frog leader and then turtles following it.
Nice. And got the
Atlantean. Yeah, what's up,
long
man?
time buddy of the channel.
Heck yeah.
Got to reconnect, my friend. I love your anger. You got Adam Phoenix saying superheroes need to shave their arms. let me block that up for you. Superheroes need to shave their arms.
Yep.
Shifty with is that chickens?
Yep, chickens.
It looks different on StreamYard. Watching the stream right now with the sad face. Well, thank you for doing the hard labor, doo-doo knocks.
I assume he's saying the Rippa's closeout, but I don't know.
Yeah. Too cool for school. Yep. Gay core. Whatever. Abomination trolling us. Love it. AJ sucks. Don't be saying that, Geek Getaway. Very naughty. I should be careful. I think the Soska sisters are the type that would do a Me Too. That'd be hilarious if he actually is like trying to impregnate these white ladies and gets busted.
Yo, we have a theory on that, man. We have a theory that this whole thing, Eric's Warehouse, is a cult. And just like with any cult leader, the women will bear his babies.
Hell yeah.
Naturally.
Have you ever seen that Law and Order SVU where there's a bunch of virgin births happening, virgin pregnancies, and it's like their doctor was inseminating them during their exams?
Yeah, it's been a while, but I do recall that episode. I was actually watching the episode a couple of days ago where you had those 2 brothers, and one was like an anonymous author, and he published a book, and like there was like this whole, I don't know if YouTube's still strict about this, but essay case going on. They thought they had a boy trapped in their house or something. And it turns out that it was actually the guy was writing from an experience that he had with a predator when he was a child. So that was an interesting episode, but I freaking love that show.
Nice. Let me upload this really quick. This is another little. The Real Rocky was an accidental click by Mortal Kombat. That'll be a little super chat stinger for you. I got another one I'm about to upload right now. And what's up, Tim's Talk? Are you enjoying the Rippa drama? I wasn't really clear in AJ's chat if you were or not, but appreciate you being a long, loyal friend of the channel. Let me add this clip and give you a little taste of what can come via a super chat. I think this is it. Let me make sure. Yeah, it is. Okay. I saw this on Twitter. I'm like, this is hilarious. And it's on YouTube, so it should be safe. Here you go.
You know what I say, guys? Go big or go home. If you got the right equipment, guys, you can sit her right on you. And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum boom. Yes, 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 yes.
Oh Lord.
I love
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I was not ready for today.
it.
The internet has been argued if it was a mistake or not.
It has. I'm gonna avoid the shades for as long as possible, but my ring light definitely blinds me after a while. I'm back in action. Breaking news: Chuck Dixon is creating a street level Punisher type character. Oh, that's fine. I'm totally fine with knockoffs, with ripoffs. You know, it's like Ibamone, the stature of characters in the mainstream. What they're doing, well, just like change that 20% you have to and make not the Punisher.
Well, it's like if you can do it and then make it better in whatever way. I mean,
Make it lame and gay.
Challenge. That's the challenge, essentially. Yeah.
Baxy's like, well, shit, I am back. Atlantean saying, biggest takeaway from all the stupidity is this: Rippaverse has become indie sphere version of the mainstream hive mind. The arrogance is palpable. And indie sphere J.J. Abrams, whoa, I've called him Ryan Johnson. Yeah, there you go. I've invoked Ryan Johnson as well. His lack of willingness to accept bad faith has been his downfall. Tim stays out of the dumb stuff. Yeah, Tim's a good guy. He's a nice boy.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He's a good
I'm
one.
angry. The internet is winning again. Disavow. Oh, come on. I love the guy's sound effects, which is like bing, bing, bing. What if we got some furry content for you, AJ? Would that be more appropriate with chat like that? Come on.
God, that's even worse than what we just saw. God.
Yeah.
How about a BBW furry doll to go spiggity bum, spiggity bing?
Yo, why you want to do this?
You're trying to make the guy sound better than what it was, essentially.
It's hilarious.
That's what you're trying to do.
It's a great clip. All right, I'll make that like $100 super chat. That way it's like never seen. Are you happy?
mean, $20 makes sense. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Ricky's like, okay, let's make some money. Go do it.
Well, it's like you got to save the really, really bad ones for the 100, of course.
Hey, okay. Well, yeah, I'm totally fine. So you were talking yesterday, Tony, that you would be busy, so that's why I didn't think to add you to this reaction. But yeah, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, you guys, are we got any prep for it, or are we just going in?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Sending this to Tonizzle. And yeah, be sure to share this out on Twitter if you haven't already. The link for this stream. Let's get more eyes on this. Have some fun. Let's go crazy.
Yeah, last week we went like 6 hours doing it.
It was
I don't know
great.
if that'll happen this time, but I can only be here for
Sure.
like, about 2.5 hours. But
Let me find Tony.
good enough there. What's
There
up,
he is, Frog
Karen?
Tony? He's always changing his name, unfortunately, so it's hard to find him sometimes. There you go, Tony. There's a link.
Very evasive.
I guess he hasn't watched it either, so it's gonna be great. You disavow. Got Karen in the chat. Well, that means
if we send $100, he should be praised Eric July style.
you got a Karen sighting in the chat.
Yes.
So that means
Shut up, silly woman.
I feel you got to do a clip where you have sorry your name is Karen and then shut up silly woman afterward or something like, right there.
Karen's here to have some fun. Dude Knox says Alpha Core has crossed 13,000 purchasers, 22,000 books, and is on its way to go past 1.3 whopping million, which like sounds fucking awesome until it's like, oh, the first book made 3.7. So it's like, yeah, this is a way worse dive than
well, you read Alpha Core. How would you rank it among the three that exist right now with Isom 1 and 2 and Alpha Core, which is the least worst or the best, whatever you want to put that?
It's just it's equal opposite stuff. You got like solo nonsense with respect, man, Isom, and then it turns into part 2 with hell monkeys out of nowhere, and ketchup pants period lady, which she looks hot. It's awesome, but like,
yeah,
What an unfortunate power set, whatever the hell her magic is. Woman with blood, you think, period. So it's just
EVS thought
a
it was
joke.
electricity, but
yeah, well, that's what's funny when you look at his
something.
cover, then it's like ketchup pans in the comic, and it's like, oh man.
I think Eric even told EVS, he was like, oh, she's got energy coming out of her fingers, and so EVS interpreted that as lightning, and it turns out it's actually blood, and I'm like, energy equals blood? Like, well, what kind of autistic shit is that, Eric?
Oh, you said autistic, and I'm here. What's going on, gentlemen? Are we hating?
You were summoned.
We're not hating necessarily. I mean, we already hate. We're the coalition of anti-rippas, so hate is in our name, more or less. But we're going to be reacting to EVS's review. Just saying hi to the chat. We got big robot news today.
Man, fuck that chat.
Eric made a deal with the devil, hiring the Saska sisters that believe in transgenderism. Yes, and we must work harder.
I'm just here to say racist things, so
we must work harder to push Transyaira. That way, it conflates in the search algorithm of Twitter, and people are like, "What is this Transyaira fandom? Is this a trans book?" And then they'll have to find out. Oh, he hired activists, wholly going against his brand on his channel. Sounds kind of two-faced.
Now that would be actively trying to destroy his business, and I disavow.
That's not active. It's trolling his business. I'm not saying don't buy it. I'm saying support
that's
Transyaira.
No, but you're trying to like literally push a narrative that's untrue.
Well, it's untrue, but it's a satire of
no. Hold up. It's not untrue. It's just not true yet.
That's a good segue on that. I like that. Palpatine, what? I prefer the Eric Som version of Blood Earth. I haven't seen that. Send me that, dude. Nux. We got Spike and Madness. Hail CG. Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm feeling froggy. We got Tony the Frog here as well. Let's start. Let's get into this.
And I don't hate Dominic. I love everybody. Everybody's
Dominic,
great.
You hate Dominic? Why would he?
No, he says Tony hates me. Us, I should say. I don't hate the chat. I just think that we're so high above you. It's like, we can't see you from our ivory towers, is what I'm saying.
All right. Let me make sure I get the right file.
Look, I hate everyone equally, but my hate comes from a place of love.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The only one I hate is Eric July. He's ruined my life. I can't live knowing that he struck my channel or my Twitter 3 times. I lose sleep at night. Can't eat. It's consumed me.
You see that beard in your nightmares, don't you?
In my daymares, I can't even sleep. I said.
All right. Here is
also Black Angus. Was
hello everybody.
Earlier.
I'm sorry. What?
I said Black Angus was a pussy earlier. I saw you on Abomination, AJ.
How was I a pussy?
Nice. You're like, oh, you're right. Eric July isn't that bad, and we should all appreciate him and love him for the big.
You're lying.
Black man he is. Everyone go after this stream. Go watch the Abomination. It was an Abomination.
No, I
Angus.
just I try to be a nice guy.
Yo, what a pussy.
You're like, yes, Eric July's package does look big in those pants. How did you know, AJ? It's like, I agree. It's like, what? That's Angus talking? I thought it was AI. I said, oh shit, AJ got AI to pretend to be Angus, but no.
That would be hilarious, actually. Spike and Man's got Waylon Todd, got Baxi again. Adam Phoenix says there's nothing wrong with making culture comic per se, but conservative ink and the Phantomists are normies, so they can't do anything edgy or interesting. Yeah, that's my biggest thing. Is like I actually wish Eric was more political with his book to match his extreme views of non-government. It's so retarded they have him as a political contributor. Dude doesn't vote. What sense does that make? You DM'd it to me. Okay. I'll have to check that out. But we're going to start reacting to EVS's review. Have any of y'all seen this yet?
I was at work and listened to it at least. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't watched any. I just clipped this so we didn't have to worry about ads. So
I haven't slept yet. I've watched so much content.
Consumed everything.
Yeah. We ain't slimy like you, Frog.
You You seen me last night, Black Angus. You were over there with Niobe, and then
that was a good stream too.
There. Yeah, got a little contentious there.
Yeah, it was a little contentious there. I was surprised. I hadn't seen your review. I knew you did, because I was looking through my subs earlier. I saw that, but I was busy. And then you come on, I'm expecting like, oh, you probably had some criticism, but like, yeah, it's good. And then you're like, yeah, no, it's not good. And I was like, oh no. I just feel the energy of like, they're gonna get defensive. No, not rightfully so, but like that's to be expected, I guess.
I don't know. When I make my comic and it is shit in a book form, I will gladly welcome all of you guys shitting on it and telling me how crappy the writing is, and that's how you get better. Steel sharpens steel, right? If you guys all look at my book, you buy it, and you say, "Hey, oh, this is great, Tony. It's fantastic," to my face, and behind the scenes, you're like, "Man, fucking Tony sucks. His writing's terrible. I don't know why we promote this shit." And I would fucking cut you all loose. I found out that you guys hated my book and didn't tell me, I would just fucking get
you'd be drowning faster, essentially, if that were the case. So you gotta be told, "Hey, you're drowning." Oh, okay. Learn to swim. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh wow, this looks hilarious. They got a whole CGI like game thing or something. Have you seen this? The suit parody.
Yeah, I'm in one of the episodes. I'm in the cave.
Whoa. You're in
he
hell?
AI'd my voice. He stole my I'm Ariel from the Little Mermaid. He stole my voice. Put it in one of his fucking videos.
What the hell is this? Wait, that's supposed to be LJ, or is that Eric July looking like LJ?
That's Eric July. That's Avery Silman. A very simple man. It's a very simple
That is hilarious.
Wait, I thought Eric and Avery were the same person.
Well, they are, but intensively. All right, let's get on with this review reaction. Here we go.
Ethan Van Sciver, and this is Comic Artist Pro Secrets. Are you guys ready to do this
his
tonight?
thumbs look like toes.
Are you ready? Are you ready to review Isom 2?
He's got like Megan Fox.
Part 2 of the ill-advised story arc. I mean, good Lord. We're going to do this tonight, guys. Really appreciate your being here. Amazing. We got 1,600 people here right at the outset. Very excited for a nice scholarly look. Of course, this is going to be a different type of show than we normally do because we're going to be entirely focused on this comic book and what I think of it and my criticisms of it. We're going to take a look at what could have been better, what actually worked, perhaps, and then I'll give you my final opinion, my final analysis of it. But let me just take a look at all of you. I'm really happy to see you guys. Amazing. No, this isn't the music that I want. I want to put that old school music here.
I don't know if you want to go forward.
This is the old kind of.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen this at all, so I'm just reacting to the whole thing. But yeah.
So I think he addresses the chat for a little bit, and then he starts going on the cover. I forget how long it takes for him to get into it, but.
Can I use arrows to move the timeline on this video like I do YouTube, or?
I think so.
Let me try it.
Also, that's the EVS cover.
Yeah, that's what's funny about it.
Yeah, he talks about the cover too, about doing that. I think you have to move it like you do like a YouTube thing. You have to move the cursor, whatever.
Okay. Let's see how far I should go.
I have access to control it too, so that's fine.
Tell me when, Ricky.
Well, that's because
sometimes the chats
next to each other.
Sometimes the chats are
on the mouse.
You just play it now and see what he's talking about.
They look over designed. I would say that like there's too much like what are these things in their heads? Like what is all this? Oh, they're bleeding lava. Okay, they got lava rocks coming out of them. All right, sure. But anyway, I drew this. Now, this is my version of Isom. One thing that I will say in criticism of Isom, the whole franchise in general, is that there has been no clear, recognizable version of this character. Everybody who draws Isom draws him completely differently all the time. And I think Eric needs to pull in the reins there. And somebody, and maybe it's going to be Kanan White, but you know what? Kanan White is guilty of this too. Kanan draws Isom completely differently every time he draws him. So somebody is going to have to sit there and say, all right, this is this is what the character looks like, period. This is it. And just stick with that. It is important that somebody does that. Let me hide this comment here. Sorry about that. Because otherwise, everybody just kind of draws their version of a black guy. I mean, some people draw him like he's who's that guy? Dynamite. They draw that guy. Other people
Walker?
like I draw him a
That's
little bit more
reference.
kind of.
Seriously.
Talking about Good Times.
Yeah, it's a Dynamite, JJ Walker.
That's
I
actually
know
hilarious.
Dynamite. You can't just say Dynamite. Dynamite.
That's the Dynamite guy. Purposely underwhelming.
I saw that dude in a
when I-
Medicare. I saw that dude in a Medicare commercial one time. I was like, damn, people
Get
really
your
do age.
meds.
He actually did. He was like, Dynamite, and it like took all of his energy to do it. I was like, damn, like people really do age, don't they?
Gets old and fat.
Really quick, it's funny that we're talking about this cover because the EVS cover I was very underwhelmed by, not because of his art, but it's like everything around Isom looks amazing, but Isom is so stale, and it's like even EVS couldn't really bring life into this character, which is really sad because we know nothing about Bloodruth, and she's definitely catches like a third of your a third of the cover. And these Hell Monkeys got some dynamism to them, but Isom's just like putting a Hell Monkey in a Nuggie. It's like there's no struggle, there's no like emotion on his face. He's just kind of stoic.
So we're wrestling.
Well, I think that goes to what we've been saying about the character is that it's just dollar store brand superhero. It's a knockoff superhero. Like, honestly, it looks like knockoff Luke Cage or knockoff John Stewart Green Lantern. It's just generic dollar store brand nothing. That's what the character is.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it's kind of funny. If he went with like a Christian hero, I mean, you could probably add more features to the design to make it look that way if that's what he was going for. I don't know what orange and black randomly on there tells me.
Yeah,
about him.
Find what's his name? Mike Miller tried to chime in about EVS and his art.
Smiller's.
Yeah, Smiller tried to comment, and it's like it's funny because he's always a snarky little troll. He's an imp that just really he's got EVS derangement syndrome.
He actually mentioned Smiller here in a minute.
Smiller was trying to get on me. He's like, Comicsgate is dead. It's because of Ethan Van Sciver fighting with everybody. I said, no, Smiller. I said, Smiller, Comicsgate is fine. It is healing. And now that I am here, it's going to be better than ever.
Yeah, let me share this to y'all. See what I'm talking about. So Smiller says, since EVS will be taking the time to critique Isom 2 tonight, I thought I would give him a little help with this cover. Eric July maybe you should have had Kanan art direct Ethan's horrible anatomy. And so he's showing this art and he's trying to break it down, which is like, at first it seems like valuable insight of like, oh, he's got like the proportions wrong on the arm. But then, EVS here says the arm that's got the monster in a headlock might be a little too long. Owned. Thanks, Smiller.
It's funny because you haven't seen the video. He talks about that in a minute and on the cover too.
I do like how Miller drew this caricature. He's like, oh no. It's like if only your comics were this funny or interesting.
Oh no, some bite.
See, no one's going to do this for Smiller's comics because they suck. I read Lone Star 1 and it's fucking awful. The first page, it's got a great narrative. I think I still have the review up. I really like that first page. It read like Batman, where the monologue inside a guy's head, and then it's just a train wreck afterward. The whole book.
Yeah. What's up, Katie? Did?
Hey, are you just listening? Or are you free to? I'll send you a link. I didn't send you a link because I thought you.
I don't think she's free. I think she's married.
Well, you know what I mean. Free to stream. And wow, we got 105 people viewing. Wow, that's a record. I appreciate it. Even if
it's a record.
Rippatards watching.
I just got an email from Amazon. Apparently, my Kindle Direct Publishing sales money is coming in.
Ooh.
So a lot of people don't know this. I wrote a book. It's on Amazon. It's available now.
Oh,
what was it?
yeah, you
that's
gonna
the
promote
Amico
it?
book, right?
Yeah, it's the Amico book. There's the
Now it says-
2021 Amico Complete Guide. It has the guide to all games available for the Intellivision Amico. Details. It's got tips, tricks, walkthroughs, complete reviews, screenshots from the games. Every game that came out was available for purchase on the Amico. None of the demos. It's 28 pages. It's a fantastic read, like $5. It's fantastic.
So did your book make 3.7 million?
No.
All right, then why you want here criticizing Eric July? Don't you know that money is the only measurement of quality, Tony? What the fuck you doing?
But my book made more than your book, so you can't criticize my criticism until your book is equal to mine.
Hey, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Tim's Talk. He's been a long viewer and a friend of the channel. I made you a mod. Don't feel you have any necessary requirements, but I just want to
start banning everybody, Tim.
Tip
everybody.
the hat to Tim for being a great guy and
go rogue.
fair
You've
guy.
been waiting this.
Go sub to him.
This is the long game he's been
He
playing.
won't turn to the dark side. Well, he probably will actually.
He's like, I've been in
he's a
every
Raylo
plan-
cosplayer. Of course he's gonna.
Yeah.
Oh man. But
Then
yeah,
again, the character is very shifty as Kylo.
appreciate you saying hit
Good
the
and
like
bad.
and stuff, Tim. So I'm like, hey, let's get this guy
That's
in mind.
good.
Alpha Snork says CG stonks on the rise. Sell Friday Night Tights. Hell yeah. Tony needs to mod me on his channel. What the hell? Well, take it up with Tony. All right.
I don't really have any mods. I think the only people that are modded on my channel are like people that might be what was the word I'm looking for? Impersonated. That's the word. Fuck.
Yeah,
So,
that's good too, Adam Fiended. Agree to that. All right.
Isom, what do I think of? What celebrity? I'm not even really sure. I just draw like
Jamie
a big,
Foxx.
powerful
Jamie Foxx.
black man, very thick, very thick around the shoulders. I try to make him look like a black Captain America. I think that's what I'm thinking when I'm drawing Isom. Black Captain
the
America.
Falcon.
That same
Strong
kind of
him like
build.
the Falcon.
By the way, this, like I said, this is my cover. So I turned in my cover. I worked hard on this. I did about a week of this. Pretty laborious work here. Trying to make Bloodruth look cool. I was trying to understand like what she emits some energy from her fingers. The description said. I had no idea what that meant. Like, what do you mean energy? Okay, so like electricity. That's kind of what I drew here. It's different in the book. Like I just finished reading the book. That just tell me that the blood comes out of her. That's really fucking weird. It's a weird thing to call energy. It's her blood. All right. And this is not blood. This is clearly electricity. So, like, again, a little communication would have been helpful with this.
This is like I've said before, and hearing this about this cover, this is like what Disney has done with Legos repeatedly for Star Wars. They let them make sets of their stuff incorrectly. And so when you see the movie, and then you've got your Lego set that came out before, like Kylo's initial ship in Force Awakens, wings don't bend out like it's supposed to. They only go straight up and they extend up and down. And so it's like disappointing because they won't share.
I think that's
info.
different. I think that's different though, Angus. The difference is those Lego sets are going to be available on sale on shelves months before the fucking movie comes out, right? And they're trying to avoid spoilers. Whereas telling the guy drawing the cover for the comic book, I don't think EVS is going to go around telling people, by the way, there's this character named Bloodruth and she got blood powers. And she's right?
Well, it's different because they could just tell them like, all right, this is the full specs of the thing, but we don't want any spoilers. So you're going to have to release this after the film drops.
But that's not the deal. The deal is they want the toys out first so they can make money.
Right. So that's
movie
their
sucks.
problem. It's like, why even let them make it if you're going to make it incorrect and piss off fans? This is a total missell of Bloodruth, and EVS looks like a dumbass because he had no proper direction to delineate this character.
I don't think EVS looks like a dumbass. Remember, because Eric July, he saw this, right? When this came across his desk, he said, here's the cover that EVS drew. He said, actually, you know what? She doesn't shoot lightning. It's more liquid. It's more of a liquid power, right? If you didn't want to tell her blood exactly, it's actually more of a liquid. then EVS would have redrew it. That's what you do. You pay for an artist, right? And if the artist doesn't draw it the way you want it, you don't just accept it. You go, hey, you need to fix this.
Yeah, whenever people do commissions, they always show me like bits of the sketches as they go to go, is this how you want that? Is this how you want that? And so that they go, okay, after this point, it'll be harder to make corrections. So at this point,
yeah, I want to cover a spoiler.
That's kind of thing too, because with the blood power, that's not even that unique a thing. Like I've seen that in like Avatar, The Last Airbender.
Literally, the boys
did that too. Like it's kind of like, I feel like that's a concept that has been around for a while with blood being used in some kind of way as a.
I'm surprised no one said this is woke, because there's like that the Mother of Madness that Emilia Clarke did from Game of Thrones with Image. And she has all these like
the period
hormone
power.
She has period power. Literally. It's like during whatever part of the month she has certain powers accentuated. I think she uses arm hair to swing. It's been a while since I read it. Yeah, she has like Spider-Man shit with her like armpit hair. It's kind of cool and inventive. Of like, how about we just use her body as?
I don't think it's cool. Inventive.
I just say it's inventive.
I think it's cringe. I think it's like a joke that you make on like a Saturday Night Live. Like, here's this new character, and she's like swinging from her arm hair, and you all laugh, and then that's it.
Or like you'd have that in like an epic movie parody or something.
Yeah.
There was a werewolf or like werecat book that was, I think, woke, and is based on like they turn during their period or something. Everyone was mad about that.
Well, they made that joke, and I'm gonna get you, sucker. Where they drag dude inside the thing, and she's all like turned into a monster, and he's like, "What's wrong with you?" She's like, "I'm on my period," and she's all like. And she rapes dude.
Atlantean to be helpful at the Red Cross.
Atlantean the Great Con says, I can't with that effing Alpha Core stream. I swear I came in not giving a F about Isom. I pay no attention after reading it, but goddamn, I'm starting to hate every part of this. There you go.
That's what's
joining
kind of
the Alpha Core.
That's the fun of the stuff. It's fun.
Rookie, it's so hard to convince. He's like, there's no way, man. You're just getting us wrong. And then we read, he's like, oh, damn.
Well, but prior to reading it, I thought that what he's saying, I'm like, I think you could be misunderstanding the things that are going on. And then like I read it.
Sounded like Rippa right now. Rookie.
I was like, oh, okay, no, okay, yeah.
Well, here's the thing: if you're not watching the Eric July stream right now, he's got his Eric July's there with his company people, right? You got Andrew, you got Chuck Dixon, but also Az is there for some reason. Az, who's not part of the Rippaverse, he's not a comic creator. He's a
groupie,
an employee of Eric July, as far as I know, right? But he's on the stream with them. Seems weird. Almost like maybe Az is an employee. He's paid him. Like, hey,
he might.
This counts as one of those episodes.
If Az is an employee, that would explain so much.
Yeah, so maybe he paid Az for. He's like, we're gonna do X amount of streams every month together. He's like, instead of one of those ripping the silverbacks, we're gonna do a closeout stream. We're gonna be on.
Katie does not like the idea of these menstrual-based powers. I feel offended on behalf of women that you are internalizing misogyny so badly that you would turn on your fellow womankind and their creative endeavors. Actually, Mother Madness is like, it's kind of a trend, but it's kind of it's an interesting read. I need to finish it. It's like it came out like a year or two ago. And it's got these like SJWs at the end where it's like Millie's talking about like, oh, the comics are never accessible to girls, and I'm fighting that. And it's like, what the? You're Daenerys. Men love you. What are you talking about? We loved your.
I hate Emilia Clarke. I think she's overrated.
She's great. She's beautiful.
All you nerds saw her in Game of Thrones and you fell in love because you're.
Oh yeah, she's beautiful.
Like, she's the lady from that nerdy show I like. She's awesome.
She is.
I want more of her.
I want to see
a huge
make
fucking
more
smile.
comics.
It's weird. She looks like
we need to pit her.
They all want her.
Looks like a Canadian. She looks like one of those Canadians from South Park.
They all want her to be Daenerys in everything she's cast in. They're like, yeah,
how can we not?
Kind of a cool woman like that. And
well, we want her tits again, but she's too big to like have to do that anymore. Sadly.
Her tits ain't even that big.
No, they're not big, but they're nice. They're proportional, and she's beautiful.
Well, here's a quick question for you, Angus. You read this comic. I read this comic. Bloodruth has blood powers. But what the fuck does that even mean? Because at one point she picks up other people's blood and says, "I can."
Wait, so I assume it means she can manipulate blood. That's my
yeah, but
she's a blood people's blood.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Why didn't you
Avatar
just
did this
explode
with
all the hell
bloodbending.
monkeys? Don't they have blood? If she would have went, hey,
Well, no. You
damn,
see,
they don't have blood, right?
No, you see, their blood is lava blood. So lava blood.
Yeah, but
don't
if she would have
count.
said something, she's like, I got blood powers, and she tried.
No,
to, like,
you're
do
right.
something to the
I
monkey.
agree.
Pike has
the
Pike. I love your Avatar. That's from Once Upon a Time in the West. I love that movie.
And
what about all the dead guys? They still.
I was gonna say in Avatar: The Last Airbender, they made that kind of an OP kind of power that like is very rare to get, where like they're waterbenders, but then they can control. If once it can control blood, they can like make you a puppet. They can control you. They can
give you
a hard
on.
They can
will.
harm
like,
you.
Now
so
you're hard. Now you're not. Now you're hard. Now you're not. Now you're hard.
They can control. Yeah, they make you stiff or something.
Yeah, you're right, Grigorgi. I hope I'm saying that right. As is employed as EJ's bitch, of course.
I think he's their fluffer.
Thank you for joining Coleslaw. I think I saw you last time, but he came from the stream. As is constant on EJ Rippa's and Silverback stream. It's podcast and he's a star. So ... Yeah,
Look,
he's a hype man, but
we
like
all
a
know
crappy
we all
hype
know
man.
that we all know that Az is really employed to be the token British guy for the Rippaverse.
He's the
okay?
token white. He's so boring. Let's see, minstrel based powers. Ooh, you're gonna have to meet Merrick on who's that guy? Childish Gambino. This is America. Just me, Merrick over it. That'd be great.
First time I heard of She-Hulk, I honestly kind of thought it was like a menstrual based thing or something. Like, oh, she gets angry once, I don't know.
Well,
there you go.
That would be hilarious. I'm really mad they didn't like at least make a like caricature character that's like the misogynist in The Office when she's revealed to be She-Hulk, and then she's angry about some ruling or something. It's like, whoa, you're not like your rag right now, are you? Like misconflate her powers with that. Like that'd be funny because it's like it's reasonable to assume if you don't know. That's actually a good point, Ricky. Wrecked Planet is a little woke. Colin, who blasts the wrong pig, is the old white guy villain. Yeah, I have my problems with Cyberfrog too. Not with the art, clearly, but the story's kind of whack. I didn't even think about a woke element. It just feels like he's kind of doing run-of-the-mill DC space stuff, but then he's got a Walking Dead plot. And I just want to focus on the Vespas and making them, making them like actually sentient individually is, I think, not.
I don't think Colin was the villain. The Vespas are the villain. Colin's
Well,
just an asshole.
He's introduced a potential human villain in that. And I think he's in league with that witch lady. So, yeah, I couldn't finish reading. I had to force myself to slog through the writing. The art was decent, but the rest, I guess the art's fine because it's traced. So it's competent because it's traced. Look, we're all weirdos, you weirdos. Yeah. Minstrel powers. Yeah, all right, let's continue with this and I'll check on the chat some more.
That's why I said fuck the chat. Do like UVS.
No.
At the end you check on the chat. Like, fuck
I like to interact throughout.
You be entertained by us. Not the other way around.
Man, fuck the whole ass chat.
Yeah. I gotta get that clip from Tony. That's a great one. All right, here we go.
But overall, I like her design and all that stuff. I like her. I think she's cool. I think this is a well-conceived cover. Why? Why do I think this is a good cover? All right, because the hero is strong and he's fighting. Unlike the cover that we criticized last time, the cover that we reviewed last time for Isom #1, he's not running away. I mean, the thing about the cover to Isom #1 is that villains are coming and our hero is fucking running away from them, which is not encouraging. Most #1 issues let me see, I have it here still. Thank you. Actually, this cover, this comic book, which we reviewed last time, was purchased by somebody for $4,000, which I appreciate. We're going to ship this out to them this week, but he's running away. Like this is a #1 issue where you're supposed to say, look at this badass new superhero. And right away, we can see that this is the guy who would chicken out of a debate on the Alex Stein show. Like, this is a guy who runs away from threats. This is not encouraging. This is not a good #1 cover. What we want is something like this. Like, you see this, and you kind of go, all right, our dude is badass. There are threats here. These are scary monkey men. And this guy here, he's handling business. This is a man who's handling business. And then we got a beautiful, sexy woman down here. Our eye is drawn here, though, right? The first thing we see our main hero. That's the attention. Our attention is drawn to him. And then we look around and we see the beautiful woman here. Very good. This is a solid cover. If I
would have been real funny is since Eric didn't want to tell Ethan anything about what's in the book, it would have been really funny if Blood Ruth was the villain of the comic and he drew her on the cover like a hero.
Right. That would be kind of funny.
Due to Knox, I do have a Cyberfrog 1 review. It's just me like doing a your boy Zach pointing the camera at the comic. At some point, I need to get my hands on like a PDF or something so I can do like a slideshow scripted review about why, like, because like reading Cyberfrog 2 makes me retroactively appreciate Cyberfrog 1 even more, and thus reinforces my disappointment with number 2. Personally, I think fell for the narrative of Chelsin as the Cell once like reading the book. That really hooked me in. And then switching to like Cyberfrog is like his narrative, his thoughts doesn't work for me. It's not him as a character doesn't work. It's just like why I was invested from book 1 feels like forgotten. And maybe it'll like get rectified when Chelsin can come back in the story, but that's like probably the biggest overall concept that like is irritating me with Cyberfrog going forward.
Mine was kind of the Vespers, how they turned out to be as characters essentially.
Yeah, I told Rookie about it and he's like, what? And so he had to like grab it and read it. And it's like, oh man.
It's funny because I get my books way before you do usually, and then I don't read them I don't read them at all right away, and then you read I'm like, oh wait, what?
Stefan Beagle says Eric probably wants to be a fulfillment center for YouTubers making comics, even wanting to provide help for ghostwriting and art direction. Without crowdfunding, Eric's operation becomes essential. Yeah, I think that's another reason why he's trying to undercut crowdfunding to prop himself up, shut the door on everybody else, even those that have helped him being crowdfunders. It's all nefarious. You got
154 people watching you, Angus.
I know. Thank you all so much.
Hit them like buttons.
Go subscribe to my channel. Shit, I'm gonna shill. Shill. Yeah. Man who shills, thy name is George.
Yeah, I gotta add y'all's links in the description so people can go sub to y'all as well. I'll be doing that while we play.
Hell no, I do not want a single person that watches Black Angus to sub to me. In fact, if you're here now, unsub from my channel.
Yeah, Atlanta, his numbers are falling. Third Con released barely 13,000 people sold to. Yeah, that's a big thing. Is like, and also it's like it seems like more like per capita is buying versus like the other campaigns. So it's like they're inflating his numbers potentially. Like, well, I got to help Eric. I can't let him look bad, so I got to buy more.
Well, here's the other thing you got to look at. A lot of people are missing this, right? So in the campaigns, he's offering more than just the comics. He's offering merch, right? You can buy merch, and it'll register you as a purchaser, right? So there could be a scenario in which some of those purchasers are single item, non-comic book purchases, right? They just want a shirt, a hat, a poster, whatever.
Yeah, I just bought an Niobe shirt.
Right? So there might be less than 13,000 comic book purchasers for his product.
Yeah, I got a friend, I guess acquaintance, but I feel friendly with him. He's a comic shop owner, and I had him read Isom one. He's like, that was dog shit, man. He's like, the art's good. I was surprised he would say, I'm like, really? You think the art's good? And this is before I knew about the 3D assets. And I think you're probably the biggest person that brought that to light with your post that EVS shared, the truck in the castle.
You know what Tony said actually reminds me of something. It's kind of similar to what Marvel and DC are claiming about, how good the sales are in the comic book industry because they're inflating manga sales with Western comic sales and combining the two. Eric could be doing the same thing with the merch sales and the comic sales.
Yeah.
So it may the number of purchasers of the comics may not be as high as we think.
No, I agree to that. Let me see. Tony Geek.
I think Tim's adding links to the chat.
Oh, well, thank you, but I'm going to add it to the description.
Let's go. I'll press play while you're doing that then. I can access the thing.
Yeah, thanks.
I do say so myself. Now, I have received some criticism from Mike S. Midget, who has decided, fair play, to go over some of my artwork and criticize it because Mike hates me. And he he did this thing. You can see it on Twitter. It's pretty funny. He drew all over it, which is fine. You're allowed to do that. But he kind of said, this arm is too long compared to this arm. And he's right about that. And I knew it when I did it. And this is the thing about criticism. Valid criticism, it's valid when you get it, right? You know it's valid because, first of all, you're really close to your own artwork. And a lot of the times when you're making a mistake or when there is a mistake there, you're aware of it. And this is absolutely true. Like, the monkey's head was so goddamn big that there was no way, like, this forearm, the fist would have been hidden back here. His knuckles would have been poking out. So I went, I gotta fudge it. I gotta fudge the forearm. And I made the forearm a little bit longer than this forearm. I guess I could have lengthened this forearm, but then he would have looked like one of these guys here with the super long arms. So Mike actually went in and he drew, like, he exaggerated the length of the arm here and exaggerated the length of the arm here and then redrew a very funny figure of, like, Isom with, like, one regular sized arm and one super long.
I imagine with drawing comics that, like, the depth of perception with the size is a lot more difficult than it looks. I'm more of a film guy, so you don't really have that problem specifically. So that's interesting to hear. With that.
Well, I just want to point out something for Eric, and I know that Eric or some of his cultists are watching this right now. See, this is how you take criticism. Like,
yeah,
EVS,
it's valid criticism too. It's like, yeah, it is, and this is why.
Yeah, EVS is like, yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. It's true. I fucked up. See, Eric, that's how you take criticism.
Exactly. I was telling this to Abomination AJ. I'm like, this is the difference too. Is like people are like, what, you ain't going hard at EVS like this? It's like, because he already undercuts it with, like, accepting criticism and accepting being called fat and gay and everything else, toe thumbs. He just self-depreciates appropriately.
Yeah, it rolls right off. Well, and it's kind of the kind of thing too. It makes it kind of funny is when people react more to it. Like, don't make fun of me. It kind of makes you want to, right? Like, that's what kind of happens.
You got Hex Allen.
Mike.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, you can continue, Ricky.
Okay, cool.
Being a troll. Fuck you, Mike. You're stupid. But no, he is right. This forearm is too long here. But it's in service of the fact that, like, we've got to get this thing in a headlock. This by the gigantic monkey man. And I don't think it stands out too bad. I think it works.
I think there's another problem with that.
Yeah, sure. With what?
With the cover. If you look at his arms, so his arms around the monkey's neck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless the monkey's got like a fucking pencil thin neck, you should be seeing some of the back of the arm. Because you got the hair, right? So you got the elbow, and you see that hair from the monkey. Then there should be more little arm of Isom going around it, right?
Yep.
I see you, Doug. All right. Wait, we got you. I forgot to answer about, like, talking about Isom. How do I rank them and stuff? It's hard because you got the respect story of Isom, and then Hell Monkeys in 2, and then Alpha Core. I guess is supposed to take place before, which makes it confusing. Oh, it does take place after. Okay, wasn't sure that them being established, and then him and Isom 2 mentioning his knowledge of Brian Solari's, like, mythos in Texas. It seems strange his, like, lack of commentary in the book about them overall, especially, like, with the Ira and the fight and stuff. I don't know. It's just confusing. And apparently they've, I guess, met before or something. Alpha Core and Yaira. It's just like, what's going on? But Alpha Core is, like, essentially, if you haven't read it, it's a bad version of take the Trinity of Justice League and put them in the Avengers Hawkeye plot in the first film when he takes down the helicarrier. That's essentially the plot, but it all happens not because of, like, a smart, nefarious plan subverting the team. It's literally Brian Solari's like, well, we got computers, we can plug this doohickey in. What's the worst that can happen? It's retarded. And you got, like, Barbecue Man. That's a, like, flame guy or whatever in the bank. And it's just like, what is going on? No one has a cool name besides Braxwell. And Braxwell's a dumb fuck name. Solari could be a cool name, just Solari, but, like, Solari is blankety blank. Ingrid Valdez should have, like, a name, but they're cops. So I guess they're just, registered soldiers for the state, essentially. It's really
the state of Texas, for the country of Texas.
again, Alpha Core is like, what if you gave a 5-year-old who's watched Justice League $1 million to make a comic? That's what this is. It is what it is.
Is that how this guy's asking for a rundown? Can you explain a rundown of the story in a blurb like you're selling a movie?
No.
Isom has to go save Jasmine, but then he goes and fights hell monkeys because his ranch guy got kidnapped by hell monkeys.
Well, there's no mention. There's like one mention of Jasmine in this story. Nice and
I think at the beginning it makes it sound like you want to find out what happened to her, and then it's like you read the story and it's like, yeah,
Story
find out
for
next
another
time.
time.
Find out next time.
As Maz Kanata would say.
Yes.
We got
Well,
working
what's up,
news
Morgan?
popping up in the chat.
We know what happened to Jasmine. She dumped Eric July, grew up, became a world famous WNBA player, married her longtime girlfriend, and lived a happy life.
Yeah.
Well, at least somebody in this fucking comic book universe had a happy ending.
Right.
That's
So
why
going in,
symbolically, hell monkeys, from hell have corrupted Jasmine, who was a nice Christian girl, and they're going to turn her lesbian. That's why she didn't want nothing to do with Avery Silman.
Precisely, Dexter. Good comment. He says, Eric keeps deflecting and throwing others under the bus, and he is the supreme authoritarian of comics. Yeah, what's funny, when Riley and Autistic Boobs Mint Salad were reviewing the first For Canon's Sake, the opening is so cringe because he has like these 3 categories of like whether you're he like says like an expert, something like that, as like a pejorative. And I've seen other videos where it's like he seems to be hinting at someone like Comics Explained. It's like, oh, people try to tell you these stories are good or the history or whatever, but like they're idiots. And it's like, I don't know, man, the dude's built a channel just on comic knowledge that's gotten 3 million subs now. Like he is an authority on comics, and he has not written a comic book that I know of. So that should tell you something as well about general YouTubers making comics, that the expert thus far on YouTube has not. But it's funny because like he seems to put everyone beneath him in his opening like pitch of like, hey, if you're like this or you're that or you're a normie, I'm going to educate you. And then he's like, I don't really get how Captain America is an old man in Endgame. This guy's writing a comic. No wonder he won't do multiverse and timelines, because he's too retarded to understand it. Yes, it's like a dumb concept. It's sci-fi jargon, but it works. We suspend our disbelief. He doesn't get it. It's hilarious.
Well, and ones that can write it well can write it well. So
yeah, again, Spider-Verse 1 and 2 are great examples of this shit can work and be endearing and make sense within the idiocy of sci-fi.
Yeah.
You know what they say? People that can do. People that can't work for Eric July.
Going inside the book. Better design this time. Everything is kind of utilized to a purpose.
Pause it real quick.
Oh, I mean, I read it.
So what Ethan missed on this is this image was at the end of Isom 1 in the coming next issue preview, right? This image here of Darren. This is not in the comic book proper. So they tell you coming next issue, right? And they have this, and they have the scene with the cop where the cop's getting information on Avery. None of that plays into Isom 2.
But unfortunately, in all of Isom 2, most things don't play into the story. Unfortunately, it's like
but I'm saying literally the hook, literally in Isom 1, they end with the police officer getting a thing saying, "Hey, this guy needs to be taken out." Right? The cops are like, "Hey."
It's implied that Darren is going to be the main guy that we're worried about in the story, and he's just sort of bitch slapped at the beginning of this, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Hey, if you haven't already found this out, you're about to find out after this initial
quit.
Yeah, and then Pastor Flash asks, where did the hell monkeys come from? How did they get there, and who sent them? You'll find that out as well.
They came from not hell.
It's fictional nonsense. So
now you will understand by watching this. When we get to the hell monkeys, you will understand why me and Rookie always joke when we like disagree or we're like stuck in a bind in an argument. We're like, fictional nonsense. Isom has made so many memes between me and Rookie, and now y'all are going to start understanding them.
Yeah, some memes are good, some are not so good.
How can I not pay Eric July every campaign day one when he keeps giving me such goodness?
There's a lot of fruit to be
There's a lot of
from this.
kumquats to pick.
Yes.
Smiller would understand that.
Yes.
Yeah, continue.
I read this whole thing, and it is painful. Eric July is every single character in this book. And they're all behaving like middle managers, squabbling over information and data. Now, this entire book, if you want to know like what the theme of the book is some people think we need more information, and other people don't think we need information. Some people are good at collecting data. Other people are not so good at collecting data.
He's doing the meme too. Some are good, things are not so good.
Yeah.
To their detriment. And there's a lot of that in here. The conversation, the dialogue is absolutely excruciating in that way. And every single character sounds like young Rippa 59. They all talk like him. Like I said, it is excruciating. We'll go through it. You guys paid for this, all right? You guys paid $2,000 for me to do this tonight. Let me just make that clear.
Imagine if he set the price higher. You think he still would have gotten?
He could have put it at 10,000, and people would be like, "Fucking do it, Ethan."
I don't want to do this. This is I didn't want to fucking read this book. Okay, I'm happy this book exists. That's great. After reading the first one, I didn't want to read the second one. I don't want to, but you guys paid me to do it, and I am in service of my audience. I love you guys. I really do love you guys. So together, yes, together we will be great. We'll be great together.
Be great.
The Rippaverse ethic. All right. This comic book company was not created at random. This is Eric. I mean,
you may have assumed it was just thrown together, but I will inform you that it was indeed not. It is
when I made my movie, it wasn't randomly made. It was made with purpose. Like, yes, that's of course.
You thought
I
came with purpose.
I don't typically think movies are made at random necessarily.
Well, see, what you think is that this shit was just thrown together, and it does read that way. But the sad part is, this really was my best effort.
This is my plan, my master plan.
This
All
is
right,
as good
gentlemen.
as it gets.
it wasn't
I'm gonna
created at random.
bow out,
You know.
eat some lunch. I had fun.
Well, you got to come back.
Yeah, this will be going for a while, most likely.
10
It
hours
wasn't
stream.
just,
Yeah, probably.
Possibly. Well, regardless, I will funnel people to Katie Did's channel. Ahmad, along with Tim, go sub to both of them. Continue, Ricky.
it wasn't like the Big Bang Theory. Eric actually sat down and created. That's great. Yeah, it's true. I've been rooted in the culture of American comic books since I was a youngster, and being a creative in the industry was always a dream of mine. Again, using the creative for some reason. Like, that's a word. I feel like I introduce words to Eric and then he repeats them. I'm being creatives versus businessmen. So he wants to be a creative. Could just say a writer.
Hold on a second,
you know,
pause.
being
Pause
a
for a second.
creator.
Wait, really quick, Tim Talk. He's investigating Isom prices. He's found a great deal, $16.99 for Isom.
Yeah, this is actually what I wanted to talk about real quick. $16.99. That's how much the fucking comic should have been. $16.99. Because I have found, okay, we call it a comic, but let's be honest here. In terms of the length and everything, it's really a graphic novel. All right, that's what it is. And I have found similar length graphic novels at stores like Walmart and stuff that are around $15, $16. That's what this should have been, not this $35 bullshit.
Yeah, a new like big comic collection, you're going to spend maybe $50 for a Marvel hardbound book. 35, but okay, here's the counter. He's an upstart company, so he doesn't have the access to like printing deals like Marvel and DC would, or even Image and Boom IDW. So I'll give him that, start. But he is lowering the prices of slowly but surely with like Alpha Core. But I think that's not because. I think it's because he had to start lowering it, not because people wouldn't be willing to pay it, but because the wider audience has already figured out after issue 1, Isom 1, this is not worth it. Unless I want to laugh, I guess. To me, it's worth it to laugh at.
Well, too, like I was watching, I actually found this great review earlier, and this was a guy that was giving Eric a shot.
and he was reading Isom 1, and he actually gave it a 5 out of 10, which I thought was being generous, but whatever. And
Wait,
he
who
even
is this?
Shit, hold up. I just let me pull up my history and see what the channel was called. Tony Gero I'm white, excuse me. Tony, the last name is Digerolola.
It's just Tony.
Okay, yeah. Okay, but
Feel your
anyways,
pain, I know.
this guy, he reviewed Isom 1, Isom 2, and Alpha Core, and he was being very fair and honest about it. And he said, "Listen, this is just the first one's average. The other two are pretty bad." And he said, "But I wouldn't buy another issue of this just on the price alone because it's just too expensive for what it is." And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, compared to similar products, it is way too expensive. I mean, it's like, all right, if you take a Honda Accord and a Toyota Camry, they're in the same class of vehicles. If the Toyota Camry is $10,000, $15,000 more than the Honda Accord, there's an issue. That's a problem. So no, it's too expensive for what it is."
Yeah, we got Kitty saying tonight we'll be reviewing a teacher who runs his own comic book school. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Him and his son read it, and their review is great, and it's what Eric would hate to hear. And Pike Bishop, thank you. He
that's a guy.
Let me sound this out. Girolamo. Tony Di Girolamo.
Yeah, that's him.
Probably Italian.
But he's like a comic book writer, screenwriter, so like he's part of the business, as Eric would say.
Yeah, it is a $3 paperback. I don't know if you saw on Twitter, someone found Isom in the wild at a shop in a random catalog, if you will, of various old graphic novels and stuff. Found Isom for $2. It was signed as well. It was a signed copy of Eric July's Isom on $2. I would say to the average reader, it's a bit too much. You might haggle on that.
Well, in China, that might be worth like $4. I don't know how prices work that way.
So happy I didn't buy that turd. I don't know. This is a great work of
There's
art.
a lot of fun that comes out of this, just not in the way it's intended.
Yeah, this is like, I'm not joking. I am day one backing everything Eric July
we don't want his whole thing to fail. We want him to make more of these funny books because they're funny.
I want his shop to close as far as a publisher when he gets so ass mad that everyone removes the ripatard wool from their eyes and sees it for what it is, and we're all just like laughing. It's like the Asian retard on American Idol, or they just kept voting him through because it was funny. It's like Wimp Low.
Does forever.
Eric is Wimp Low. We trained him wrong as a joke.
Is what most people say. Creatives. But the unfortunate state of the industry, hold on a second here. This kicks my ass right here. But the unfortunate state of the industry gave me the push that I needed to give it a shot. See, this is the difference between me and maybe Eric July. You know what made me get into comics? I got into comics because it was so fucking competitive and there were so many great artists working. Like, it was so successful. It was so prosperous. It seemed like a real competitive, creative atmosphere. And I wanted in. Like, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here, if that makes any difference. I wanted in. I wanted to be a part of a super competitive, creative business, and one in which everybody was making money. Like, that's what gave me the push, like 1991, 1992's Image Comics, watching that, wanting to be a part of that. That's what made me want to be a comic creator. Eric sees the comic book industry on its last legs in his mind, and therefore, that's what gave him the push. Like, you know what? I've kind of thought about being a comic book creator. It's been a dream of mine since I was a youngster. But let me wait until it's too weak to tell me no. Let me wait until everybody's leaving the comic book industry. Let me wait until that happens, and then that's the push that I need to give it a shot. Either that, or there's kind of a savior solution kind of a situation here. Like, they need me. He says, but the unfortunate state of the industry gave me the push that I needed to give it a shot. And then he writes this, which is really strange. At such a young age.
Yo, Katie said, is that R. Kelly?
That's hilarious. Well, you know, it's funny when, let me grab my copy really quick. It's right here. Let me grab it.
Okay.
If this,
I mean, he does slap a girl in here. Is that R. Kelly? Or am I thinking of?
Does he give the girl a golden shower though? That's the question.
Oh, I'm thinking of Chris Brown with the slapping, but
no, R. Kelly was the one that did the golden shower.
The I piss on you essentially. I'm thinking of Dave Chappelle
and
parodying R. Kelly with that stuff.
Yeah, he had like a sex dungeon and stuff. And dude, I saw this video. This is him like doing a concert in Africa. And he was going on about like, girl, do you want to come back with Rob to America? You just need to get your vaccines and your passport. And I was like, how did we not see this shit coming from stuff like that?
Oh, that's crazy.
We open Isom 1. Got Isom 1. I got the shitty falling over cover.
That's a nice roll of toilet paper you got there.
And then I got the EVS copy as well.
Oh, stocking up on the toilet paper.
I got the I think cover B of Alpha Core. I'm not sure if it's in my filing cabinet or not, but let's do this.
Yo, when R. Kelly gets out of prison, Eric should hire him for the rippaverse
soundtrack.
Yeah.
Eric,
he could get him a discount. He could get R. Kelly for the soundtrack, and then he could get who's that Marvel guy?
He'll do the opening theme song for the Isom. For the
Jonathan
Isom.
Majors. He needs to cast Jonathan Majors. He'll get him on a great deal.
He'll need to somehow. Good.
R. Kelly can do the opening theme song for the Isom cartoon produced by the Daily Wire.
I want them to get Randy Newman though too. Who wants to see Isom get Jasmine? We're all friends.
Jesus had already completed his mission.
No, hold on. Trying to find the right page.
Okay, yeah, I was playing it while you look.
Well, yeah, but I'm hearing EVS and it's distracting. So,
hey, Katie said that R. Kelly is making music in prison. So, see, he can do the Isom theme song even from prison.
Yeah, he's like getting paid to do like TikToks or whatever.
He's got other drumsticks to beat and stuff. You know, he's got plenty of room.
Oh, Chris Bacon, that's fucked up. If R. Kelly finds out Jasmine's over 18, he won't be interested.
Oh boy. R. Kelly is old lore with things. I don't remember everything. I just remember him being made fun of, honestly, like Dave Chappelle skits and stuff. That's about it. That'd be pretty funny with that. Oh yeah, he does look like R. Kelly a little bit there, but yeah, if only when he said Africa, in my head I was like how was it in North Africa? Just obviously the
fucking
North Africa stuff.
Yeah, it's funny.
Rage.
Let me see. Let me just go through this. So it's mostly Darren talking. I like to read it like my impression of Cat Williams. Isom's like, I'm not here to be in your business, but Mrs. Newman is looking for Jasmine. And when the voice changes, that you'll know it's Darren. He says, and what they sent you to me? You a detective now? He says, you know where she's at? Follow me. Sit down. I'm good. Not a request. In our first year of high school, you and I competed for roster spots on the freshman team. You were a decent athlete, but you didn't make it. The coaches didn't even try to find room for you, but you didn't complain. You didn't even try out again next year. You spent the next 2 years being a subpar student. That fine sister of yours outperformed you academically and athletically, but you never seemed envious. That made me curious. We were cool, but I didn't admire you. You had both of your parents around, a good household, and you somehow managed to amount to nothing. You just faded into the shadows, rarely heard from, set up for success, and you did nothing with it. When people like me go away like that, we're usually dead or in jail. Yet I built myself an empire. Some of it the legal way, some of it not so
Not
much.
so legal.
But an empire nonetheless. Lovely young ladies like Jasmine are useful to me at this juncture of my career. Unless you're trying to mop my kitchen floors, you are not.
This is how I got through the book. If he wasn't doing Cat Williams, Darren, I don't know if I would have gotten through the book.
Jesus Christ!
I love the Cat Williams tone to it.
Yo, I'm convinced that Eric has never had a proper conversation with another human being.
Oh, that whole monologue! Like, who would say any of this? Who would say
funny. Let me
any
finish
of
this
this?
page. He says,
Unprovoked.
connected in a while. So since we go back and all, I'll award you such a warning. Whatever's going on with Jasmine is none of your concern. She's grown. This is what you're going to do. Tell her mother she's fine. Then find your way back to whatever hole you crawled out of. Chuck, get this man an application and then escort him out of my club. He's like, is she actually all right, though? If you expect me to lie to Mrs. Newman, you're on one. Where is she? And then they go to throw him out, the bouncer. And he's like, and by the way, who the hell were you talking to like that? and then the fucking dreadlock guy swings, misses, and he's like, wham, and crushes his ribs apparently, but then he gets back up. So I guess he just splattered his ketchup packets in his pocket.
Yeah. Of course.
So that is how I read Darren. So keep that in mind. Have
That's
that
how
voice in your head.
Everybody's saying that sounds like Waterboy too.
Yeah, I saw that. I just saw that. That is Angus. You have to do an audiobook of Isom 1 and 2.
Angus and I were thinking about honestly like doing a reading of Isom and posting them as videos, because we're doing different voices for all the characters, and we're like, oh, can we do that? But then everybody's like, no, there'd be like copyright or something because you have to be paid to like read the whole thing. Well, maybe if we did it in different videos, maybe split it up. So maybe we'll see how that could work in the future.
Why does this accent sound like the lady from Tom and Jerry with the brew? Well, it's for a reason.
Trying to be how you say a black.
Most people.
I think everybody's gonna have that in their head from now on. As you look at Darren, think Cat Williams and the voice, and
yeah,
Angus
someone.
It.
I think it was. Let me find it. Where'd it go? I'm trying to find at least the channel that said something. I'll recognize it. No, it wasn't you. Where did it go?
Cully Hahn says,
Grim. I think it was Grim Jim. He said something a minute ago. I lost it. Whatever it was.
Cully Hahn says you can basically download the book in pieces of free 3D assets. What's up, Cully? He's of the Puppet Clan, I think, of Snowed Up.
Cully Han.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
What's up, man?
Damn it, I gotta move over. There we go. But yeah, that is my voice of Darren.
You know what, Angus?
Grim said something about this page here of Darren with the gun is so you're forced to read the ethics page at gunpoint.
Right, you better, sonny boy.
You will read the Rippaverse ethics.
No, Angus, I got an idea. When we do the action Bible reading here and there, we do a few pages of Isom in our voices or something. You know, like make that kind of funny.
I, the Lord, am your God.
Oh, jeez. Let's
we'll get into comics. 19, 20, 21, 22. You're 33 years old. You think you're at a young age? Like, hey, listen, comics, getting into comic books is something we do at retirement age. But I'm 33. I'm a young man. I figure I better get into it now. Bro, you're too old to be doing this. You're too old to be getting a start in this. Really. I mean, it happens sometimes, but making a point of saying that you're doing this at a young age drives me nuts. This is just a completely different mindset. We've seen what works, and we've certainly seen what not to do. I don't know what you mean by that. Rippaverse is the product of a comic book guy that still believes in the magic of the culture. Everything is goddamn vague all the time. Can you explain what is the magic of the culture? What culture? With that being said, we are guided by a set of principles that remain the staple of the company. And then you get respect the customer. In other words, block everyone who criticizes you on Twitter. Just block them brutally, immediately. That's respecting the customer, especially when they show you that they've paid for all. Now, for me, I get trolls all the time that come after me, and I go, hey, what the hell? And then they go, I used to be a fan, but now you're criticizing Eric July, and now I don't want to buy your stuff anymore. Now, hold on a second.
Hey, pause it.
So this is somebody who likes me. They just don't like what I'm saying.
Once I was your fan, and now not so much.
Saying on Twitter at this particular moment. This is somebody who has spent money on my comic books. I love you. I'm so sorry that you're mad at me right now because you don't understand that I have to flay this this dude and expose him for what he is. I understand. You know, you don't like that. That makes you unhappy, a little trembly in your tummy. But you bought my stuff before. Like, I'm not going to block you. We're going to get through this together. You're going to see what I'm doing eventually is of value. And then let's get back to a nice kind of comic book artist and reader relationship. I'm not going to block people that are predisposed to buy my stuff. I'm not going to do that. That's disrespecting the customer. This is bizarre. Canon and continuity. Our aspirations extend far beyond beyond having a couple of characters or series. Oh, really? A vast universe that is ever expanding is what we hope to accomplish. This is something that has long been intriguing about modern comic books.
See, I get that already. Like, you want to have a whole enticing of, like, you know, we're going to have a whole universe. But it's like, honestly, that is a horrible sell to me nowadays. Like, stop promising that you're going to do all these things. Like, just, can you make one successful, like, one product that is really good, you know? Like, that's from TV, from movies, from comics, whatever. That's what I want. Just, can you make one that you put all you're into a bit? So yeah, and then expand on that from there. You know?
The first issue should have just been about Avery. It should have just been about Avery.
Yeah.
Forget Yaira, forget Alpha Core. Let's just focus on Avery. Make me give a damn about this character. Because if I give a damn about Avery, maybe I'll give a damn about the world that Avery exists in.
Yeah, and you can have little pieces that nod to the world. Like, I thought for Avery to connect some of the characters that he introduces later, have him, like, listening to a Northbrook song or some shit in one of his things, and have, like, a Larry Shungite wrestling shirt or something. I don't know.
Larry Shungite!
So
That's
you can have little nods in your head that you might not notice as much, but then later can get oh, there's a hint. There's hints to that earlier, but it's not distracting, taking you out of the story because it's not that important yet, you know, something like that to, you know, give you nods to the world. But
yeah, Toto Man 666 says best thing that we don't know powers of any character superhero book that has 100 pages. Nothing is defined. Then Adam Fiended says that should have been the plot. Isom is a man trapped in a fake world of 3D assets like Tron.
All your great ideas in the chat.
The Clippaverse, yes. The Clippaverse.
Indeed.
But it has become a lost art. The Rippaverse will fill this void. So he's thinking about Marvel Comics and the huge amount of books that come out and the incredible universe that Stan Lee has created. It's persisted now since 1961. Eric is saying that's not happening anymore, and he's gonna provide that. He's going to provide, I don't know how he would do that. Like he's going to provide something close to what Marvel Comics was in his mind in its heyday. He's going to fill that void. This means that every single book you buy will always matter. If retcons are to exist, we're not even 2 issues into his flagship book, and he's already imagining.
That's kind of my thing. It's like, stop thinking. If you're thinking far ahead, great, but don't have that in your comics, that your second comic book. Like, have this be your thoughts later, and just have.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. When J.K. Rowling created Harry Potter, I don't think she had any idea it was going to turn to the franchise it did. When Tolkien created The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, I don't think he had. I mean, for fuck's sake, The Hobbit was written as a child's story. It was a children's book to begin with. I don't think he had any plan that it was going to turn into the epicenter of fucking fantasy writing.
you don't go into this stuff. George Lucas, hell, he had so much trouble with Star Wars. I don't think he had any idea it was going to turn into the franchise it did.
Yeah,
When you start off,
Lord of the Rings, even like writing Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, he just would write and then he'd get halfway and then start all over and then write and go until he gets stuck and starts all the way over.
Yeah, I think it took I think it was 17 years between when The Hobbit was published and to when The Lord of the Rings actually got published.
Yeah, like
that's wild.
He took a huge amount of time to it, which I don't know. I'm not saying that Eric didn't take time to it. I'm betting he took a lot of time on all this stuff, but it's like the way he's saying all this out here. It's just like some of these are thoughts you say in your head and not out loud. You know,
yeah,
that's what I think.
My
James
point
says, issue 1. I need a retcon.
Yeah, my point is that you don't go into this thinking you're going to have this big, expansive universe. Just tell a good story, and if people accept it, then you can start thinking about stuff like that. But don't go into it thinking this shit. People might reject it. People are rejecting it. Obviously, it's going in the completely wrong direction. But you don't jump into this stuff thinking you're going to have this huge universe and franchise. That's how fucking the mainstream is thinking now with every single thing they put out. Just give us a good fucking story.
You don't like this TV show or something? Don't worry, we'll have a different TV show with other characters and stuff. And it's like, oh God, just can you just make one good? I don't know. You'll find other characters you can follow in the next series that we do. And it's like, stop.
Just give me a good fucking story. That's all I'm fucking asking. Jesus.
I just gotta say, wow, we're at a record 218 viewers. Last I saw, we had like 70 likes. Hit the like button. We got people subscribing. We're almost at 1,500 subs. I appreciate it. I want y'all that plan to stick around and interact with my channel. I just got remonetized. Any ad revenue I can make, any super chats, my campaign in the description for my posters, anything I make is going to make Meth Gator. I love comics. My chagrin with Isom comes from a hopeful creative that I've put a lot of thought. You can ask Rookie so much thought into, like, how do I work out this problem? You know, and then I see this, and this guy gets handed almost $4 million to start with clearly no thought, just throwing shit at the wall. It's so irritating seeing people that I've backed, that I've had on streams, support their comics, that I know how much art costs, even if it's cheap art, to get made if you're not the artist. And these guys are putting their own money in to make this stuff after the campaigns. It's very clear to me. That's the fire behind my Isom criticism and interest, is just the being flabbergasted. So I'm really trying to put effort into this. So I appreciate any support. And if y'all are going to interact with the chat or with the channel in the future, let me know what y'all want. Super chat stingers, membership tiers. I just have the 99-cent thing to like support me if you wish. Appreciate it. And I appreciate y'all just being here in the chat. Regardless of super chats, I'm interacting with y'all best I can. Thank you so much for tuning in. Even if you're a detractor, if you're an anti-Rippa person, thank you for viewing as well. Maybe we can educate you and turn you from the Rippa side.
Getting the education going.
At some point, sales are going to flag a little bit, and they're going to have to retcon. Eric, just relax and tell your story, man. Don't worry about retcons. That's a weird thing to be thinking about right now. They will only be used in the classic sense of introducing new information. We want every book you buy to always matter. These stories happen. There'll be no lazy time travel to change histories or events. Why not? There will be no cheap multiverses. Blah, blah. You're on the second issue of your book, and so far...
He mentions that in his book at some point with Bloodruth. He's like, huh? You mean like some type of other universes? No, none of that fictional nonsense, essentially. Like, oh... But no, there's multiple hells, but not the real hell. It's just like, okay.
I'm just, spoiler alert, nothing happened, okay? There's nothing that's happening in these comics. There's nothing that's happening. Concept will remain true regardless of the medium. Should the characters that we're already imagining, like, look, we're going to... And this is actually valuable here. Should the characters appear in officialized animation? Is officialized a word? That's interesting. Or live action, the depictions need to be as accurate to the characters as realistically as possible. I would just say, to that end, could you please define what your main character looks like? Because everybody, including Kanan White, draws him completely differently. Everybody draws him differently. You really do need to kind of say, this is what Isom looks like, and you will draw him like that. This is what his facial hair looks like. This is what his hair looks like. This is what his costume looks like. This is his general build. If you draw him differently than that, I'm going to ask you to correct it because you're drawing him wrong. All right. A comprehensive, your favorite characters will always be recognizable. Yes, get started on that now. You're 2 issues in. Get started on that. Comprehensive timeline. Because we value canon and continuity, it's important that you're able to follow the timeline as these characters grow. This will be... oh my God, Eric, dude. This will be especially helpful for those of you that become customers years after our founding. We promise to try to keep reboots to a minimum. How about to 0? Why are you thinking about reboots? And everything is
I admit, when I come up with ideas, I do like to think ahead, but it's you don't. I feel I don't know why this is said here though. This is thoughts you have to yourself or with your team, but I don't know why we need to know this part.
Well, that guy I was telling y'all about earlier, I was watching his review. The dude with the funny last name that because I'm white, I'm unable to.
Tony. Yes.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, that guy. He was saying, there's a lot of ideas he's just throwing in here, and there's no through line to all of this. In the first issue, you think the through line is we got to find Jasmine. We got to save Jasmine, whatever. And then there's just
Martha.
There's just all this other shit that's thrown in here. Yaira, Alpha Core, all of this crap that has nothing to do with the main through line of the book. And he said, listen, somebody needed to go to Eric and tell him, just wait. Save these ideas for later. Put them in later books. Put them down the line. You don't need to focus on that right now. The focus should be on Avery and on the main plot, which is a Jasmine plot. That's what it should have been about.
Yeah, or you find some way to integrate it into the stuff. I'm even thinking if you needed Norfolka to be in it, are they playing at Club Merc when they're having their fight, and they, they're hinted there, but they're not integral to the part. They're not going to be a focus.
Whatever's in the
going on,
in the background.
Yeah, or one of them catches one of the guys you just see in the back of a panel, not a heavy focus on, a small nudge of a detail or something that tells you something without it being the focus. Because I feel it's with movies, you have sound, music, camera work, the delivery of dialogue, all these different things to enhance your experience. This is just visual and dialogue. So you got to be very, careful with how you choose the time with it and the pages. And there's just a hodgepodge of stuff that goes on in here that does make it feel what did we read?
It feels kind of like a fever dream.
Yeah, or when things are set up and then they're just forgotten. When he has his gun, I was oh yeah, he's gonna go shoot somebody. It's just never seen again, and it's why have the scene where he has a gun? Well, that'll come by in the next few issues or something. But what about this one? This is the one we're in. What? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, really quick, we got Richard Embry.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Tell us about your book. We got 200 people who might be interested in buying a inexpensive book that's a passion project based on interactions with your child.
Yeah, well, the Blood and the Sword is think of a fantasy meets buddy cop. How it came about is I have a character named Mango. Mango is a alligator humanoid that my daughter she loves all these animals, and when I was playing Conan, she was like, "Don't kill that alligator, it's my friend." And I'm like, "It's not your friend, what's his name?" And she's like, "Mango." So I was like, okay, I like that. And it kind of just sparked the creativity, man. And it was just like, all right, I got to do this. So I wanted to do something short that I could afford. So all the artwork's already done. We're already ready to print. I'm just doing a couple print runs with just one copy to see how it's going to come out. And yeah, man, it's ready to go, man. So shipping out in February, only $5 for the digital, $5 for the physical as well. And I saw someone, thank you so much. They got a 12 copies for $20. You know, I want to do something for the retailers so they can actually make some money off it. So, you know, go pick that up. Let me see if I can put it in the chat.
But Richard, I gotta ask, are you already planning on retcons?
That's the most ridiculous, bro. Listen, man, my job as a creator, I want you to my main concern is getting you to fall in love with my characters. After that, then we can go talk about. I wouldn't even talk about that. Then it would be just like other stories. I don't know, like retcons, and it's just talking points. It's just weird. It's just these weird talking points.
So what's the Richard Ombre code of ethics? What's the Richard versus code of ethics?
I've been kind of the Richard first, the Dick first, or no, that would be Dick Masterson. Dude, I just try to sell a comic. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to start a country or a fucking cult. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to sell a comic and have good times. And,
so let me get this straight. You're just trying to tell a good story?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell a great story. I'm trying to have great stories with great characters that I care about these characters. So now it's like, I gotta make you guys care about them. And how I do that is, I'm like, I gotta put them in situations and dialogue that makes you care about them, that makes you want to be around them. I think what it is
what it is.
What it is you gotta know how to be likable, so then you can create characters to be likable, even though you might not be able to. Some people are introverts, but if they understand the concepts of what makes people likable, that's a strong a strong quality you can have. So
yeah, I put the link in the chat.
You can click thank on it, you so much.
Him. I'll put Richard's channel in shortly. Send me on the private chat here so I can copy it into the YouTube so people can click on it in the future.
I'll do it right now. Yeah, man. Thank you for letting me show.
School or one of those camps they send problem kids to.
Yeah,
play the video. We will. Oh, you want to see the trailer? Possibly. All right, let's play the trailer. I don't think I've watched the trailer actually. Let me full screen that shit. Yeah.
That was my first time using Premiere Pro. That was my first time using it.
That's good, man. I can't believe I haven't watched that. I just, I knew you, so I backed.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. I mean, I got the first 5 pages up, so it's like you get a feel for it. If it's a 20-page comic, so I'm pretty much giving you 25% of the comic already.
I don't know, man. You shouldn't have put out those pages. Like Eric. I mean,
how dare I? How dare I?
Yeah, I think EVS might steal your idea. I mean that's why Eric wasn't willing to let him in on all the stuff about his comic. I think EVS is going to steal this, man. Fucked up.
I've been around professional writers and stuff when I was a couple years ago, and throughout when I was younger too, and I would say stuff like, I don't know, should I pitch it because they might steal my idea or this and that, and they looked at me like, you're fucking dumb. Like, no, everyone's trying to get their own idea out. Like there are some cases where it could happen, but it's very rare. Like they're like, man, you're kind of being real egotistical that people would, you know what I mean? Like take your idea. There's certain things they could take, but like your main idea is.
Well, especially when it's somebody like EVS, because EVS is like the Mr. Rogers of fucking indie comics. He's not going to steal your fucking idea.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. Like You know, he might still like maybe a plot line, but even then it would, writers have like a little bit of a well, most of the writers I've been around, they have a little bit of ethics code, So
Amoral says, I like owning more than one copy of any book. When I saw I can get 12, I nutted a little.
yes.
Ew.
Yes. That's great.
Oh, wait, no, I meant your channel, Richard, not your. I already had the comic up.
Yeah. So
you need to follow Eric's path and add 40 pages of filler.
You know what? I was gonna do that with the what's it called with the digital, but I just wanted to fill it with ads of indie comic people. You know what I mean? Just like give me your ad so I can throw it in here. So when I send it out, they could do that. I'll still probably put that out there.
If they steal your idea, you have documentation. All right. Have you watched this at all, Richard? This is the
EVS. This is last night. The Isom 2. Yeah.
I saw you share it. I don't know if
great.
you watched it.
Oh, it's great.
No
you learn
spoilers.
so much. Yeah.
I literally just clipped it and
you don't want me to tell people EVS loved it and it inspired him to write Cyberfrog.
Like, you know
right
what?
there.
I actually need to reboot Cyberfrog. I know you're excited for 3 and 4, but actually I'm just gonna start over again. Eric.
Yeah, retcon.
Teaching me.
Fucking retcon it.
There we go.
Might have to reboot all this shit, but we're gonna try to keep that to a minimum. Why would you even say that right now? If this means that a series is on its 100th issue or volume, so be it.
He really thinks he's going to get to
Isom
100.
number 100, which is definitely going to happen. If you had a time machine, you went, into the future, you would definitely number 100. So be it. But this isn't a reason to feel overwhelmed. There will be plenty of opportunities to purchase anthologies. We are way ahead of ourselves here. That combine key stories, but we don't want to hold your hand, as picking up the pieces is often part of the fun. Not every story will be told in chronological order. So we'll always make it as easy as possible to keep up as the universe grows. And there's Eric July's autograph right there. That's a reprint of his autograph. It's on the...
It might be a cool
autograph. This is pretty good. Of course, the background here is... this is a dropped-in asset. Somebody actually found Club Merc. That was on Twitter today. Somebody actually found the asset for Club Merc. The interior and the exterior is a digital 3D asset.
Is that supposed to be a splash page? No, that's just
an intro with Darren pointing a gun at you.
That's just a photograph of R. Kelly being R. Kelly.
Read these ethics, fool.
It kind of looks like Cat Williams.
Oh, you missed it, Richard. Earlier I grabbed my copy of Isom and I read to people how I read Darren like Cat Williams.
Oh, you did? Oh, fuck. I gotta.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, R. Kelly's here and he's just like, girl, I have to take a piss. Get inside this club.
Yeah, this is how far we got. 'Cause I got so much commentary. Got to interact with y'all. Got to introduce channels. And it's just so much of going through this first page intensively to show how idiotic Eric is. Yeah, Isom gets re-released yearly at 100 issues. That's 98 years away. Eric and his children would be long gone by the entire comic industry isn't even a century old. Well, I mean, DC Marvel's not, but comics been around since I think the 1800s, maybe the 1700s. But
what if it just goes full meta, like 100 years from now? Eric's great grandson Isom reboots it and names the character Eric.
This is my great grandpappy Eric July.
And then someone takes the flying cars to the gravesite and shits on Eric's fucking.
Yo, it's like George Lucas says. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Isom number 2. By the way, ill-advised part 2. I'm looking forward to part 3 now, having read this in a kind of like dreadful way. Like, I really want to see how this gets wrapped up.
That looks like my Bible.
Right now. All right. Oh, previously, look at this. After receiving a concerning call from his sister, Avery Silman visits his old friend Darren Fontaino. Avery, in a pursuit of the missing girl, challenges Darren's knowledge of her whereabouts. The meeting turns violent. Being one of the most feared men in the city, Darren believes his bold action cannot go unchecked. Not only is Avery under threat, so is his family. Okay, is that what happened? Anyway, here he is. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoy Isom number 2 even more. You guys are awesome. Love you. Thank you. All right. Book starts out with his sister in an elevator. And right away, you get a taste of, what's going to happen here in terms of Eric July's dialogue. I mean, the dialogue is excruciating. And I'm learning how to write myself. I'm not saying I'm a master writer. I am certainly not, Alan Moore or Grant Morrison. But one thing that Eric could stand to do is to say, how can I say this simpler? How can I simplify my dialogue here? We got Altona. I guess she's in an elevator, although there's no evidence that it's an elevator. It's just she's standing somewhere. And she's got a headache, and then somebody next to her. You know what? For the artist, I'm sorry. I gotta calm down. I just finished reading this, guys.
I love it.
Calm here.
I love it, man.
For the artist, one thing that you may want to do is you may want to kind of remember that your first panel in a comic book, first 2 panels usually are establishing shots. The first one should give an overall location. It should be like a shot of the building that she's in, an exterior shot of the building. The next panel should be should include our character, and then we should see the environment that she's in. Okay, those 2 things are really, really good ways to ground the reader. So we would see the building that she's in from the outside. Next panel would be her standing in an elevator like this, just standing there, and then maybe there's another guy in there because there's another guy in there. He's here. And we can see that it's an elevator. We can see the buttons over here. We can see the door. We can see the little rail that's on the wall. And we see that they're in an elevator. That should be panel 2. So this is the first. You want to thoroughly establish. Don't make people guess. And you can have that dialogue. Altona, are you okay? You can have that dialogue in this panel. Or you could even have Altona, are you okay? On the initial shot of the exterior. You can have it, look, Altona, are you okay? Inside the building, coming from inside the building. We cut to this shot. This dialogue is basically the way Eric July writes. Because Eric July can't just write, you look worried, you okay? You okay? You worried about the merger? That would have been fine too. What are you worried about the merger? That would have been perfect here. Instead, he writes, though I've never seen you this way, I know what stress looks like. Is this about the merger? Okay, what do you mean, though I've never seen you? Who talks like this? Who says
He's trying to write white. This is hilarious.
Though I've never seen you this way, I know what stress looks like. This would have been just fine just to say, yeah, you look worried. What are you worried about the merger? What are you stressing about the merger, bitch? She says, what? No, I just had a long night. I'm good, which is an Eric Julyism. So it's just me, huh? Yeah, you're the one who's worried about the merger. You've been on board longer than I have. This isn't our first purchase. But this one isn't some failed startup with a decent idea. This new territory worries me. Now, all through this book, there are a lot of people talking about, like, bidness. Most of it is about the business. Altona goes
but it's like
into
soap
her
opera
office
business.
here.
It's not like
She does.
real business people don't really talk like that. They'll take out graphs and be like, okay, this is our projections. This is, it's very calm. They're not like this weird soap opera fucking General Hospital fucking.
No, it's worse than soap opera. I grew up watching the show Dallas. I don't know if you know that show. Iconic.
Yeah.
JR. That's a great show. I actually want to rewatch it because it's amazing from my recollection. Like, what good, intensive, web of stories intertwining over oil barons in Texas in the 70s and 80s. It's awesome.
Yeah.
You got the familial Hatfields and McCoy's angle with that show. Watch that. I know it's dated. It's like 40 years old now, but it flows well. It's also like, got vernacular because it's Texans and stuff, so it's got personality, but it's still like completely competent dialogue. I never watched it as a kid, but that doesn't make sense why they're talking that way, And that's why I point out, like, oh, he's trying to talk white through this character, with his like mumble jumble talk.
Yeah,
it's
a
hilarious.
Yeah, and it's always too much. Like you're talking too much. It's like, man, it's like when you post these long ass tweets that you're like, what are you trying to say? Where you're like, it's like a fucking haiku. Like, shut the fuck up and just tell me what you're trying to say. Like, stop fucking making it vague, man.
I would love if Eric put out a poetry book. That'd be amazing.
None of it rhymed.
Dude, man, it says 2 weeks ago, somewhere near Florida, in a nondescript elevator, someone in my comments said, somewhere near Florida, has this guy heard of a place called Southern Georgia?
how near Florida?
Yeah, Katie says, Angus, there's 231 people, actually 237 now. This is crazy.
Oh, man, I gotta hit the like button. I gotta hit the like button.
I appreciate all you, even you anti-detractors. Thank you for joining. Trying to find. I hope Ripper Goalpost is out there going to clip this. He can't because it'll. He's always averse to actual success. That dude's probably kicking himself for trying to blast us. You and me, Richard.
Oh yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, that created
I'm like, I'm going to buy all your books, Eric. I'm going to buy them. You're going down. I'm going to be great. And like, is this idiot like you should tell about his strategy?
Yeah, that's when I said Yaira's woke.
That was the start of it. That was my inspiration for Trans Yaira.
Yeah.
What a dude! It's only been a couple weeks. This is so fun.
Yeah, and it happened live. I'm like, look, they're trying to own me on something. Look at.
Oh, thank you so much for being here. Go sub to Katie after the stream, whether I still run over or not, at 9 p.m. Eastern. If I'm not mistaken, Katie, inform me if I'm wrong. 9 p.m. Eastern. Katie did mod here in the chat. It's going live. I'll probably be over there, and we'll look over another review of Black Gentleman, Father and Son, reviewing Isom. I've only seen like the initial starting clip, so I'll be going in fresh myself. But go support Katie. Super chatter as well through her links. She's not monetized yet, but support her as well. She's part of the Alpha Core, the coalition of alpha of anti-rippas. We're the real Alpha Core. Thank you, Enrique, for joining. Shifter, Doug's still here. We got Luster Dog, fuck, how do I say it? Toto Men. There we go. George Bonnie says Detractor. I love how EVS is leaning into that with his thumbnail too. The drama farming AI cover. It's hilarious. Apple Core, the bit you throw away. Yeah. Let's continue.
Does have thought balloons. So every now and then, Eric has established that we will be using thought balloons here, which is unusual. It's not really what most comic books are into anymore. People don't use thought balloons.
And that's the thing. He goes thought
she
balloons.
Goes in there, and it's like, what?
He goes captions and thought balloons. Like, usually it's like pick one. Or he uses the captions like he would use thought balloons. It's just weird,
Yeah.
So
I do love it when we get to him talking about his truck, because of all the things I've been critical of, like when I was talking to the Rookie, I'm like, I actually don't mind. It's like it's jumble mumble Eric stuff, this narration we get to the truck part, but it's like you get like a little window into his mind of the character, which is like, all right. But then I thought about it, like, actually this is stupid, given that the Alpha Core is here to react to the occasional accept related problem.
Yeah,
that's on the back of the book, mind you. The independent nation of Texas is funding probably billions into the Alpha Core with their turtle shell helicarrier to react to occasional accept problems. Not like, oh, this is an everyday thing we got to worry about. And this is the contention in that book. God, it's what a mess. I love it though, because it's such a mess. DCam, thank you for joining. Says this is my favorite page of the critique. Awesome.
The F, and then aha. No, says a guy here. You reach into that purse, we're gonna have problems. Assuming that she has a gun in her purse, I guess. And here you have Darren, who's sitting at her desk for some reason. and more of this weird abstract dialogue that's sort of like a squirrel trying to keep track of an idea. But thanks for joining us. Cozy spot you have here. You've done well for yourself. This is just her office, dude. It's not her home. Dude, this is not her home. It's just her office where she works. What do you mean that she's done well for herself? She didn't build this. Don't ponder too hard trying to figure out what's taking place here. I wish I'd really taken this to heart, this line of dialogue here, when I started reading this book. Because I read it very carefully, and then sometimes I would read the dialogue aloud because I wanted to, like, literally every balloon is like an air balloon. Every balloon is a fucking Zeppelin. Like, it is just air. These balloons are just pumped up with, like, air. They don't really say anything, ever. It's a lot of double speak, a lot of vague generalities, a lot of implied threats. Don't ponder too hard trying to figure out what's going on here. I need your full attention. Again,
wait a minute. Pause it for a second. Don't worry too much about trying to figure out what's going on here. That should be the underlying title for the Rippaverse in general. Just don't think about it too much, all right? Don't try and figure out what's going on here. Don't worry about it. Just, give me money.
Well, this is an Easter egg to Toto Man 666. Why we even must see Day of Life out of Isom's sister, since it has nothing to do with plot. Isom don't give feck about Jasmine nor about Darren. Yeah.
And somehow that was still more coherent than anything in this comic book.
Don't think, for fuck's sake, don't think.
Everything is like one sentence too long.
Hey, you know that thing between your ears called a brain? Just turn that off.
But when I watch wrestling, I can suspend reality and enjoy it. You know what I mean? I could watch a movie and suspend reality and know it's special effects, and I could see zombies and know that, I could be terrified or like, oh my God, this character is going to die, and know that it's an actor and that this actor or actress is going to survive. It actually has fun. So it's like, there are times when you can turn off your brain and find some enjoyment.
Well,
this is not one of them.
This is not one of them. I forgot if it was my stream or if I was on somebody else's, but I was saying that this whole thing really does feel like something out of the WWF. Eric should have just made a comic book about wrestlers.
Yeah, that would have been cool. It's funny because I'm looking in at the chat of Rippa's stream. I guess, is it over? Or maybe it's still going on, but it's like, it's already on 0 in the chat.
Yeah, he's always there to get his little pats.
Let me see. They found basically all of Isom's house in SketchUp, and Smiller is defending it as a good idea for boring backgrounds. Smiller, a real artist, doesn't have boring backgrounds. Yeah, again, he's just latching on to Eric because he's got to go opposite of EVS. He's got EVS derangement syndrome. It's crazy because how much money did EVS help this guy get when he was in a bind with his house or whatever? I remember something going on with him. It seems like he's Ponzi scheming. Isn't he like behind on campaigns and stuff?
Shoot, I don't know too much about
money into like crypto like a dumbass.
Yeah, I know he does that.
Superpowered wrestlers carrying out their dramas with the normal world going on around them. Yeah, I know I kind of rambled, about the Alpha Core and stuff, but it's like, what are the stakes of this? It's like you got a superhero team that's funded by the state that they're essentially super cops. They still have to follow the letter of the law, but it's occasional I know I was talking about that. The truck. All right. This is before I read Alpha Core. Some point in this book about midway, he's journeying to Bloodroot's castle. And he's talking about like, man, you got all these superheroes with cool gadgets, and I'm out here in the middle of nowhere in a truck. But a good truck is a good truck. And it's like a crappy Ford commercial, like someone would meme on TikTok to mock them. And at first I was like, yeah, it's all Eric's jibber jabber, but whatever, And then I thought about like, actually, this is really bad because what a perfect way to integrate a Easter egg of like a Batman, an Rippaverse Batman character with the Batmobile zipping by while he's on, like, maybe he has to change a flat tire, and then he thinks this when he sees the Batmobile zip by. And he's like, damn, like, I gotta get me something cool like that. That'd be a cool. You're like, oh, whoa, I want to see that Batman character. You get people interested, not, oh, here's a sneak peek of Alfcore. It's like, oh, we need to do better data collection, Ingrid Valdez.
That'd be funny. It's that car, like a Batman car drives by and he's like, damn, I shouldn't have wasted all my money on this utility belt. You know?
Yeah, it's like, again, it's so baffling the lack of imagination with this stuff. Lone Star 3 hasn't fulfilled. Alexander Sinclair, how long ago was that campaign? Since he wants to jump on the side of the anti-crowdfunding, even though he is a crowdfunder.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, people are doing the Kiss the July ring. You know, Zach did it. Like, oh, you're absolutely right. I'm 3 campaigns behind. It's like, bro, like, you knew that. Like, now that motivated you? That was your call to arms? Like,
yeah, when I saw people trying to prop up your boy Zach's commentary about Isom, he's like, yeah, it's a good book. Oh, wow, I love what he's doing. It's like, well, your shit sucks. You have the worst commentary about comics. You know, it's like, I watched one of his videos about Saga, and he's like, they proved me wrong. It's like, here's a woke comic that's doing great. People love it. And it's like, yeah, because whatever wokeness Brian K. Vaughan and Miss, I think Staples is the artist. Whatever wokeness in that
Fiona
book,
Staples.
Saga is, well, I've read probably 10 issues, and that story is awesome already. I got the compendium. Like, I love what I've read of that.
Yeah, I got the number 1 first print 9.8. 2 of them. You know what I mean?
Wow. Wilberforce Wooster says Lone Star 3 was around the same time as Wrecked Planet.
Oh, he's kissing the ring. Smeller.
Well, maybe Eric can get him on track to fulfill. Maybe he'll get him in contact with Cliff Richard's 3D assets to help expedite that shipping problem.
Yeah, I could just see Zach and Miller just putting on like gray suits like the Rocky and just getting in shape and getting these campaigns in order, you know?
He's asking, can you give a short history of CG? It's pretty much EVS, and Richard was already trying to make a comic, from what I understand, and he had his problems with Mark Waid interfering, and so that's what, like, EVS coming on the scene, and then it's like, hey, I'm going to do this crowd.
I thought it was, if it's, you know, I wasn't here in the beginning, you know, so I would say, what is it? I always heard it was like Zach, and then Cummings, and then Maitland, and then EVS.
Yeah, it was
that's
like,
the lore I heard.
For me, I jumped in on World Class Bullshitters, and he brought EVS in, and so I'm confused if I want to say Zach, because Zach I think already had a Jawbreakers book before, so this is like another one that he was doing. Malin, he already had his Kickstarter drama that was kind of unaware of till after the fact. So it's like, for me, it started with EVS. Even though I'm aware that there's like a precursor that wasn't, EVS was a guy with his Star Wars coverage, kind of got notoriety onto Comicsgate, and that's my interest. But your boy Zach, his commentary sucks actually, and you know, he's gone full puss mode, kissing mainstream ass all the time, praising Mags Visaggio, which, you know, I bought Rebel Moon book 1 for the prequel series. If it's good, I will be honest. But, you know, I grabbed it because I want to review it just for the possible controversy for writing and the Snyder Tards as well. But yeah, it's a bit confusing to start, but, you know, regardless if Zach was here first, EVS really put the spotlight on him for a broader audience to back him as a kind of political middle finger to Mark Waid and Marvel. I do see Rippaverse goalpost. Let me highlight Jay says Forest Publishing is blocking people on X. Where is Blood and the Sword? Late book?
How is it late? It ships in February.
He's shipping next month. He's shipping on Black History Month.
Like I always tell Rippaverse Goalpost, the only thing that is late is his wife. That's when the mailman comes over. Every time. And he gets mad. And then the blocking, you know what that is? That's that nerd student of God. He blocked me, so I block back, and then he unblocks me. You know, these little fucking chick moves. You know what I mean? So he's like, look at it's just, guys are bums.
Yeah. Gabe tried to cancel ours for doing his job. Man, what a snake Gabe LT is. I'm glad I didn't back. I almost did, but I'm like,
he blocked me too. He blocked me too. I didn't even interact with him.
But yeah, I might be blocked preemptively, I guess. But yeah, I'm so glad I didn't back him. Definitely not going to back that stupid Dean Cain book, whatever the hell it is. If someone sent it to me, I'll give an honest review, but screw that shit. That little clique, not fucking with that.
Yeah, it's
They
weird.
don't care about y'all. They don't care about the indie sphere. They're just out for their own paychecks, which I get. Like, put yourself first, sure, but like, all of you have gotten recognition by the collective push, and now you're trying to like shut the door on it.
Oh yeah.
Spiller really hated Gabe until right now for some odd reason. Yeah, isn't Gabe a Hillary supporter? He tries to pretend he's all like MAGA now.
Yeah, that's what they did.
This is what they do. All right, let's continue some more.
Pay attention to me. Don't worry about him. Look at me. That would have been fine too. More than likely, you put him up to this. I figured we'd catch up in proprietor persona. How's little Vassy, by the way? I'm sorry, what? She hasn't said a word now except for what the fuck, and he's already like, he's all over the place. Thank you for being here. I really like your office. It looks like you've done well for yourself. Don't think too hard about what's trying to take place here because I need your full attention. More than likely, you put him up to this. Who? I don't know. I figured we'd catch up in person. By the way, how's your daughter? Let her answer any of these things, dude. Darren, I swear to God, if, she says, and then he bitch smacks her as hard as he can for no fucking reason and knocks her on the ground. You ain't doing nothing. Now get the fuck up, he says.
That's how Eric wants to. Well, that's what he wants to do is detractors. Like, this is all his fucking porn fantasy of he just wants to lecture someone and then smack them.
Yeah, Amoral. I know of Death Raider by Rob Hunter. I had him on stream last year to promote Death Raider, which is crazy because like at the time I was just too busy to watch like CG King, so I had no idea he was like a regular participant of that. I just went on Indiegogo looking for a cool campaign. And I'm like, hey, you cool to like talk? I want to promote your book. Whatever audience will see for me. And then I find out, oh, he's hanging out with EVS and shit. And he's done all this like great work in the mainstream. I'm like, wow, this is just a genuine interest for me. So it's like cool. I've been lucky hitting up people with comics and I have like no idea about their esteem. It's just my own interest. It's not like a cloud chase. And so I've been very lucky with that. Same with Dragon Rage.
You know what it is? Awesome. I found out that, or maybe it's just I've been getting lucky, but when you ask these guys about going on your channel, they're willing to do it. It's just like, hey, can I come on your channel? They're like, wait, what? But they'll always come on your, and that's great. That's actually the better thing because they bring attention to your channel, and then you can talk shop with them and help promote and just have a good conversation. And it's content for your channel. It actually works better,
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And yeah, this book looks awesome. It's very unique art style. I've not seen that before. So I expect it to be very late, whatever the actual fulfillment date he set. I don't even remember, but I expect it to be late because it's like clearly so intensive. So I'm excited to see what he does. And he's got very interesting ideas. I think his character's handicapped as well. And so he has his own journey backstory before even getting the book. So it looks like he's already got like thought put in. And then you see something like this where it's like, I don't know. Darren's a meanie.
Yeah. What's crazy is the owner of the company, when he comes right here, he's like, you fell for my trap. Like you punched this chick. She probably has a concussion. But yeah, this was all my plan. I got you. And then and then Darren's a stupid criminal too. Like you're supposed to be some underground boss in this. There's so many cameras in this building. Why would you go there? Like you're better off like getting a slow leak in her car. She pulls over. Darren's there. And he's like, you need help with your tire. And now it's spooky because no one's around to help her. And then he can really inflict like fear into this lady, but it's like, no, this was all an ambush. Like I said, it's like July playing 3D chess, but he has the pieces in his mouth and he doesn't know what he's doing. Oh yeah, 3D chess. Well, he's trying to play chess, but he just keeps putting the pieces in his mouth and then keeps choking on him, and they have to fucking give him the Heimlich maneuver over and over.
At this point, I'd be surprised if Eric can put together a fucking Lego set.
Yeah. Tevin somewhere. Let me find it. Oh, he says Dragon Rage artwork looks fire. Can we expect a review for when it comes out? Of course.
Oh yeah, that book. Jimmy's doing. I mean, I've seen some more pages that you guys haven't seen. Oh man, that's
Yaira, the woman that don't knows how to use ice powers in some intellectual way. Eric, watch Frozen, please. Ooh, that's actually yeah. I feel like completely whiffs on her power set. If he does an Isom with Yaira's powers, oh my god, what an idiot! He's done that for all 3 books. He still don't have any idea of the powers really at all, like any real concept.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it's like give a 5-year-old $1 million to make a comic. This is what the Rippaverse is.
Is it magic or is it ice? What didn't you understand? Tell me what you didn't understand so I can tell you. I don't understand what a power. What do they look like? What do the powers do? Did you even read it?
He's trying to fish so you will write it for him. That's actually brilliant. You're just like, oh, okay.
What is this? Choose your own adventure? Write your own comic.
He's trying to Mad Libs off of everyone's comic. Yeah. Oh, wow, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, man. It's like, whose comic is this anyway? You just go and improv it. How did your comic come out? Yeah, mine came out good, man. Yaira actually has these cool powers,
Yeah, it's like, it looked like a cheap Captain Marvel, and it's like Yaira Winter. It's like, oh, those are ice powers? I had no fucking idea. Idiot. All right.
I just feel like something could have led. I don't know. I just feel like this guy is Darren's a unique retard. All right. Your involvement aggravates me because you should know better. This sounds like a text he might have sent me. We'll handle him when we find him, but him, again, we'll handle Isom. We'll handle Avery. We'll handle Mr. Silman. Veg, who? Who? The reader needs to know. This is like, we'll handle that certain person when we find him.
Did you ever listen to Taz podcast? The wrestler Taz?
No.
Because so Taz was he was in ECW, then he was commentary for WWE, and he said Vince McMahon would always be on the headset, and he says when he would say he or she or look at him, Vince McMahon would get on the mic and say his fucking name, you say his fucking name, because he's like, and he would like, he got that like traumatized into him to always say the name, but it really plays out better when you're reading or in the announcing. So if you listen to WWE, you'll always hear them say the name of the person anytime they're describing a subject, or the person. So it otherwise it just gets confused with the he, she, it just sounds boring.
That person.
It makes it more personal.
I think this is Eric thinking he's being clever. Because I think he's thinking, like, oh, we're adding, like a air of mystery, like, oh, her, oh, him, like that. Like, no, it just comes off as vague nonsense. It's just confusing. It's not clever. It's not mysterious. It's like, ooh, who are they talking about? I'm so interested. It's him trying to be clever, and it's not clever.
Richard, I can now, with Isom 2, him pointing out this dialogue, I can give you an example of how I read Darren. You ain't doing nothing. Now get the fuck up. Your involvement aggravates me because you should know better. We'll handle him when we find him, but I need some answers. I watched that brother of yours do some real athletic stuff. Apparently he took out my accept. How did he do it?
He a good athlete.
I had no idea what you're talking about. Well,
all right.
You got the nerve to play some stupid with me out.
If there is a round table, because I saw someone do an Isom 2 round table. If there is, I vote Black Angus plays Darren.
Hell yeah.
For sure. The thing is, I don't think that we can read the whole thing out, because then they could technically get you for copyright when it comes to reading from books or something. But if we split them up into different videos,
maybe
part that's how we can make that work.
Glitch gets it. My mom, My mama say the alligators are army because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
That's what. It's not Cat Williams. It's Billy Madison or it's Adam Sandler.
Bobby Boucher.
Yeah,
that's some high quality H2O.
Or maybe get AI and just have just goofy ass people cast as these characters like SpongeBob.
Elmo voice. I don't know if I can do an Elmo voice or if it'd be distinct enough.
Or we could do like SpongeBob as Avery.
That'd be interesting.
And then what's his sister say?
Talking to Patrick.
Patrick would be Patrick could be the dude that goes missing, Sam. Which I cracked up on this video.
Gooding, you'll see how I read Gooding. I read them like a robot with no tone.
I love it when Sam, is that you, Sam? Or she says I put it on Twitter, but it's like, Sam, are you okay? I am. I was like, fuck you. You can't do that to me, July. You can't make me like this.
Benjamin 3000 says, make it trans.
Oh, shit, for Yaira.
Oh, you should be like a really like,
it's ma'am.
Hello, sir. You're going to stop right there, Isom.
Man, he is tougher than the average individual.
Fucking pronouns. It is what it is, folks. You're right, James.
I need some answers. I watched that brother of yours do some real athletic stuff. Apparently, he took out my Except. How did he do it? I have no idea what you're talking about. Woman, you got the nerve to play stupid with me? Oh, you pull out your gun now? All right, that's enough. And then suddenly, again, make no mistake. And we have a hero here, I guess, who is the founder of Projexus, which is, I guess, where this is going on. This is taking place. I was honestly
so confused when I read this. I was like, so
what the hell's Projexus?
I was honestly like, okay, I thought we were at Club Merc, and then we're at his sister's place, and then I'm just like, I have no idea, like, who is this Darren's like office where he has meetings, but then he said it's her office, and I'm like, the fuck is going on?
Yeah, did Darren come in with a meeting for her and pose as a client?
Well, it's like part of it is like the backgrounds don't tell us anything at all. So it's like, yeah, we don't know where we are really.
What don't you understand?
What?
Like, there's nothing unique about the places that we're at in any of the places. It's just
fair enough. I mean, you can have that opinion. That's what. That's
yeah, well, it's like you think this is the girl's office. I mean, is there anything unique about it? He said he complimented it specifically. Like, what about it stands out from an average office? Like, just simply, like, again, this is my thing. When it's a comic book, so it's not like a movie where you've got visuals and sound and music and effects and camera moving around and the way it's delivered.
Definitely.
This is two things: dialogue and visuals. You gotta use both as best as possible, and you don't.
You know what it is? Is the female office was on the page description for the 3D assets, and Clifford she only went with the free trial, and he had to get it done in 90 days.
Jared says we are introduced to that number characters in this book with 0 character building. DCAM gave me an idea. He says I think Darren could have just gotten him arrested instead of working on his pimp slap. I hope EVS and Eric can rectify their contentions, so he can get it on EVS's toy maker and make the Darren action figure, and you can have like now with pimp slap action, like activate pimp slap.
Baby powder sold separately.
Yeah, dude.
No, when I used to, I'm half black, so I used to have like, as far as bald, I used to have kind of like slash type of hair, like a long curl fro. And I used to do kind of like it wasn't purposely that, but ultimately people like would assume it's like I'm Jerry curling my hair. And it's like, no, I'm just putting oil on it to make it more like kept. But it's like Africa's best. That's the oil I used to get, and it smelled like baby powder.
Of course.
Let's see. Yeah, okay.
Assumes there's no word, there's no little caption that says this is Projexus headquarters. I don't think. Did I miss it? Nope.
No, it's like, look how blank all of that is. Was that all in their office? Was that in
So I think this is Projexus, and this guy is the founder. His name is Lincoln. The names, dude. The names are a punishment.
Lincoln and I actually got into like a whole 50-minute conversation about the naming in the books and stuff, because like we're like, oh, this one sounds okay. This one sounds like shit. How do you pronounce that? And like just different ones are just like, why did you pick? Are these the superhero names or just their Braxwell? Like, just like what?
Yeah.
What is this stuff? Like, I can't. Isom doesn't even sound like the superhero name is. So I don't. Yeah, all these names. We're just like, and then Yaira, and it's like, I mean, to me that sounds like a Yaira. It sounds like a battle call, maybe. Yaira. Like thinking of Xena or something, when she does like a weird,
Yeah, it's not a natural English name for modern American English to be like Yaira. It's just, it goes against the way we use the letter Y. Instead of eagle eye action, we got pimp slap action. Instead of eagle eye action, Darren comes with pimp slap action. In New Texas, people are limited in furnishing choices and no wall decor.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's what it seems to be. It seems really small, but honestly, as we're looking at it, pause for a while, and Ethan's commenting, it's like, is there a rug? Is there a picture? Is there a mirror? Is there anything in here? Is there a color like red or pink? She's a girl. Does she have anything on here? Do women have boring offices? I don't know. They always put their own shit in there. They always put their own shit in there. You know?
Ooh, that's a tough one for me. I kind of hate both teams, Jared. I guess the Texans, because they just seem like when they played Philly last year, I was like, don't be sleeping on Texas. I know they got a bad record. They've been in like every game. So thank you for interjecting some NFL commentary here. I do love football. Not really watching this year. Fortunately, failed, but
Angel Straven's in the chat. What's up, man?
Oh,
popping by, man. Good seeing you around. He does a lot of wrestling stuff and vampire things as well.
That's cool.
The F&T Fellowship is all silent, and Az is a ripatard shill. Oh, I love that name, Thunder Duck. Thunder Duck.
That stands out. Yeah, I like that.
What a perfect name to be on.
Sounds like a superhero. Thunder.
Better than Lincoln UC Bio or whatever.
Eusebio.
Yeah. I wonder if July is just like Googling every little thing to make sure it's not copyrighted. And these are the crap names that he could find that wasn't copywritten or something, or it sounds like this was his first draft. Like, I want him to sound like this, but then you think of something, and 3 names later, that's the actual name you go with. This is like he just went with one. Like, okay,
that's what I was saying. Like the Taylorsville, I'm like, that's a placeholder name when you're drafting. Like, we're gonna name it a town.
Where does my
Taylorsville until I come up with the name for the town or for the thing. It's like, it's a lot of placeholders, but.
Yeah. Dungeon Master says, I remember him first announcing the Rippaverse, also a terrible name. Isom, he proclaimed, and hear the resounding echo of head scratching ever. Isom. Okay, Eric, good luck. Honestly, without even joking, because I joked about like if the ministry actually like undercut him, it's like they can name him Islam.
Islam.
Sounds like an Islamic name. I guess it's like biblical, so it's like Semitic. It's in that Levantine region. Yair is apparently, I looked up, a Hebrew name. I don't know if it's in the Bible or not, but it's just like, oh man, getting a lot of coding here, Eric. Your ANCAP, that's a Jewish philosophy of politics from I think Rothbard's his name. Mm-hmm. You work for Glenn Beck, who's like, I wish I was a Jew, and it's just like, I joked like a week before the Israeli attack that $1 for Isom's $1 for Israel, and then freaking Glenn Beck gets mad at Joe Biden, not because he's like out of mind, but he dare do the sign of the cross in front of the Israeli prime minister. It's like, I thought you're a Mormon. You should be super Christian and be like, we're America and we're a Christian nation. No, you're offended on behalf of a foreign prime minister. Fuck you, Glenn Beck.
Super Christian is a different superhero name.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Philly. Philly's my number one, and then Titans and the Bengals, my backup teams. I'm a polyamorous fan, but Eagles are prime. Will only ever root that they lose a game if it will help. If they're out of the playoffs and it helps like the Titans or Bengals, then I'll be like, Philly should just lose. You know, I want one of my teams in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Delusions of Grandeur, Han Solo, Return of the Jedi. Here we go.
And he says, make no mistake, you're only here because I allowed you to be. That must sound real tough, but you let him into a woman. You allowed this criminal and his armed men to invade your female employee's office, wave guns around, and then assault her. You're a real tough guy, man. I'm sure this plan. I can't take it, dude. What is the plan? Hold on.
That's why I'm confused too. If this is like the sister's place of work and that guy's the boss, like he just lets all these dudes in here, like.
Yeah, there's the metal detector in front of the elevator.
I was so confused. I was just like, what do you mean? This doesn't make any sense. Like
they even make a point later on when he's in the car with what his name's it's Lincoln is Eusebio. He's with like whoever his name is, and he's like, oh, you have a gun? Or he makes a point of like you do or don't have a gun. I can't remember which, but it was like a surprise that he did that option. Wait, really quick, where'd it go? Thunderjack.
You know what's crazy is Isom's sister can sue him now because like as a an employer, he really put her in a lot of danger. You know, I mean, Darren didn't tape money to a window. He fucking socked her in the head. So
at her place of work, and then her boss saw it as well, like a witness. Like I don't see how this is. I guess it's supposed to be that Darren's so tough and cool, though, that nobody would dare do anything stupid against him, I guess.
And then he's like, I outsmarted you. I saw the moles and let you come in here and punch my employee.
If you do something athletic against him, he'll retaliate. That's the...
It's funny because he says, fuck the Eagles, go Cowboys. My commentary this year is like, wow, this is what it's like to be a Cowboys fan. Sitting on the couch this early in the year. Go Pack go. What a great game. Suck it, Katie.
Damn, says Darren. Now Lincoln, this is why he did this. It's like, well, why did you let this criminal gangbanger, this pimp, why did you let him into your projectus? Like, this is a big technology firm, I guess. I don't really know what it is, but it sounds like a tech firm. And you've got like whatever it is here, like you're creating bioweapons or something. I don't know what it is, but you've got like a bunch of dudes that are like armed to the teeth with like automatic weapons. So this isn't like this isn't Amazon. You know what I mean? Like this isn't like you're not working at Twitter headquarters. Like something's going on here. And you let a pimp gangbanger, for some reason, come into the office and threaten your female employee. Why? I just needed to see what you were up to. So this is what it's all about. All through this book, it's people trying to collect data or not trying to collect data. They're trying to understand what other characters are doing. Nobody seems to know what anyone is doing in here at all. I mean, if you feel like when you read Isom that you don't know what anybody's doing or talking about, you're not the only one. The characters in the book also have no idea what anyone is doing here or what they're talking about. Nobody does. And then more of this, it just really does feel like Eric July. By the way, I've fired every one of those backstabbing moles. I hope you paid them well. Backstabbing moles.
What are they talking
really does
about?
Sound
with
just
what?
like
with what? Was that in this book or the last book? Backstabbing moles?
I may have to reciprocate.
Like, is he reference? Like, I don't know what he's referencing. What is he referencing? Just a random.
That's a
thing?
good point because it's like moles. What information are they trying to find?
Was that guy in the elevator a mole this whole time?
it's like it's one of the things you can have information that we don't know yet, but when most of the information is shit we don't know, the vagaries, as EVS says, it really adds up to being annoying because it's just like, okay, why would I pay attention to this when you don't tell me anything at all? You're just like, things are going to happen someday at some point with some people.
Somewhere
With
near
those guys,
Florida.
those moles are taken care of. Was that a story that we would have liked to hear about? Oh,
That's
I don't
what
know.
the phone was.
The whole
was like,
Texas
"It's her."
war thing too. We're like, there was a Texas war, like with superheroes or something. Like,
And then you
what?
figured out to
Where-
institute a except police force.
Like, how come that's not the story? Like that we should at least see remnants of that. But it's like, nope, it's just
Or instead of talking about retcons and this and that, he could have wrote out like, this is what's going on,
or
to
like a
kind
little
of
Star
catch
Wars
you up.
intro kind of thing. A little blurb.
Yeah.
If y'all have
and
it,
see what
go read Spawn 1 through 4. That's about the same length as Isom 1 or Isom 2. Go read those 4 first issues of Spawn. I know that apparently like they retcon at some point the counter that is like the mystery of the start of the story, but with way more to investigate, more mysteries to solve about the Spawn suit, the War of Heaven and Hell, Mabulja, what's going on with his wife who's remarried and had a child. Spawn stuck in the middle of like, well, if I help people, I am depleting my power source, which will secure me in hell. Or if I don't help people, I maintain my power counter, but that helps, evil in the world. You get so much intrigue and interest, so many threads that are all pertinent. You get like the social commentary of 3 different news sites to kind of narrate the 3 main trains of thought in this world.
Yeah.
You got like the tabloid entertainment, you got like the kind of Alex Jones, and you got like the mainstream CNN in the world. There's so much going on. We're following this child murderer that's been released, following Sam and Twitch. There's a lot of characters in the beginning of Spawn, but you get so much to understand their place in the world while you're still getting room to breathe and to find out in future issues. It's crazy. It really is my limited experience of comics is a great comparison of like a same duration of storytelling with like actual thought put in, and there's still, I don't know where this is going to go.
It's impact when they arrive and they create. There's an impact. There's a reason for them to be there, and then they exit. Once they've fulfilled their reason, they get off the page, and then
Luster Dog says Lincoln Yu-Gi-Oh is Eric's white self insert. Interesting analysis. Dude Man said, ask the doctor if Projexus is right for you.
You guys are also forgetting that the Edna Mode character from issue 1, said something about we got clients off world and stuff.
Isn't he also his therapist in this?
There's hints here of aliens. Like aliens have been in contact.
Yeah, the Alpha or the Norfrica are supposed to be like alien gods or something.
Well, yeah, it's like that's one of the things that like the background details can tell you without it being a focus. Like, tell us things that can tell us about the world without it being overt or something. Like just
or like in that warehouse where like all the Edna
Which
Mode
one?
character is set. The Edna Mode warehouse have like some crazy suits in the background that kind of make us go, huh? I wonder what except that's for, or like I wonder, like do stuff similar to the what was it, Amazing Spider-Man 2, where like at the end of it you had that hallway that had like Doc Ock's suit,
like the Sinister Six.
Yeah.
It's essentially
do something like that. It's in the background.
Like, that'd be a good chance, like if to have because there's not too many like spectacular pages throughout the whole book here. Like have, especially not someone, but like have that final bit. If you want that to be very important, where he gets the suit, have the pages be full of detail of like things in the background and like stuff that tells you about the world a bit, like other heroes potentially and whatnot. Something to shake that up a bit.
Let me see back in the stream. RBM Entertainment says you can get 200 pages from a $10 manga. Well, since you said that, I got a shill for my buddy Godfoe Universe. We had him on a couple weeks ago for All American Beef. Great stream. Go check it out. Get a lot of insight into more than just the creative ideas of Dan at the Godfo Universe. This is a book that's already made. They just this is to know their backing and ship it out. They got 43 backers. They've hit 1,700. It's already funded at 113%. But I want to get more eyes on this because it's a 175-page manga with a great idea. Apollyon 20XX, Live Not by Lies. Powerful global elites have created their own GOD. God, only a group of young augments can stop them.
Ooh,
so a
that sounds
powerful
cool.
group of elites known as the Order have manipulated world events for centuries from the shadows. Now in the near future, this order has created GOD, a machine capable of influencing the minds of the world's population. But Zero, the prime candidate for the GOD project, has escaped and rallied with them a small band of young, like-minded augments. Together, they seek to end the order before GOD can be completed and the world brought to its knees. This is the cover of it. Volume 1, Live Not by Lies. If you go on their Twitter at Godfo Universe, you can see they got a interesting timeline planned. They're kind of doing like a Dune kind of thing with this universe. It's got tangential stories that all pertain but are in different pockets, different kind of themes. And this is their first one they're rolling out with, but they got a forwards and backwards timeline they're building and left and right with the tangents as well. So there's probably going to be something for everybody. Let me show you this minute trailer. And hopefully you go back. Let me put the link in the chat for y'all to check out yourselves or save it to back. It's got 10 days left. It is funded. It will be shipping.
Nice.
But let me put this in here so y'all can save it.
But
Please
will it
back
be on time?
I don't know if he's doing an extended open store after this is ended. So go back. It's what is it? 25 plus $5 shipping. You're gonna spend $30 total, or you can get the PDF for $10.
I need to know though. Is it a possibility of him retconning it before he ships it? Imagine that. I wrote this book, but I'm going to retcon it before I actually ship it.
What you read isn't what happened, so never mind.
Tell me what you think you saw.
Yep. Here, I've got to head out. I just had some nachos, and I got to head out to work in a minute here. So this was fun. You guys enjoy continuing the stream, though? Oh yeah, there's still we made it like what 20 minutes into his video.
Go sub to the Rookie Critic. You get out of here. Get ready for make sandwiches. Let's play this trailer. Yeah. Love me some Godfo Universe. Very excited. Not a big manga reader, but this is going to get me more into it. And this is what we do here at the Coalition of Anti-Rippas. We actually share crowdfunding. Thank you, RBM Entertainment, for that comment that inspired me sharing that to y'all. Hopefully, y'all check it out, possibly back it. Let's get them over 2K. Got enough people here.
Cool.
Here we go.
Sounds like Friday Night Tights a little bit. Sounds like by the way, all those backstabbing moles I got rid of. Maybe he means like cancerous moles on your back. No, he means backstabbing moles, like people who are given information. He's got like this pimp has information. This pimp has contacts within Projexis, and he's paying them and to give information about Projexis. Again, seeking information. And Lincoln found out about them and he fired them. This is all great stuff. Escort him through the front. I want everybody to see it. But before you go, and then boom, he punches him in the stomach. Don't ever put your hands on anyone working for this company. Too late. He already did. Too late, dude. He socked a woman across the face. You're going to hit him in the gut for that? like all this sounds tough, I guess. To Eric, I just that almost hurt. You know you messed up, right? You know you messed up, he says on his knees. Shut up and move.
You know you messed up.
The disparity of power here is interesting, and the cluelessness. I don't understand why this guy. This would be like essentially this would be like Elon Musk. This is Elon Musk, and this is Eric July. You know what I mean? Like this is Elon Musk, and Eric July is somehow involved in Elon Musk's business. This guy's a pimp and a hustler. This guy is the founder of a major technology firm.
A club.
How do these people? How are they in a fight together? I guess we'll find out. Should be fascinating. All right. Let me just skip a few pages here. Oh, this is great.
Hand says it's like the Nutty Professor with Eric July as the star. That's hilarious. Actually, he's playing all the roles. How creative! That's great, Collie. I like that.
Here, by the way, the original. I don't have the cover that Kane and White did, which is very funny. The cover that Kane and White did had Isom fighting this monster whose name is Chadran. Somebody should do kind of a data check and find out like where this name came from. All the names come from somewhere in Eric July's life. So who is Chadran? But they're fighting in an alley, and there's like a little blur.
It's funny you said that because I looked up on Google Chadran. The first thing that pops up is comprehensive IT boot camp. Chadran offers a wide range of IT training Oh man, are we gonna have another trademark lawsuit?
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
He's gonna be like IT company.
It never ends. It never stops. Let's go.
And then Star Wars fandom.com Wikipedia, the Chadran disaster. The Chadran disaster was a groundquake that destroyed much of Chadra fan civilization on their homeworld. Chad. Uh-oh. Might get Lucasfilm involved with rippaverse.
Let's go.
Not that I will point to.
Quote unquote Star Wars. Quote unquote fucking stories.
Quote unquote company.
Yeah.
Chad ran. There you go, Thunder. It's funny. The cover looks like, whoa, that's a cool freak alien. Is he an alien? Is he some weird? You don't know what to expect, but it looks cool. He's got predator dreads, and then you open the book, and it's fucking Leslie Jones with a predator wig.
Yeah. Still made him quit.
Blurb.
Yeah.
And hype blurbs are something that are really from the past. They don't really exist to like anywhere, but anymore. Like they're kind of outdated, kind of like thought balloons are. But I mean, they should usually say like senses shattering action. You know, it's like bloody battles the way you like them, served up rippaverse hot. Like it should say something like that. It says inside, find out why Isom quit. That's the feature that's the hype blurb on the cover. Find out why he quit. That's actually hilarious. He points that out because it's like, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the Rey question of Force Awakens. It's like, what happened for him to quit? And this is of all things for him to come back, and he could have done this and not reclaim Isom. He used to be Avery Silman helping his sister find some intern. No, it's Isom, and then it's like the cell is like, find out why he's a fucking quitter. What a sell. You know, it's like, no, they do that with Spider-Man No More. It's like, what? He's quit? Oh my God. You got to tell that story before you say, like, well, here's why he came back from quitting. Unless you're telling like a down to the dumps, like loser character, like Local Man, on Larry's channel, on the Niobe channel, someone's talking about Local Man. It's about some character. This is a new series that's still ongoing. It's got a spinoff already. It's about a character who
essentially like cucks, I guess, the Superman of a team with his wife, and it gets found out because this god cannot actually consummate properly with his wife. So there's a reason for it, I guess. It's kind of Spartan. And so it gets found out. So it's like, yeah, you got to go. So now he's just like back in, I think, Texas, ironically, down in the dumps, and I guess trying to reclaim his stature in life. And it's like he's made a whole series based on like the consequence of him like having to get kicked out, which is essentially, you know, quitting by firing, you know. So it's like people are doing this. It's not like wacky that we nitpick this of like, the layers that these books have given us to like contemplate all these like bad directions of Eric is just flabbergasting. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, guys.
No,
I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say with this scene, I think this scene's a self-insert to his the Eric July mythos. You know, where he wanted to be a gangbanger until a girl was killed, and then he was like, nope, I don't want to do that no more, you know. And it's like it just lines up too well, like, you know, where it's like, I don't want to do that no more. I don't, you know, which is good. That's good for him, you know, that's like lifestyle destruction. But it just, you know, you read the Wikipedia, you read this, and it just seems like self-insert.
Yeah. Thank you, Katie. I saw your comment. You're heading out. You got stuff to do before the stream. Again, everybody, not sure how long this will run. If run past her time of start, but I'll be over there tonight at some point for her reaction.
I was gonna say I do international shipping. I see Knox comment in there. So
yeah. There is Katie's link. Go sub to her and get ready. Have the notifications on for when she goes live at 9. I think EST, because I think she said she's in Virginia. Somehow she's a fucking Cow Baby fan, all that way away. But I'm from Oklahoma and an Eagles fan, so I guess it kind of adds up, the oddity. What were you saying about international shipping?
Oh, yeah. No, someone was asking me if I have international shipping. And yes, I do. I do. So, yeah.
To give him more money. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, so, I have the digital one if you know, shipping is crazy, but some people still want the digital, you know, so you know, hey man, I'm all for the fans, man. You know, if they want pay the shipping, that's cool. So I try to make it, you know, because you never know who is willing to pay what for what. So I have that option there.
So do we think that Eric actually ever was a gangbanger?
Small time. He was probably one of the chumps of the group.
I bet you he was around it, you know. And then, you know, that lifestyle, like, you know, it's a shock to people, and it's sad. You know, it's really tragic. So I lucky for him, he probably saw the destruction that in it quickly and got out, which is good. You know,
I don't know. To me, Eric comes off as one of those people, like he's a wannabe gangbanger. Like he wants to, you know, he wants to have that as like part of his, I guess we'll call it part of his lore. You know, like, oh, I used to be this, you know, this tough dude. I used to be this dangerous dude, you know. If he really was, though, like people like that, they don't talk about it. They're very quiet about it. You know, it's, I don't know, like.
Well, they got cases still open, or they're on, you know, or they made a change, you know. It's just a lot of people just involve themselves in the gang, you know, but there's. In gangs, from my experience and you know, just, you know, friends that have like lived that lifestyle, there's a couple of people in the gangs that are really, really dangerous, and then there's like numbers, you know. So there's gangsters and there's gang members and gang bangers, you know. So it's a different, you know. The bangers are the ones that are the more dangerous. But like I said, like, you know, you're in hip hop, you know, everyone's supportive and stuff, and you're around people that are supporting you, and you know, it's you know, it's cool. I mean, it's cool that you got out of it, you know.
Yeah, Melissa, I saw your tags. Thank you. I'll be looking into that possibly for a future stream. Gangbanger or gang banger? Says TCam.
Now that is another. I have no expertise in that area.
Thunderduck says Eric brought the gangsters coffee like Kathleen Kennedy.
Now that's funny. That's funny.
Chickens in the chat. Good stuff here. Most real gangbangers weren't athletes, from what I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, because you got like, you know.
Oh, that's so fucking. You're not a gangbanger if you're like some 41, some gay shit.
And then the thing too, he was on YouTube at the age of 15. You know, like, you know, that's prime gangbanging age. What are you doing? Yeah, aren't you hitting the block, bro? We got a quota, man. We got to get up. You know, like, what are you doing? I gotta do this YouTube show. What do you mean you gotta do a YouTube show, man? Like, we got this to pick up, this to pick up. You know what I mean? So it's, I don't know. It's just, you know.
What's up, McHugh? Thanks for being back here. I don't know if you've been lurking, but I see you here in the chat from earlier. Chris Bacon says, from my understanding, real gangsters don't run from shit because they can't run fast. Yeah, because they got their pants around their ankles like fucking diapers.
Or like
which is
bangers.
Funny because that's literal gay shit. It came from prisons. I really hate that stuff.
I can't wait to find out why my
different lores
superhero
on that. There's different
being a
lores on
superhero. It's exciting. I like it. I like it when people give up, and I want to know why. I enjoy finding out why people give up on being heroic. So that was the hype blurb. Anyway, this is why. Like, if you read that hype blurb and you got into this to read why, to find out why he quit, this is why. So we have a nice convention sequence here, and again, there's a lot of weird stuff in here, a lot of concerns of Eric's. Like, this is a convention. You've got kind of a fat, nerdy ginger, and then you've got kind of a hot blonde chick, and they're trapped here. Everything's a wreck. And he said, that thing looks like one of the Brigaders from the Silo comics. And she says, who? And he goes, what? You're wearing a... And Eric doesn't finish this thought, but he really should have. If this was important enough for him to say this. What? You're wearing a costume from the Brigaders comic book. You don't know... you're wearing a costume from the Silo comic book. You don't know what a Brigader is? Fake geek girl. You should have said that, which is what this panel's all about. But if you don't know, you have no idea what this guy's talking about. I know what he's talking about because I know these are Eric July's concerns and the concerns of people in this space. There are a lot of fake geek people out there that are just pretending. They're just using cosplay to get attention. But this isn't a comic book now. This isn't one of Eric's comics. These concerns. All right. Anyway, here comes Isom. He lifts. What does he lift? I guess he lifts like their cover away from them. It's all good. You're safe now. He lies. Thanks so much, man. Who are you? So apparently nobody knows who Isom is. Even in Isom's prime, like people don't know who he is. Who are you? Did you kill that thing?
Do you work for the Blaze?
He says, not exactly.
Never fear, children. I am Avery Silman here from The Blaze to rescue you from this woke demon.
Isom looks like different black dudes in different angles. Like, one, he looks like Mekhi Phifer. The next one, he looks like T.I. The next one, he looks like a Puerto Rican guy that I used to work with. It's like, it's all weird, man. Hell yeah.
Andrew Rollins for Super Chat of the Day says, my only... I'm assuming problem with Isom is that he didn't make it an origin story, and other characters are sharing his spotlight. Well, thank you for that great insight. There's so much to unpack with this book on reread. Again, this is worth $35 if you're willing to dissect it and thus discard its merit, as Eric would say. And for that, you don't have a lot of stingers yet, but here you go.
And we will rock you.
Let me know in a future chat if you're subbing what you want for stingers, what you want for kind of super chat goals or incentives. Because I'm new at this. It's a remonetization. Appreciate it. That is going in the Meth Gator coffer. I'm gonna have to start doing a counter like Tony monetizing the haters. Thank you.
Funding the comic.
Here we go.
No, I mean, not exactly is a good way of saying no. No, not at all. Because he's right here. Did you kill that thing? Not exactly. You can call him Isom. The area is being secured, and it's still a madhouse outside. I'm just here to save any stragglers. She says, that was the most chaotic thing I've ever seen. I'm positive I saw that thing kill one of the officers. It happened so fast, and then everything just stopped. This place cleared out in an instant, but we couldn't make it to the exit. I thought for sure we were left for dead.
Kids are supposed to be terrified, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking, like that's a lot to say for a kid that's an alien trying to kill him. It's like, they might like that'd be a perfect time for a kid to go, fuck. And it's like, it's like
get us out of here. Please, you gotta help. Like the kids in Jurassic Park, right? Fucking, you know
Hercules,
what I mean?
when they're conning Hercules, they're like, oh, please, gee, mister, please help. Like
and they're just giving full police reports. Well, this is what happens, sir. We don't know. Who are you?
Like
we don't know you.
Like, well, the assailant came in through that door. Or it's like, it's funny. Me and Ricky were watching X-Men 2 last night, and we noticed a funny thing where it's like, I think the secretary's name's Jackie. Let's just say it's Jackie. And like the Secret Service pops in when they're getting attacked by Nightcrawler and they're starting to shoot and stuff. And it's like, they're just like, Jackie, get out of here. Mr. President, we have to go. And it's like, if you restate, it's like, Jackie, your life is meaningless. Mr. President, we have a problem. It's that quick, though. It's like, this is urgent. There's an attack in the White House. This is crazy. We haven't had this since what? The War of 1812, somewhere around there. An attack on the White House. But it's very like pertinent. It's quick to the point, and it's not a lot of dialogue. Man, actually, for all the problems of Black Adam being a copycat of so many things, Black Panther, X-Men, and other things, he could learn from, like, if you're going to copy, at least like do it where it's like, oh, that's I'm fond of that. I've seen it, but I'm fond of it, and it makes sense. Really quick, we got Melissa Baker sending a super sticker. Let me look at my channel because I don't know what it is on StreamYard's side. My channel, boom. Yeah, I don't know what it is actually. Keep it up, thank you. Let me see if you want the I have to do the same stinger, or actually I got a funny woke one, actually anti-woke. Let's see.
What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
It's an old one I've had stored. Thank you so much, Melissa Baker. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue.
Here is this dialogue could all be coming from one person. It's all the same speak. This is a teenage girl speaking, and she sounds just like Isom does. I got here as fast as I could, but I assumed there was no way that everybody got out. Wait a second. I got here as fast as I could, but I assumed there was no way that everybody got out. But I got here as fast as I could, but what? His thoughts don't connect. Let's get you out of here, and I'll keep, and then over his shoulder, run, he says. Now here's Shadran. I mean, the one thing I will say about this art is it's weird. The cover that Kanan did, featuring Isom fighting this character, is so much cooler. Like, the guy's like about a head taller. He's bigger, and he should be like, this guy is short. He's small. He looks weird here. It's just bizarre. His musculature is very strange. It's a 3D figure. It's a 3D asset, with weird anatomy. But I mean, really, Shadran should fill up this whole space here, so that we're overwhelmed by his presence. We're not overwhelmed by his presence here at all. I don't know why he's this small. I also don't know if this is his ass or his crotch. Is this his ass and this is his leg, or is this his crotch right here? Is this his dick? Or
weird.
Is that his ass? You see what I'm saying? Like, is that his back leg or his front leg?
No, EVS. What you don't understand, he's an alien, and so he has his legs like this instead of like this. So you don't understand the genius of Avery July. That's the problem. What is that pose? Says, you scared Jody. Exactly.
I like how Isom keeps his back straight like he's lifting a fucking box, with his legs.
It looks like he's mimicking the pose from the Cliff Richards cover where he's like got his arms out, which I love that cover. I wish I could have got that cover. Couldn't find it cheap enough.
I've seen Beyonce do the same pose. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, this pose is like, I'm taking a shit.
It's real feminine. Like, you need to leave now.
I don't know who you think you is, Chad Rand, but you need to get on out of here.
Like he's arching his back. Like how chicks do.
Asserting his feminine energy.
Yeah. I'm showing him that I'm not so aggressive.
The layers of bad with this. It's just, you see why I love this franchise.
No. Look at the calf. One is like huge and one is like small as fuck.
It's like you got a lollipop for a calf.
Yeah, it's like, is that broken? like
maybe that's why he's got his back strings. He's like, ah. He's already straightened himself before the fight. Probably blew his calf out holding that thing up over the kids.
Yeah.
God damn.
I love it.
I never look at that for a long time and try to work that out. Now, here's his torso. So it really would appear that this is his penis right here. That's what it would appear but it looks like it could be. I don't know, man. By the way, Isom, look at his ass. I don't know why this is kind of like look at this flat ass, dude.
He's got
comes all the way down here. One of his ass cheeks is super droopy. It's like he's wearing a saggy diaper that leaks. He's got like this. Where?
It's like one of those ass that rides up your whole back, like you get shit stains on your shoulders.
Oh my god!
I'm checking through my drawer to see if I have any other interesting pens that I could be using here to illustrate.
That would be ill-advised.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You see what I'm saying? Run, he says. They do run. They both. Here's the thing. The action here is intense. Run, he says. This is the standoff page. The next panel should be Isom punching this guy, but it isn't. It's a redundant shot of them both looking at the kids running away. This is redundant, and the reason why it's redundant is because it's here, right here. You already see them running away, and then we got to have an extra panel of him and them looking, and then Isom kind of goes, boom, punches him, I guess, wham, and he's like, ow. And then he looks again, and the kids aren't really any further away. There's another panel of him looking at the kids. Looks like at this point, Shadran.
Oh my god, he just zoomed in on the same panel.
Yeah. Well, it's like start out the first panel with the punch. The punch turns the head, then he sees the kids. You know what I mean? You could take the first panel one out, take that out. Take off panel 3, take that out. The punch, they look. Take out panel 4. Like every other panel you could take out and have more effective storytelling. And then you're not risking the 180 shit trying to fucking change it up.
Dear God.
And I'm not even an artist, but that's how I would write it. Like, hey,
This is an insult to Texas. It's worse than the Dallas Cowboys. You're correct.
Oh, man. Who disgraced Texas worse? Dallas Cowboys
or Eric July?
That needs to be a poll.
We should meme Eric's face over Tony Romo.
Oh yeah, thought I had it.
With his head down when he whiffed the fucking extra point. Again, I'm an objective NFL fan, despite my fandom of Philly. I tell people if I had just for like Madden, if you had an all-time roster to build, my first quarterback would be Tony Romo. I legitimately love Romo. Love him as an announcer too. Amazing. But unfortunately, largely due to Jason Garrett, he's got an unfortunate history. But no shame is as great as Isom / Eric July for Texas. I never read a comic that flawless from Florida. Oh, this is so great.
Says Umbalore. which I think is the N word in his native tongue. I don't know what it is, but what it is a slur. Because he says, What'd you call me? He knows Umbalor. He's calling him a derogatory name. Oh, God, this is just... And by the way, this is like some of the best stuff in the book, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
All right, here's the thing. This breaks the 180 rule. Here's what the 180 rule is. I'm going to try to explain this. You can see that the kids are going this way, right? The kids are going this way. This is where we are. We're positioned over here. We're looking, this way at the kids. Camera angle breaks. So we're all the way on the other side of him. We go from here to here. And then he runs this way. Now, just based on the way that we're situated, based on where the artist has put us, he is running away from the kids here, according to this panel. He's running away. It's dizzying. It looks like he's running away from the kids. But no, he's running towards the kids. He grabs the girl by the hair. Isom comes and hits him in the back. He falls forward and, I don't know, crushes her vagina. Ah, she says. Isom goes, oh no, not her pussy.
Not that
And then pussy. He cradles her.
Not my snow bunny.
And Shadran laughs.
Look how he punches.
Look like
he has house shoes on.
Because he's a terrible superhero. He's bad at it. He could have just, I don't know, rescued her. I don't know what, but Shadran then suddenly is on. Okay, no. Again, the 180 rule is broken. We're here, and then suddenly we're completely on the other side of them as Shadran appears to have scooted around, but it's not. The camera just moved 180 degrees as Shadran punches Isom, and there he goes. And then he says Olamang, which is this creature's native language for faggot. So he now called him the N-word, and he called him the F-slur.
Why would they have the N-word in his
Please help me,
planet?
he says.
It's such an American thing. Like, why just in case you go to America, we made up this word.
Adam Phoenix says, instead of making a comic, Eric should have done what all Black Texans do, create a barbecue sauce.
Oh, dude, that would have went through the roof, man. I would have bought that.
Eric July's secret sauce.
Yeah.
Hold on to your butts.
The mantle sauce.
Hojo is here in the chat.
What's up, Hojo?
I'm going to show your comic off shortly since you've appeared. My friend, Mythicals 2 will be seen by this crowd of 229 people, potential 231 now, potential backers for Hojo. We will get to that shortly after this bit with the Chatterin. Boxing Historian 206 says Hellboy comics were god awful to look at. I disagree. One of my recent reviews I did this, I guess the end of last year, Hellboy, giant robot Hellboy, and I definitely got views because I said worse than I saw, which it should be like viewed as positive by the rippatards, but I don't think they like that. I got to do 2 and 3, but I like Hellboy art. It's simple and effective and moody. Hellboy is awesome, and I like good Hellboy art. But I guess it's a stylistic choice, but I feel like you should definitely like it more than Isom.
Hellboy, what I feel is it was its own thing, and that's what it was trying to be. This is like, it seems like this is trying to be more, and it's just not
Pastor Flash says, where in time is this? This is before Isom quit. So this is a scene. This is okay. So this takes place after the introductory scene of Lincoln Eusebio at Projexis with Darren assaulting Altona. All right, and then we're having a flashback of why Isom quit. So this takes place at least a week earlier than the 2 weeks earlier, and the earlier before that in Isom. So
you should show
even earlier. This happened in Isom's life.
You should shoot Hojo the link. Have him come in here.
Well, I don't want him to be associated with Rippa with the core. He's just trying to sell his book. I don't want him to be associated with core given his posts. So I'm doing him that favor. But if he asks for it,
You're a good guy.
if he joins the alpha core, the real alpha core we have formed, then he is welcome. Unless I see that request, I will not even send the link for his protection.
I'm gonna send the link, and if he shows up,
word, no 3D assets. My Brazilian draws on paper. Oh, shots fired by Mr. Hoja.
Right.
What is the power scaling? Is Isom a D-lister? Exactly. I mean, it's fine if he is. It's fine if he's like Daredevil in a world of crazy. We already got like this Green Lantern-esque Norfolka. They're kind of like, it's alluded that they're like Eros or something, that they're using this kind of like seduction power with their music or something, you know, like their Metalocalypse with space powers. I don't know.
I may have or may not have sent the link.
Well,
Cannot confirm or deny. I'm being vague.
Doug says, dude, we don't guilt by association. That's different. Wait, so are you a Rippatard or an anti-Rippa? I'm confused, Doug. We need to know where your alliances lie. Otherwise, I may have to reciprocate.
You know what I was thinking the other day, man? I was going to get a breakfast burrito today, right? And I was just like, you know what? Eric would probably have more fun with us and me and you and Tony and all them than he does with Friday Night Tights. You know, if we're just shooting the breeze, talking shit that wasn't him. Like he would have a great time.
Totally
man.
Join him. Like, look at this stupid shit. Look at this ugly motherfucker.
Yeah, we're just like, it'd be fucking hilarious. In another universe, like that's probably what's happening. Like the bad guy or fucking Neurotic has a comic, and that's what we're laughing at instead of Eric's.
We can laugh at we could join and we could laugh at Yellow Flash's comic when it comes out for the story, not for Dillard art. I did see someone say something earlier about Dillard in EBS. Sorry, I missed that comment, but again, I got a lot. I think I'm managing pretty well, given I've never had over 100 in the chat. I got 200 of y'all here joining the core, the alpha.
That's
core.
right.
I'm gonna have to figure out making merch for that.
Yeah.
We're gonna mod, it's like right away. We already got some. We're not waiting months after we're butt hurt with what's your favorite part, and then we're having fun. We sold it. What's your favorite part? It's like, no, you were fucking butt hurt for that for months. Now it's like we know you're trying to dip, dodge, duck, and dodge. I know I got that out of order.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
It will never be released.
I hope not.
I disagree. I think it will. Will it be Dillard fulfilling? That's a question. I do think it's interesting because he's the one that dropped the detail, as far as I know, on that stream. He volunteered that information that he's broke doing this book. So
I think it was prior to all this Yellow Flash. What I think too. I think Yellow Flash. He made that tweet about all July is doing is making a comic on time. And then there was a lot of resistance, and a lot of resistance came from like CG. And I think that's where he was like, oh, I'm out, duck, duck, frog. So I don't know, man. And that Dillard stream seems like a long time ago or like weeks ago. Before that,
it was like a week ago because we're only on like Trashcast 6.
Trashcast is the new. Oh my god, man! Hey, the energy in there. I think in EVS is having fun, man. He has fun when he has a target, and he feels the target is deserving of being a target.
Yeah, it's like, again, it's like it's so fun to like have the reward of viewership now thus far, because I was already doing this if it was like 2 people in the chat. It's like this is already fun for me when it wasn't being rewarded to any degree.
That's what grows, man.
That's a lot of nuts. I don't know if any of y'all love where'd I put it? I don't know if any of y'all love Kung Pao Under the Fist, but I love that movie for all of its dumb cuts and jokes. And Wait, no, damn it, that's not it. That's too big. That's what she said. I thought I saved the piece. I'll have to find a minute, but yeah, I want to have some, especially for Taser Man. If y'all know Taser Man, he is my wimp low. We trained him wrong as a joke. Love that guy.
Yeah. He would have fun with us too, but he just, I don't know. He's just like, this need for attention. So he goes with the July crowd.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think we'll turn him around eventually. He'll realize the error of his ways. All right, I got it now. Let me pull it up. Pull up, I say. This is another clip I want to have for super chats. Given my love of Kung Pao, once it's loaded right there and processing. We're almost there. Here we go.
I'll take a pound of nuts. That's a lot of nuts!
Love that movie. All right, I think we're caught up.
And then he says, Shedray. And Isom says, no. And he punches him ineffectually on the back of the head. Hurts Isom's hand. He bitch smacks Isom. By the way, the backgrounds, of course, are all 3D assets here. They're awful. This is the warehouse 3D background that's being used here for the convention center that we've found. We've identified it. It's on the...
Uh-oh, he said we. Remember, that's a big problem, saying we. We means he did it.
Detractor.
Uh-oh. Prawn Delarose says, I thought CG was supposed to be entertaining. This is boring. Well, it's unfortunate for you. We're having fun detracting. So stick around if you wish. But I think the chat disagrees.
You know what would be a good stinger is the haters ball. We're like, hey, from the Chappelle show. Let me try to find it. Let me find it. And then,
bitch smacks Isom, and then Isom, I don't know, lands on his ass. And then I don't know, I don't know why the creature wants to kill this girl. But I guess he does. I don't know. We see a shadow. We see this weird shot. No. This hand is up first, and then it's the other hand. So in other words, he's doing this. No! As he runs towards her. And this big shadow, I think, indicates that maybe he crushed her head or something like that. That was terrible.
Just the sadness in his voice with that. God, I love EBS.
Terrible. That was hard. Like, this whole thing doesn't, like, it's so weird, man. It really is weird. The book is weird. I just sense autism in it. As I read it, I feel like the autism. I feel the autism.
I got it up if you want to show
pages.
it.
Okay,
let's skip some pages for you.
Let him finish into this next page.
All right.
Okay. Here we go.
See, this would be it. Your stinger.
Oh man! Hey!
It doesn't have the energy like when you're watching the skit.
Yeah. I was just noticing that.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And then there's some monsters.
Sorry, what?
I was gonna say it builds up to it.
Monsters in his place. All right, who cares? They set fire to his place. And we can skip all that, I guess. It's not important. These monsters. And then here comes Goodjing. Now, I did point out, this is the splash page introduction of Goodjing. I guess it's Gooding. And once again, Eric Weathers, who is the letterer. I bust Eric Weathers' balls about this. Eric Weathers is also my letterer on Cyberfrog. And Eric Weathers does a really, really good job on my book. I think he knows that my book is great, and that's why he does a much better job. You see the exciting lettering that's in my book here. Do I ever introduce a character or need him to do a logo? Oh, but I mean, bang, the big, big gigantic effects everywhere that you look. Oh no, here's perfect. Scorpinra, aka Scorpion, big letters here. that are, in proportion with the size of the character on the page. There you go. Perfect example here. Introducing a character with a kick-ass kind of logo. Scorpinra, alien name, aka Scorpion. There he is on the bridge leading into Philadelphia. It's covered in like dry human skin. The Vespus hive ships are in the air. And that's just exciting. All right.
This is hilarious. Good one, Mad Joe says Forrest Gump running. Oh man, that's gonna be a new meme with gooding. I was gooding.
What does that even mean? I was gooding.
Well, it's funny because like I feel like this is like the most libertarian Eric's been so far with his universe. It's this gooding subscription for Firewatch essentially, and that's like the introductory thing, and you can expand on it with a bigger subscription purchase for other first responder stuff. I'm assuming policing as well, given his robots. And it's like, wow, this is the problem of no government is it's like this is what mobsters do. I think one of the first episodes of Sopranos got a plot with this where it's like, hey, you're gonna burn, and maybe it's Goodfellas, but it maybe both, where it's like, hey, we're gonna like burn down your shop for the insurance payout, which you're gonna cut us in for, of course. Otherwise,
yeah, it was it was the Italian restaurant.
Yeah, and it's like this is the problem with your libertarian logic of like private industry can take the place of government. It's like the value of government as a template is that it's supposed to be indiscriminate in its justice across the board for every citizen, and especially for the poor, it's free of charge via the tax revenue that's redistributed for these services for the common good of its people. Not, hey, I'll put out your house fire if you paid me. That's what happened to Malcolm X. He had dirty firefighters that wouldn't put out a black person's home fire. It's like it's kind of the same idea, even though that was like crooked government. It's just like,
but did Malcolm X have a comic?
Oh,
so that's July's.
It's probably why he was killed, because he didn't have a comic
or work for Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck's father. Can't hate this. Too much entertainment. Thank you. Sorry interrupting your Black Panther party. Sorry for interrupting your Black Panther. No, he says sorry for spoiling your Black Panther party. And it's funny because for years I never understood that until I got older. I'm like, oh God, this idiot thinks it's like a birthday party. Idiot cop, you idiot gooding. The traction has never been so fun. Exactly, Gary G. It's like, oh, you haters. It's like, you see how fun, you see the smile on my face? Like, it's not stopping. This is fun. And every day is like, oh, you take a break from July, you look into Star Wars or Marvel, DC, whatever. Like, I'm enjoying the Justice League Kong book. And then this fucker, not even a week after saying there is no 3D assets, comes out like, yeah, we got 3D assets. So what?
Yes. I said July's like the giving tree.
Give us a break.
Yeah, stop it. I was talking with rippaverse, Andrew, and he says, hey, you should. I said, dude, I want you to do the puppets, the Alex Stein debate that we missed. And he's like, fuck. He's like, but you know what happens? I get it all set up, and then he says something stupider than that. Like, so it's like he's like, I can't keep up, with the stuff that he does. So, but that's what I wanted to see.
Jesus Christ. Touchdown Ravens. Wait, you're a Ravens fan? I gotta root for the Texans this game. I can't have Lamar Jackson actually being a viable playoff asset.
You don't like Isom Lamar Jackson?
Do not insult Lamar Jackson. I'm not gonna insult him.
Some of these panels, he kind of looks like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, why are you nerds talking about football?
That would be an Hojo. I'm engaging my chat. He invoked NFL talk. Not that I hate it, but we do have to be sparing given talking Isom.
That's customer service. Service.
I got Dude Man detracting in the chat. Love it.
Man,
God,
fuck
that
them
panel
hoe ass
sucks.
customers.
Now Joe thinks this dialogue is AI generated. No, I think Eric wrote this. It's very clear, I think, especially EVS's interaction behind the scenes. I think it's very clear he wrote this. The theory of ghostwriting Carol Brown, while it's funny, is in my view not factual. It is fictional nonsense, as Bloodruth will say later.
Oh god.
Gooding.
Oh wait, really quick, Jester, did you hear someone inspired a new meme based on Gooding?
No, what happened?
He said, I was running, and I said, I was gooding.
Oh god.
Yes.
I can't wait for that book, Gooding. It's gonna be great.
Life's like a box of comics. Never know how much they are. We charge them when they go to charity.
It could be 17, could be 13. Who knows?
All I know is we were winning.
He's got Forrest Gumpy's got multiple layers to play with. That is, oh man, thank you, chat, for more. Whoa,
Eric Gump has been
good
born.
Good nig runs. Props to you. That's good, Toto Men 666.
You know, when Eric goes to prison, I'm gonna miss making fun of him.
But send him a kite.
I joked about that with Rip a Goalpost, or maybe it was Taser. It's either Taser Man or Rip a Goalpost.
Yeah.
And I said something to the fact of like, yeah, give him all the money. He's going to need it for the commissary. And I had like a picture of a black guy in jail with his head down.
That's nothing. There's nothing else on the page. It's just Gooding. Little. I mean, you know what could have been is it could have been like Gooding, like in the background here. Gooding. And what is the name Gooding anyway? Here it is. People have pointed this out and made hay of all this, but first of all, Gooding is a horrible fucking name. I don't know where he gets these names. Every single name that he chooses for these characters is embarrassing.
He Googles
every single one of them is kind of hard to pronounce. Like, what do you mean Gooding with NG? That every one of them is kind of impossible to pronounce. You don't really know how to pronounce it. You take a guess. And even if you did know how to pronounce it, it's not a superhero character name. None of these characters have interesting names at all. And the reason for that is I think they're all Eric's friends, or they're like, it's a reference to somebody in Eric's life or his family history. Or he's already pointed out that Isom comes from his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. So who's Gooding? I don't know. I don't know where this comes from, but it's spelled differently throughout the book. Here, it's G-O-O, good, and then Y-N-G, so maybe it's Gooding. It's just awful. Change the name. All right, this is what happens when you are using, and people say to me, you know, Ethan, why bust the balls of people who are using 3D assets? For many reasons, laziness, you know, all these things. Like, people really should be trying to draw and create authentic comic book art. I mean, say what you will. Mike S. Miller, of course, points out that this forearm here is a little too long. It's longer than this one. True, there's a reason for that. Obviously, as I explained, okay, so I fudged it a little bit here. But there's no 3D asset here. I drew this. I drew these figures. I drew them all. And if they're imperfect, that's okay, because they came from me. They're drawings. It's art. It's just art, you know. It's not like boring, like, you know, perfectly created, like, you know, 3D figures that I've traced over, or that it's not like that. You draw, you sit down and you draw, man. That's what art is. That's what comic book art is. Now, when you're using 3D assets, you can take a figure and you can pose it in any position that you want. And then you can also turn it around and look at it from any angle. You can look at it from any angle. So what you have here, and I got gaslit about this on the internet from some clown, some ripatard, who said, no, he's not running here. He's landing. He's landing? Where did he jump from? What do you mean he's landing? He jumped out of one of these tiny little things here? These are small. These are little drones. No, he's running, dude. See the, and then see this? And then see this, you asshole? He's running. And this was, somebody took a 3D figure. The artist took the 3D figure and he was like, it'll be really clever if, like, I shoot it from below. Then it's action-packed. That looks great until you put the background there and you forget where the horizon line is. And now Here's the horizon line. Now he's marching straight up in the air. It's supposed to be like this, and then like honestly, the ground plane
I
is
just realized, yeah, he's drawn the Flash, who is a running character. So he's like the expert on portraying running in comics. That's actually hilarious. Like, try to gaslight AVS on this. I didn't even think about that angle. I don't even mention it, but yeah, don't be questioning AVS on running poses. Melissa Baker says he's the good guy, so obviously we should put good in his name. Eric July.
I like what John says. I give it a year before Shad convinces Eric July to use the new repetitive AI to generate his comic book art.
Probably.
I need to do better. I need to do a whole stream on Shadiverse. That's another
you gotta
major
grip the grifter.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. I gotta do some editing. But yeah, I just want to stop by, hang out with you guys for a little bit. And so it's always cool, man. And I don't know, man. Next time I do a chill stream, get you guys on. I'll send you guys both the link, just chill out, So all right, guys. Have a good weekend, and I'll probably see you later, man. On Katie stream. Yeah. So, all right, guys.
Shad is a major judge.
Peace out,
and for y'all in the chat, if you're not aware, you can find his channel in the description for Richard Embry.
So
the channel's called Force Publishing, though.
I want to say something about this whole 3D asset thing. It's not necessarily that he's using 3D assets; it's the way that he uses them. Like we were pointing this out when we were going over the review that Ethan did of Isom 1. There is a car that Isom lands on that is clearly a 3D model, right there in the center of the fucking page. You don't use 3D assets in a comic book for something that's the focus of your page. 3D assets in the background or characters in the background that, like civilians or something, who cares? Like if you want to use them to fill out your page, fine, who cares? But when you're using it as a center focus of your page, that's fucking lazy. And it looks lazy. And it looks lame. And it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's God. Especially watching an artist break it down, it's just like even more painful.
And especially if you use 3D assets for a character model, for one of your main characters, it's ridiculous.
John says, Shad is pro AI generated everything because he's a hack with no actual talent himself. Yeah, I agree. Monkey Jeebus with a great comment says, Eric is a grifter. He puts up a picture of Cliff Richards with Stan Lee and says, everyone in the comics uses 3D assets. Oh, God. The fact that he's just lying through his teeth and then he's like, yeah, okay, you got me. Whatever. No biggie. I wish my guy that I continue to pay wouldn't cheat at making comics. Makes me look like a dumbass, but whatever. Honestly, Cliff should be fired. Well, he's probably sunk all his money into him already, so can't. No refunds, as that customer service chick on Twitter for Rippaverse said. We take your memes and we turn them on their head.
Like right here, the camera would be underground looking up at him. Okay, you see what I'm saying? This would be a buried fucking Citizen Kane style camera shot where the camera is below the horizon line, looking up at a guy running at an angle. His body should be almost a 45-degree angle from the ground. Look at this. And why is this? Because he just had a 3D asset. He turned the camera in a weird way. He kind of popped it down there, and then he just went, well, fuck, where's the ground? Let me just put it here. Let me just put no. That drives me nuts. You see what I'm saying? The camera would be way down here underground looking up at him. If you're seeing a guy running and you can see his belly and everything like that, you're underneath him if he's running like this. He's running like this. You see this? 45-degree angle from the ground. This is correct. All right. So that's the problem. I mean, that's the problem with the 3D assets. Problem with using 3D assets is when it comes to humans, 3D figures, is that there is no horizon line to reference, and then you just have the figure, and then you've got to work out how to put that into. If you don't know how to do it, you're going to end up with things like this. All right, who cares? This guy shows up, Gooding. Oh, I like this right here. All right, so this is Alpha Core. Now, I have not reviewed Alpha Core. I don't have Alpha Core. I have not read Alpha Core. First of all, hard cut, by the way. We're going to go in here and let's engaging. Let's go into the fiery building. Oh, that's great. Next page should be them putting out the fire. The next page after this should be them fighting the fire. They're going into the fire, so they should be like spraying the fire, carbon dioxide everywhere. Spraying the fire, putting it out. But it's not. Hard cut from there to this. Why are we not seeing him put the fire out? I don't know. Because we're going to Alpha Core headquarters, where for 3 pages, these idiots squabble about data collection. If you read this, it really is.
This shit right here.
It really is amazing. This is headache inducing. I'm going to read this page to
like
you.
a fucking fever dream, dude. It's ridiculous. It's like there is no fucking reason we need to have 3 fucking pages about fucking data collecting. It's a superhero comic. I don't give a shit.
You're wrong. This is great storytelling, you idiot.
No, listen. You do this. This is something that should take up maybe a page at most. Condense your dialogue. Make it simple. Dumb it down if you have to. But for the love of God, don't waste my time. And don't waste your money on 3 fucking pages of collecting data.
Oh, it's funny because these same people, if they read Mother of Madness by Amelia Clark, that first page is like a splash page and a ball, and she's like in the center. So the art's great. If you like that style, the art's great, I think. But it's like a Brian Michael Bendis page of just nothing but like text, and it's all from her thought. And then like at some point it like crosses into the next page, and it's like they mix up the word bubble and the thought bubble, so it's confusing. But the exposition dump, the amount of words for like, hey, we need better data collection, is just crazy. And the fact, like, Ndrag would probably, if he was reading Brian Michael Bendis, he would probably not let up on how fucking tedious it is to read a page like that in comics. But then it's like, oh yeah, of course, great. Rippaverse is great. It's like, this is what we mean about how fucking disingenuous these people are by like giving Eric softballs. You're not doing him any favors. You're just like patting him on the head saying, good job, boy. And it's only hurting his sales.
Good job, boy. You're a goodie. Good job.
Gooding.
Pull up a War Habits comment.
Yeah, this one. Further down.
That one, but further down, the one where where he, she, it, whatever is talking about anime.
Let me make sure don't miss anything. This is why it is usually a bad idea for a comic collector like Eric making comics. Like example, UVS used that guy made CrossGen. He was a fanboy who went broke. Here's War Habits.
Yeah, that one. All right. See, now this is what I'm talking about. Most of today's animes use 3D backgrounds that they paint over. Exactly. It's in the background. You don't take your character and use 3D models for the character. Like, for example, I don't want to draw a bunch of trees in the background. That's fine. Slap in some 3D models of a fucking tree. That's fine. Whatever. But it shouldn't be the main focus of your shot. That's what we're saying. There's a right way to do this stuff and a wrong way to do this stuff. Just like War Habits comment earlier about CGI. There's a right way and a wrong way. And everything that Eric is doing with 3D models in this comic is the wrong way.
Luster Dog says, if you're going to have this scene, have them reviewing security footage of Isom and Sanswan. Yeah. Pull up, says Rubber Boots. Hail the Clippaverse. We must always pull up. Is Gooding because he didn't want to get sued by Cuba Gooding Jr.? Oh, that's hilarious. Isn't that guy in prison now?
And maybe he and Eric can share one cell.
Data page is interesting only if writer has 160 IQ. if it's some cheap thug with 60 IQ, no thanks, says Totomen 666. One Piece artist doesn't use 3D assets. I don't know how many chapters are that. It just sounds way overwhelming, whatever the count is. So I just
they have to pump out like 15 pages every week. So and manga. I mean, if you look at manga art compared to Western comic books, the quality of manga art, you know, if it's done on a weekly or monthly basis, it's usually not as good as Western comics. Excuse me. But that's because like they really are on a time limit. I don't know what the fuck Eric's excuse is. He had all the time in the world to get this shit out. So, you know, what's the excuse there? And still some manga art looks better than the shit in Isom. So
yeah, that was more of like a slip, an unthought of slip. But then after I said it, I'm like, oh, well, this kind of works still, because I think there's the racism of low expectations that's benefiting Eric with his little circle jerk of Friday Night Tights.
Oh no, there definitely is. There definitely is.
Yeah, a moral last stream for EVS was 6 hours, 6.5. So these things take time, especially when I'm engaging you good people in your additional commentary. Appreciate artists that draw everything, but I have no issue with artists 3D assets for crowds. So, yeah, no one to use them exactly. So yeah, it wouldn't be a problem. It's like everyone's uncovered like this whole book, possibly even lots of the people. What's crazy is I showed this the other day on a stream. Go check out Borealis. It's a new Dark Horse comics, 2 issues out. It's a 3-issue story. I just grabbed it because it's like, oh, that sounds interesting. It looks cool. It's about like some Indian chick in like modern day Alaska, and there's like some strange things that are, I guess, tying in with like mythology she heard, stories from like her grandma, whatever, that she just kind of dissuaded. It's clearly some shots that are like cheap, I guess, but it's crazy to see a like time hack comic from Dark Horse by Cliff Richards. The difference in quality, it was crazy. I just happened to flip and I look back at the page. I'm like, oh, Cliff Richards, how fucking hilarious. I think I got another one, Cliff Richards, for a Wonder Woman collection with, I think Greg Roca wrote. And it's got Cliff Richards art in it. And it's like, oh my God, this is hilarious that I accidentally have Cliff Richards doing good stuff. It's just flabbergasting that he cut corners, because like clearly got whatever the pay was, he got a quick paycheck and doesn't have to worry. He's already cashed in. Amoral does not mind the intensive review and interaction. Let me see. Sokori art Inan, I hope I'm saying that right, says outright denying their use doesn't help. Exactly. Just own it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Borealis or the first issue. I'm like, I'm not going to back the second, but it's good art. Interesting concept. I'm just, it hasn't won me, so I'm not going to invest anymore. And it's only 3 issues, so it's just, whatever. A whole lot of difference in these images of the data collection page. Almost every image uses a triangular composition, makes it too repetitive and not dynamic. Yeah, that's what's crazy. Like Isom 1, I think, has a better flow, even though they're both the same artist, same kind of template of 3D shit.
That's kind of fucking wild, because the flow in Isom 1 is terrible. But no, I think you're right. I think the flow in Isom 1 is still better than this. Like, that's pretty fucking sad.
Eric spins the situation more than the mainstream media. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, he's been on damage control forever now, and it's like, just own it. Just be like, hey, you know what? We're not making as good a thing as I want, and we're going to fix that. So you, the customer, paid me this much money, deserve better than what I've allowed. My laxity or lack of knowledge, etc. That's why Kanan White's here, because he is a good artist, and he's going to keep his eye out for this kind of problem. He's going to, properly damage control before it ever gets out to y'all. You just have to say something like that. It could just be a platitude, whatever. Just, respect the customer bullshit is totally a lie. Like you said, Cliff is disrespecting Eric with it. Yeah. Let's continue this data collection sequence.
And you will see what I'm talking about. This entire book is about who has data, who needs data. We need more data. We don't know anything. It's really like reassuring. It's like, we don't know anything as readers, and neither do they. They don't know anything either. Nobody knows nothing here. And they just sit around and they squabble about shit the way that, like, Certain YouTubers do. Not many, maybe 2. All right. Let's. You guys are superheroes. You guys are now doing you guys are superheroes, and you're meeting up here for a very inspiring. This is your 3 pages to shine here in Isom number 2. You're meeting up here for a very inspiring debriefing. Not debriefing. They're reviewing what happened yesterday. All right, let's address the disaster of yesterday. This is like a company meeting that we get. Like they're superheroes having a corporate company meeting talking about, the where they went wrong. This is all great stuff. I can't wait to read Alpha Core. Yeah, it's like a Zoom meeting. Exactly. Thank you very much, Young Butternut. There were several miscalculations here. We weren't on our game, and it could cost us. Did it cost you? Then why are we just now debriefing? We generally address the mission right after completion. That's a great point to bring up. Thank you. Yeah, why are we now? This is very important for the reader to know. Apparently, there was a delay in the debriefing. Why didn't we immediately do this debriefing? Why was there a delay? Normally, that's what we do. You're saying there were several miscalculations. We weren't on our game. It could cost us. Well, then, why did we wait to have this debriefing? Usually, according to our protocol, we do this bullshit right after the completion of the meeting. And then he's got to answer that fucking annoying comment from this bitch here. This mission is not complete. I spent the rest of the day going through my contacts on my iPhone and preparing for this very meeting. Okay, so shut up. That's why. You know why we didn't have it right away? Because I was going through my contacts and preparing to have this debriefing where we would talk about where we failed. Any other questions, you fucking witch? Valdez, what we are dealing with here is a very serious matter that could be beyond your understanding. Oh, maybe you don't know what
this
the problem
is. Not Star Trek. This is not Star Trek. And I love Star Trek. I love the technobabble in Star Trek. But this is not Star Trek.
Just how irate CBS is
man.
with this shit.
Like, Eric, come on.
This is why I love this book, though. Because it's like,
if this
see how bad it is. Quit lying, rippatards.
This would be fine if it was a Star Trek comic, because a lot of the conflict comes out of situations like this involving techno stuff, because it's fucking Star Trek. It's sci-fi. This is a superhero comic. What the fuck, Eric? Oh, God bless America. This shit is just ridiculous. Condense this down to a page, Eric.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I've noticed that with certain plots. It's like, fuck, that's like hard to write a story when you got the internet, where it's like, and also, a phone in your pocket to contact people. It's really hard to, you always got to like make a point of like, oh, the internet's out because of like some alien aura or some mystical thing. We're in a weird aura bubble preventing communication outside. You always have to like make a point of that. There's no pay phones because everyone's got phones in their pocket. Like things like you watch like a 90s movie, or it's like we watched it wasn't Ransom. It's a Mel Gibson movie though, where he's like a mob, I guess, like enforcer, kind of bruiser, and he's trying to get like his cut of the money back that they've shafted him out of. And it's interesting because it's like we're so unaware of like, oh yeah, they used to have to use payphones, or like the phones were hooked up to the wall, so it's like just that little limitation makes sense for a story. And I think about that a lot, technology influencing news stories. It's just an interesting point you to put up.
See, I agree with that. Like when I think about like, modern stories, I'm thinking about how there are cameras everywhere. So
surveillance, yeah.
Do you know how careful a superhero has to be about unmasking? Like they could be in a back alley somewhere and trying to unmask, there could still be a camera that could catch them somewhere. So I don't know, like when you place a story in modern day, it does kind of raise a lot of questions. And you almost have to the suspension of disbelief has to be even greater in those type of settings sometimes.
Payback, that's what it is. Yeah, I haven't seen Get the Gringo Robco guy, but hail, friend from the biggest problem. Saw in chat last night, said hi to each other. That was great. It's great to actually know some people in some biggest problem chat. And if you haven't, I mean, we're all here thanks to Dick Masterson, so I think you kind of owe it to him if you're enjoying all this. Go give your due to the godfather of this whole fiasco. I mean, technically it's Nino Infinity.
That's right.
Don't sub to that bitch.
You go and appreciate the dick, okay?
Yeah, you go get you some dick. You want dick, you need dick, you love dick. And Vito. I'm there for Vito mostly, but to each their own. You got two sides. Go support Biggest Problem if you haven't already. They're going for $5 at eBay. It's so great. Yeah, Tim was looking for it. Tim stalked the mod from earlier. He is interested now, given this controversy. I think he's gonna delve himself into this and maybe like, oh my god, how could I ever be how could I ever join the coalition of anti-rippas? They were right the whole time. We are the real Alpha Core. And yes, McHugh, we love Dick. You can clip that.
Now, listen, this technobabble could be interesting. Star Trek writers do make the technobabble interesting, but Eric is not a creative enough writer to be able to do that. He's just not.
Yeah. I got another veto file here with Melissa Banker. She says, I want to know why or how Isom is a rancher. Does he raise Black Angus? That's funny. No, that's a problem. I said that with Isom 1. Me and Rookie had this back and forth for like an hour on a stream about Isom sucking because he hadn't read it yet. And I was attuned to Dick Masterson's review and stuff. And I'm like, he's totally right. And one of the things that he didn't really mention was in the pitch of the book for the campaign, he's like, Avery Silman used to be a superhero, hung up his cape, and now he's a rancher outside of Florespark, Texas. And it's like, at no point does that influence his storyline at all, besides having a ranch hand in issue 2 that you'll see gets in trouble with the demon monkeys.
You know what we should have seen? You know how Isom 1 should have started out? It should have started out with the event that caused him to stop being a superhero. And then have a time skip, and then it gives more context to why he's reluctant to put the suit back on, go out and do the hero thing again to save Jasmine. But because Jasmine's important to him, and they need to establish why she's important to him, he's willing to step back into that role. Like that's how it should have started out.
Yeah. So no, I would say this whole storyline is like volume 3 or 4 for the Isom canon. Now everything's got to be like a prequel, and like Origins number 2, or it's gonna trip over itself because people are gonna back thinking, oh, it's the next Isom. I'm like, wait, I'm finding out sooner stuff. Why is this way better than Isom 1? No, he should have started with Isom in his heyday, in his prime. All these other superhero teams he might cross paths with. He could be Nightwing. Maybe he has a Teen Titans type of thing, or he's on his own before that. Whatever the case, something where we get a sense of like, he's more or less street level. Maybe he'll involve himself with bigger people like Gooding, whatever. Maybe it's about the Isom's participation in the world during the Great War of Separation of the nation of Texas. But going back to the ranch thing, the reason it matters so much is that, like, we have no sense of like how he's getting by. It's like he has a ranch, so you assume like, okay, he's the Duttons. He sells cows or whatever, cash animal for trade. It has no bearing on him. We have no sense of like, was superheroism affordable for him? And maybe he got maybe he was like a promo guy getting like cuts from being a spokesman like Dallas Cowboys, where it's like, hey, drink Dr. Pepper, official soda of the cow, whatever. We have no understanding of how his stature in the world financially is with being a superhero before and now retiring, being a rancher. Does he have like a pension being a superhero? Is it state sanctioned, or was he a vigilante on his own?
Well, we can
seems that way.
Well, we can assume that because this is an Eric July comic, that he doesn't have to worry about paying taxes because that shit is theft.
Yeah, but well, I mean, I don't know, because the state is funding the Alpha Core turtle shell in the sky, so it's clearly they're running with taxes to some degree in Texas, in the free nation. But no, like another thing, this problem with the ranch thing is like this would be a great way, if not like kind of like Eric speaking through his character on his own views, at least for Avery with the new hire. He could be like, hey, you know, I think you're going to make it, man. You're going to make it being a ranch hand. Maybe you'll like rank up and be the next Sam or something. I see potential in you. And this is the why I do this. You know, Sam has a moment time out, like, you know, people don't value where their food comes from, the work put in to maintain their lifestyles in the city. There's this like aversion to the city life. And that would have been a great moment for like Isom meets the new ranch hand Sam had brought in as like the manager of the ranch, and then Isom directly has a thing that to us, the audience, gives us a kind of theory of mind for Isom in this world, and he doesn't, and that's like a huge misstep. And so it's like the ranch seems to have no impact on his life, good or bad. It's just like no thought. I'm making Meth Gator, and like one of the first thoughts is like, all right, I figured out a silly TMNT explanation for this super meth that has nefarious properties outside of being methamphetamines. And so it's like, all right, it's the next stage. How does Meth Gator and his surrogate raccoon father, Curtis the Coon, how do they live? Are they like feral animal people, or are they like more blended in with society to some extent? And so I came up with the idea, also a tip of the hat to Dukes of Hazzard, to have them be moonshiners, because raccoons love corn, and it takes place in Georgia, just like the Dukes of Hazzard. So there's a lot of like little layers to the tip of the hat to Dukes of Hazzard. And it's a way to have them sustain as like more or less people, like the audience reading, while they can still be on the fringes, and it's not like crazy, it's not wacky. You can understand the plausible reality in this world that these are humanoid anthropomorphic freaks that have some engagement and thus live more or less like you and me, and they sustain it through this enterprise that kind of is advantageous, but also it's illicit, so it puts them over a barrel with the mayor and the sheriff and the authority of Whitmore, Georgia. I put this kind of thought in, and that's my other chagrin, like I said, with Isom and Rippaverse, is that this guy is just selling YouTube merch off of pay pigs that are sustaining him. There's no fucking effort in this whole. I remember seeing a stream where you're talking about like, oh, I got working on this for like 10 years. I got like my universe Bible and stuff. We're not gonna contradict and have retcons and issues like Marvel and DC. We're being everything you read is pertinent and it matters and it builds on the storyline. And it's like, what the fuck is the storyline, dude?
Well, see, like you were going into detail about like how your character makes money and stuff. And here's the thing you got to understand: when Eric came up with the idea about Avery being a rancher, it follows the same type of logic he used when he came up with the idea of, oh, Texas is now its own independent country. What it is that Eric, he likes the idea.
What's the difference?
There's no difference. He likes the idea. One has a gross beard, the other one doesn't. What it is that he didn't put any thought into the whole rancher lifestyle. He just likes the idea of a rancher lifestyle. Like he likes the idea of the work hard, self-made man, blah, 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 blah. It's the same thing with the Texas stuff. He didn't give a thought about how the rest of the world would have reacted to this. What about America's allies? How does America itself react to this? What about Mexico that's on the Texas border? What do they think about this?
Oklahoma, my state.
Yeah, he doesn't give any thought to that. It's just, it is a libertarian wet dream for Texas to succeed from the rest of America. I'm going to put my wet dream into this comic book. Period. End of story. He did not give any thought to it. Because you got to think, let's say if this happened in real life, Texas decides to leave the Union. What's one of the major differences between when the Confederacy, the southern states, left the Union back in the day, back in the 1800s, and now?
Whoa. Really quick there, buddy. We got to take our hats off in respect when you're mentioning Dixie.
Well, okay. All right. It's good to be in Dixie. Hooray. Hooray. So one of the major differences is that America was not a major global superpower at the time. They didn't have all these alliances with other countries and stuff. So, you didn't have this whole I mean, for the love of God, the United Nations wasn't a thing. There wasn't anything like that. There wasn't the level of global partnership like there is now. So back then, all these states could succeed, and countries in Europe were like, eh, eh, eh. Today, that shit wouldn't happen. Everything's so interconnected. That's going to have global ramifications, and everybody knows it. But Eric didn't think to that point. Eric didn't get to that point. It's just, yeah, Texas leaving the Union is a wet dream of mine. I'm going to throw it in the comic. I'm not going to think about the ramifications, the impact on the world at large. I'm not going to give any thought to that whatsoever. And it's the same thing with Avery being a rancher.
Yeah. There's a lot of good comments in here. I don't know if he's talking about Eric, but he says he worked on his grandma's farm when he was a kid. I'm assuming probably because he was in Arkansas for a while, given that Isom Knox is buried out there. Let me see. What should have happened, BB Jones says, is you can have him in the press about the deaths at the convention, getting shit on the streets. So he quits the city and becomes a ranch hand.
All right, yeah, that's a logical response. That's a logical line of reasoning there. I like that. That works.
Yeah, again, like everyone's writing a better story than him. Melissa says, fun fact, I actually have a real cattle ranch, including Angus and other breeds. Also used to have sheep. They're too time consuming, so the ranching aspect is really interesting to me. Yeah, and what a letdown, especially a black guy owning a ranch. Like that's like, I think it's funny too, because like it's interesting talking to AJ where it's like race is way more of a factor in his mind with like entertainment. And it's like I grew up colorblind in a mixed household, so that's just never, it's like, yes, I'm black, but it's never really like I'm black so I like these things, or this is a focus, and the it's like it's kind of twofold, because like I told him, like, whoa, I would not start a black character doing sports shit, because it's such a stereotype in America. It's like black people do sports or basketball or crime. It's like I would I don't know, have him in an office, or have him in his home office wearing country clothes, looking over the books, maybe talking to Sam, be like, we got to cut costs about this thing or whatever. And then it's like, oh, hold up, I got a call from Altona. It's like you can take the story beats of Eric July's crap, but like especially the Hell Monkey shit, you got to put that way down the line. Ignore the fucking Norfolka that's fucking gay, trying to shove in allusions to backwards to gin up artificial Rippa fandom into your band no one cares about.
Yeah, honestly, what I would have done with this first book, I would have started it out with the, like what happened to make him quit being a hero. Then I would have done a time skip, and we would have, took it to the modern day or whenever the hell this thing is taking place.
Old school friend Ryan Magus. Hey, what's up, man? I'm just having fun here, laughing at Rippa.
And then I would have actually combined the character of Jasmine with Isom's niece, because Tim Burton had this rule. So you remember the live action Alice in Wonderland that came out? Now in the books, the Red Queen and the Queen of Hearts are two different characters. But Tim Burton said something in an interview. He combined those characters into one for that movie because he believed if you had two good characters, it was better to combine them to make a great character. So I would have had Jasmine just be Avery's niece. And that would have given him more of a reason to get back into the superhero game, to go find her, to save her. And that creates more of an emotional investment from the reader. And then you could have had the sister died, so now he has to take custody of Jasmine. Could have created a nice little dynamic
go
here.
To the abortion clinic.
Whoa. Wow.
Well, because like the whole illusion is that she's being like exploited sexually. That's like reading between the lines. It's never explicit because nothing's fucking explicit in these books. But
see, that gives a nice little through line. And I would have said, fuck Yaira, fuck Alpha Core, fuck Norfolka, all this other stuff, I would have saved for later on down the line. Maybe in issue 2, he's investigating the death of his sister. And like maybe somehow, you know, Yaira gets involved in it because she's also involved with the people that killed his sister, and that's how they meet up and stuff. You could do something like that. Maybe she's doing some, you know, maybe she's like a Catwoman type figure where she kind of has this ambiguous morality.
Yeah, they're selling it. Sasuke's put out that tweet, that 3D model image for Yair Winter, saying like the anti-hero. It's like, whoa, I didn't expect that.
Yeah,
So
and that's how you get Alpha Core involved, because maybe she's got questionable morality, so maybe they're after her. But you know, you can do all that stuff in the second issue, and then in the third issue, you have Avery maybe teaming up with Yaira. They find the killer of his sister, and there's a big final showdown with this killer, and you have a nice little arc there across 3 fucking issues. That would have made a lot more sense, in my opinion.
Buxom Broadsword says nothing explicit nor specific. Good comment. I like your picture of was that Mayfeld? Is that her name? I know of these actresses, and it's like I think it was Sophia Lawrence, I think. And she's the famous picture of her gazing at the buxom broad of I think Miss Mayfield's her name. I heard Yellowstone is 6 in the city, but for non-city folk. I don't know. I think it's a pretty good drama. I haven't finished it. I've gotten to season 3. I need to start rewatching. I'm gonna get Rookie in on it. I love the whole like cowboy government mafia thing with it, and you know, fucking Indians. You got the goddamn Californians and these fucking Indians trying to take my land. Like, how more American can you get than that? I love it. Taylor Sheridan is amazing. If you haven't, go watch Hell or High Water. I love the spirit of that movie. Taylor Sheridan's just doing such good stuff. Now, obviously, his other stuff, see if he's kind of overkilling everything, but everyone seems happy with his universe. So, yeah, that's why I got the yellow. I actually got this for like $2. I got another one. Maybe I'll have to do like auction of some stuff that I haven't put on eBay. I need to figure out how y'all want to do that. If y'all want to auction stuff of like, hey, you know, throw $1 in whatever and you're in for a bid. I don't know. I got to figure it out. Let me know. DM me ways if y'all want to do those kind of things. It's like y'all get something, I get something. You know, that's what the poster campaign is, where it's promo of like, I'm trying to make Meth Gator. Here's something to actually back and have tangible. And you can feel secure that once I get a comic, you don't have to worry about the shipping to you because I've already fulfilled a smaller item. So that was the idea. On top of like, I just haven't, figured out the funding yet for an artist, who the artist will be. So I just want to get the money for at least pencils before I go with the campaign. Sophia Loren. Yeah, there we go. I think Eric would be better with a different story and setting, maybe a better Western style story, maybe one less writing what he knows and more writing what he loves. I think he is writing what he loves, and that's the problem. But anyway, let's see more data collection.
Smart, but listen, after spending the day reviewing the situation, you might not know what's going on here. She says, I don't doubt the seriousness at all. You're fired. Get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to talk about what we did yesterday and what we've learned. Stop it. Stop with your quibbles. Stop with your back talk. And again, this is more Eric July, not naming names, using pronouns, rather than just say, what the character's name is. Who are you referring to? Let me know who you're talking about. She says, I heard about her. Even did some surface level research. More talk about research, but not enough, just surface level. I heard about her. Say Yaira. Say the blonde bitch we fought yesterday. Her. Who? The only other female, do you mean Altona? Because we were reading about Altona. Do you mean her? No, you mean a different her? But clearly there's plenty that I'm not aware of. Well, that's true. That's true of all of us. There's a lot of things for all the things that we know, I think it's important that as we educate ourselves, we realize that there's so much more that we don't know. Clearly there's a lot.
He just went into like philosopher mode there. What the
fuck? What do you know that I don't? He's about to tell you. He's trying to tell you that he might. This is now 5 panels. That would be the only relevant information at the moment. Well, if you would shut your fucking cockhole for 1 second, I would tell you what I found out through looking through my contacts in my iPhone, but you won't shut the fuck up. I don't need to be.
You shut your fucking cockhole. Oh, I love this guy so much. He's so fucking naturally funny. And you hear the irritation fucking like, look at the pain we put this man through.
If he ever stops doing comics, he could definitely be a comedian. Holy shit.
Oh, if you don't know, I have not watched this. I literally snagged it off YouTube and clipped the ends off for this so we didn't have ads. This is all legitimate. That's why my camera's on. This is a legitimate reaction. I have not seen this, and God, this is funny.
Reminded of your investigative talents, he says. You're good at getting data. Normally, Braxwell spoke highly of them, and truth be told, it's the only reason you're wearing that suit. And he just flattered.
Ooh.
He just said, bro, be great to Braxwell. So we have a panel of Braxwell receiving that validation without saying a word and smiling. Because he said, look, Braxwell, I trust Braxwell. You know, he said that you're really good at collecting data. And
I hope people make Rule 34 art of Brian just banging the fuck out of Braxwell while Ingrid's like just sitting in the corner being cucked out of the trio because she sucks and she's a fucking bitch that can't fly.
I just imagine Braxwell, like when he speaks, like he got a compliment here. Like I could just imagine it being like, Braxwell smart. Like there's some stupid
Ricky Retardo here. He's like, thank you for the compliment. Braxwell, another retardian name. Exactly, Toto Man. God, I saw Braxwell. I was like, okay, whatever. And then I started thinking, like, Braxwell, what the fuck? Maybe that's a last name for some people. It's like, do you not names? Also, everyone's just, even the villains are just running with their name besides Gooding, which is like, all right, I'm assuming this is a label. And then Braxwell. It's like McLovin. What the fuck? He's a cop. Is he registered as Braxwell? Singular? Oh, fuck. That's because he's being genuine and knows what he's talking about when it comes to superhero comics. New trash cast coming, revisiting his original nice review.
Ooh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, we're gonna get into the mind of like, I was just giving him a softball because like this shit sucked and he needs to make money, so I can't.
I was trying to do the Christian thing and be nice to him, but turns out, Jesus was right. Sometimes you got to give a man tough love.
We got to get BVS to parody whatever he's saying about like Eric. I tried to tell Eric, don't do this, Eric. Sure, it's one of the names of Eric's friends. What did Eric and Quartering post? Apparently, we got new trash cast later. I don't know about today. I've just been on YouTube all day, but I know Quartering is trying to be like, it's really sad to see 2 millionaires bickering on the internet. Why can't we just all get along? It's like, I remember a couple of years ago, you were trying to trash Comicsgate. Go fuck yourself, Quartering.
No,
inserting yourself in this shit. Fuck you.
The court. Listen. There's a lot of grifters out there, but
it's kind of the king grifter.
Yeah, the kingpin. My southern came out there for a second. You know how the kingpin is the fat man of crime. The Quartering is the fat man of grifting. All right.
Interesting. Yeah, I checked out that guy pretty early. I saw his involvement. I subbed him for a while, and then I started seeing his influence on Geeks and Gamers with like, oh yeah, if I can get 3 notifications per day, so let me throw up 3 pieces of shit on YouTube to maximize my profits with no real investment. Like I saw through that, and I started seeing all these other channels copy that, and then my sphere of small creators trying to work up the ladder see this fucking cesspool growing, and I'm like, oh,
Rubber Boots called him Quarter Pounder.
Yeah, that's a classic. We've been calling that for years.
Oh man,
Jared can get Eric, published through Antelope Press, if all else. Isn't that like everyone's calling it like the Nazi press? Like, quarterings like shills or whatever. I get that it's like, well, I guess the company's like, we're not afraid to print historical whatever, even if it's spicy, which I like. I agree with that idea, but I don't know if they're like actively supporting it. I know that's the illusion thrown around by SJWs, and of course, the SJWs saying this, so I have to like give the courting benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately, de facto, because of that, my awareness of it, where it's coming from. But yeah, he's a grifter, man. Like he was selling that stupid Scotland, make yourself a lord bullshit. Like they're not going to let you own castle. What the fuck are you talking about? This has got to be fake.
Yeah, yeah. I unsubscribed from him 2 years ago, I think it was. Yeah.
He's so smug, and he's like the most low tier fucking effort guy. The fact he's got like 1 million subs is just baffling. Like, you know. Renown Zero, you boys just not make fun of Eric. I don't know if this is the real one.
No, it's not the real one.
He kisses me rough after these shows. I love that Renown's got a parody. He should be flattered. I hope you go in his chats. Are you banned by him yet?
I don't think so, but yeah.
Let's continue.
And that's why you're here. And Braxwell's like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm not saying that as an insult. It's your strength, so make sure you listen carefully. By all indications, there is relatively limited intel. She showed up a few years ago, and I was summoned to deal with her. Yaira. There's Yaira. Rarely am I ever tested when given the opportunity. I gave her the out. She took it, and now we see that she ignored our negotiation. If you let her go, you must not believe her to be evil. But we watched her drop a man from Lord knows how high. Somehow, I get the feeling you don't still see her as a threat.
Why would
he
y'all?
Says she's a threat, just not.
Oh my god, this makes Isom one even worse because it's like, oh, you saw Yaira possibly kill a black guy with a car, and I guess you just let her go.
To be fair, it is Texas.
There's three people in the team. You could have left Avery with Isom because she can't fucking fly. She could have like thrown her whip around and hauled him to the hospital. Gotten into another 3D model car and drove to the hospital while Isom and Braxwell took turns tag teaming Yaira in the air.
Oh, they tag team Yaira. I want to see that.
Hopefully Riley gets on that, commissions some of that. She had to ventilate. You subscribe. This is entertainment. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I am so entertained by EVS, and this is fun hanging out with y'all in the chat. Appreciate it. Baxi is in here again. Awesome. Angela, that guy sucks either way. Yeah, fuck hoarding.
Us, we're badasses. She's a threat, but like not to us. She handed you your asses yesterday. This is cope. This is all cope. I did not simply let her go this time. Braxwell and I went into pursuit after she nearly killed that man. All of this is there. Nothing is being said here. Nothing is being said here. And then, after all of this, the dude threatens to rape the black guy. And the black guy's used to it. Valdez, you'll eventually learn that the battlefield is more than just intel and information. But keep me abreast of your findings. Oh, by the way, before that, a big criticism I have of this team is our lack of data collection. More references to collecting data, information. This is research, information, data. We need to collect more data. And then he says to this guy here, he says, I'm going to get some training in. You know the drill. That means his dick, dude. He puts his hand on this guy's shoulder, and he says, I'm going to get some training in. You know the drill. And this guy knows. As this guy walks away with his face in shadow, he knows he's about to take it in the ass. And that's part of being on the team.
Well, in Alpha Core, if y'all haven't read, they make a point to mention it's like it was Brian Solari is here, and then he teams up with Braxwell for the Alpha Core, and then they've I guess recently brought in Ingrid Valdez. She's like the third wheel. So just keep that in mind with this dynamic. She's the first one out. She's the weak link. She can't fly either. And she's clearly in the book fucking butt ass mad that she understands her role is just like backup.
It's
I guess we have her.
It's like, listen, honey, we're gay, not bi. All right. So if we have to make cuts, you're the first to go.
The ambiguously gay duo.
Exactly. See, the book's woke. It's all woke. Isom's woke.
It is woke. Gay I Joe. Oh, good one, Toto man.
More data. You know the drill. He's like, I know it all too well. It's like 23 inches long. All right. We're looking at Isom in bed. All right. Who cares about any of this? Now it's spelled gooding with a Y, with an extra I, by the way, of course. We got 2 pages of Avery taking a nap. This is really important. I've never really seen this in a superhero comic book before, where we actually witness, the hero.
Oh, you know what this pose is? I think maybe they're trying to homage Wolverine's meme in bed.
No, I think it's a 3D asset.
Oh, you sure? The couches, but I'm saying I saw him in bed or on the couch.
No, I think Isom here is a 3D asset.
Yeah, the way he posed with that leg, just resting on nothing.
It does not look natural.
I love when superheroes nap. She's their renowned zero. Oh. I like to imagine that renowned zero is like a, ironically, given this new year and developments in New York, I already thought this with his imagery that he's like a Jewish dwarf from the mines of Moria.
Oh wow!
And then the actual tunnels happen this year. It's like, oh, that makes it even funnier.
Jesus.
You have my axe, he tells Eric. Oh, renowned. We gotta review some renowned zero content. We gotta do like Drunken Peasants at some point.
The Fellowship of the Grift.
Yes. You do live in the sewers. Well, that's interesting.
Going to sleep. Because, superheroes need rest, So he says, thank God there ain't another set of those to light my actual house on fire. So the house that was lit on fire isn't his actual house. Surprise, he has another house, which is a 3D asset. Here's the truck, which, of course, is a huge part of this comic book, enormous part of this comic book. He goes to sleep here for a couple of pages, only to be woken up by his sister, who lets him know that Darren punched her in the face, and now he's really mad.
Oh, shit. R. Kelly's back.
More weird threats, vagaries. I got to skip some of this. This is amazing right here. Now we cut.
Yeah, it's my favorite part.
As if the Alpha Core thing was like not meaningless enough. Now we cut to an arena here. Overhead shot of an arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Monday Night Elevation. And here we have a bunch of guys talking about a fight that's going to happen.
Just do a wrestling comic, Eric.
Of an arena where, man, this is weird. God damn, this is weird. When I got to this, I didn't know what to say. This is a splash page of the entrance where the wrestler, his name is Larry Shungite. Larry Shungite, the wrestler. Shungite. Is that like Suge Knight? Like misspelled like the wrong way? Like Suge Knight, Shungite? It sounds like batshit. Like it sounds like some kind of like fossilized poop. Larry Shungite. We got a nice splash page of people going, yeah, all right, the door that he's going to come out. And then the next panel is like a We got a grid here, a little shot of this guy who looks like Graham Nolan who comes out. Why isn't this the reveal of Larry Shungite if he's a big deal? Larry gets into the ring. We don't know who this guy is. We have no idea. And he just comes out and he basically, I don't know, what is he saying? Last night I lost something that was rightfully mine, but you only know a fraction of the story. When some of the top talent jumped ship, who helped carry this company? Me. What is this? When wrestlers who had nowhere near the draw I have kept top billing, I kept my thoughts to myself. I gave you classic match after classic match. You didn't give me the belt. It was rightfully mine. I'll tell you what. How about you bring your punk ass out here and tell the great people of Florida Spark exactly why I'm no longer champion? What? What does this have to do with Isom? Uh-oh, he's gone rogue. And then we cut to these guys who are watching it on TV. What is this? Eric, what is this? Who is this guy? Why do we have so many pages of this? What is this? None of this connects. And I think what Eric thinks is that he's going to use this comic book. He's going to take breaks in the story to reveal more characters that could have their own comic books later. But, I don't want a Larry Shungite comic. Because he's just a guy saying, I deserve my belt. The people of Texas give it. I don't want to read some put upon wrestler. I don't care about that. What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with any of this?
Oh, come on.
Then we cut to this guy here. Now this scene is actually pretty good.
I legitimately love Larry Shungite's introduction because it's like, well, given the page count of 6 pages devoted to what's on TV, I feel like this is going to be a substantial character in the Rippaverse.
Yeah, but see, the thing, this is what I was talking about. What does this have to do with the through line plot of this fucking book? It's not connected. It's not branching off from the main, from the trunk, like a tree. Like you have the trunk is like the main plot. You gotta have little branches here and there, but it's all got to connect to the trunk. It's all got to connect to the through line. This is just out in the open somewhere. This is on a completely different fucking tree in the forest. This whole thing. It has nothing to do.
You think that comics have to be written in a specific way. This is actually something Eric said to me when I was offering my synopsis I did about Spawn, where it's like, oh, you just need everything handed to you. You need me to walk you through everything. I'm writing to not treat you like a retard. And it's like, honestly,
so I guess everyone that goes to a creative writing class is a fucking retard. Okay, Eric. It's not like we have thousands of years of stories and to take reference to create certain systems, certain ways of doing things that actually makes it good. You know what? You're right, Eric. There's not a specific rate. There's not oh God, I'm fucking mad. There's not a specific way to write a story or to write a comic unless you want it to be total shit.
Yeah. No, I love Larry Shungite. My last job, people know nothing about this stupid comic internet shit, but I'm telling them about it. I'm showing them the pages on my phone of this is fucking retarded, dude. And I'm giving it to them movie ideas of all right, imagine you're watching this, you like Marvel, whatever, and then all of a sudden you spend 10 minutes on a wrestler, and then it's oh, it's actually in the TV of the character we're actually caring about for no fucking reason. It's just there's an Easter egg for a potential spinoff. And yeah, and then I told him the name. It's it's Larry Shungite. I love that name. It's so fucking dumb. I don't know who Suge Knight is. I'm looking into him. Apparently, co-founder of Death Row Records. Not a rap guy, so I just totally in the dark on that. But I love it because it's just so bad, and everyone's fluffing Eric, telling him, "You're doing great, bud. This is amazing, man. You are the next Stan Lee." And it's just, don't stop, Eric, until you get so ass-mad that we're all laughing at you. Please never fucking stop writing comics. This is great.
When you're in prison for tax evasion, I still want you writing comics in prison. You can still write in prison. Go for it, Eric.
Yeah. Really quick, I got a super chat from Slevin Colevra. Congrats on the money, Sturgis. You seem okay here. That's not actually Sturgis. That's a parody of Sturgis. Thank you so much, Slevin Kolevra. Appreciate it. Play you a little stinger. Got a few on here. Super, and make sure
I'll take a pound of nuts. That's a lot of nuts!
Thank you so much for supporting the channel, helping me monetizing the chicken of Eric July. Fake Renown appreciates your concern.
I will say this: I got to this, and I really liked it. Aside from famously, this is how the 3D assets thing was discovered. This is a 3D asset of a doorway, probably an elevator door. There's a little switch here that's hovering in midair. This is supposed to be a metal detector. If you've been to a lot of places with metal detectors, you'll know there'll be a table here, usually. Table here. So that, it kind of blocks it. You have to go through the metal detector, and you'll put your keys in a little bucket here, Put your keys in your phone there so it doesn't set the metal detector off. This is an elevator door that was repurposed as a metal detector, but really, you could have just drawn that. That's not what they look like. Past there, you're supposed to go through here and then I guess into an elevator or out a door. Is this the doorway to get out? Why is there a metal detector to leave the place? But anyway, because they're going into a garage, right? This is where the cars are. They're going to leave. Why do they have to go through a metal detector to leave the building?
Yeah, see, this is a private facility. There's at least, there's 2 gates to the 3 entrances. You just don't understand about business. This is a private business.
I swear, man, like this. If EVS gets to where he has to review Alpha Core, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I mean, like he may have to go into a mental hospital for a period of time.
We're going to pay him to read Alpha Core. Don't you worry. We'll be here again next week.
Oh, I know. I know.
Oh my God. I cannot wait in the future when we get Gading and Yaira. It's going to be so fucking good, dude. So many people are going to be distracted by the art of Yaira, by that hot lady. But we're going to inform you right out the gate. We know what's coming. It's going to be great. They're going to be great, being great on this great comic.
That's a head scratcher there. I don't know. But it's important that they do because he goes beep, beep, beep. This guy's got a gun. It turns out, and it's like, yeah, I got a gun. I don't care. I'm not going to stop. They ain't stopping me. We see, this is excruciating too. This is clearly Yaira here, and she says some things about wanting to join their company. And it's just, all of this stuff is just like, really, really like ground level, like people talking up, people getting jobs, talking about getting jobs. What's going on, Sally? What brings you in so late? I left those schematics in the office. I wanted to look them over tonight. Funny you mention that. I'll be seeing Burnley later tonight. You thought about accepting our offer? Of course, I've considered it, but the consultant role is working out perfectly. I do appreciate carving me out my own space. The accommodation makes it difficult to decline. There's got to be a quicker way to say that, or a way to make that sound interesting. I'll keep you posted. I've got some ideas that you're going to love. Let's get out of here. And then she's smiling. So this is Yaira. She's got blue hair here. She's got some ideas. They're going to fuck these guys up, I guess, in their company. But anyway, they leave. And this is a really good scene. As I said, wait a second here. This is the...
He's confusion.
He's about to break.
Wait, did they switch seats? Is that what's going to happen?
Gun? Lincoln has the gun. Why does this guy have a gun too? Did I read this wrong? So this guy's a traitor to the Projexis movement here. This is actually pretty cool. They got for some reason Darren's guys are gonna kind of attack him, and then it's like, oh, you're a mole, and then I think this guy's got a gun too, but he got through the detector and it didn't go off, and then this happens.
See, it turns out Gading actually has a company that makes those elevator metal detectors, and so he gave the space metal to make the gun for the trader. There you go. I just explained it, you idiot, EVS. Can't you figure this out with all these clues Eric has ingeniously left for you?
Don't be filling in the gaps like that. Don't
Idiot.
write this story for me.
God,
Don't you do
you want me to walk you
do
through
it.
this by your hand? Are you kidding me?
That's Lincoln going through the... Lincoln smashes through. So they crash the car. Lincoln smashes through the windshield.
Oh, he's totally missing it. Let me find it. Okay, so in Isom 1, I'm going to read you Isom 2, but in Isom 1, my favorite part is the exposition dump between Santuan and I was going to say Eric, but Avery in the parking lot.
Same
they
thing.
Fight. All right, let me find it here. We go into the hallowed book of Isom 2, and it's dictated by our Lord Eric July. All right. And so it's funny in Isom 1, he's in the second fight with Santuan, and he's like, they're saying all this exposition about excepts and shit. And then he's like, I came to your handler with respect. It was met with disrespect, and that cannot be tolerated. And so you see, like, he supposedly says respect. All right. And then he kind of repeats it here in this panel before Darren's guys show up. So he's like, considering what happened this morning, don't you think we should have a team tell you? And you said, he's like, Jason, be honest with me. Give me your harshest critique. And I wish Eric could take Eusebio's advice. And the guy says, I believe you're far too comfortable, sir. You must remember just how unpredictable this city can be. You're a respectable man, but that doesn't mean much to the disrespectful. See how this stuff echoes like he talks about Star Wars? You know, it rhymes. He's putting the same ideas in different characters. This is my biggest problem with Dark Knight Rises. I really like that movie, but the big problem that sticks out like a sore thumb to me is multiple characters that are unrelated, at least with the topic at hand of the clean slate. They all say the same fucking dialogue. Nolan or whoever helped write Dark Knight, they like gave the same dialogue to multiple unrelated people. And so you're like, this is bad writing, Eric. You shouldn't have people echoing the same idea.
And it's a waste of pages. Eric got to feel awful about this because, he's having to pay to print all this shit off and everything. It's just wasting money. It's wasting fucking money.
The space metal, I see y'all commenting on my joke. I don't know if it's actually metal, but there's like some element that Gooding's going to mention with Isom about like it's off-world. So I'm assuming he's alluding to his universe's vibranium or adamantium. Oh, it'd be vibranium. Black Panther's vibranium. On top of Uru metal is another one from Marvel with the Thor hammer. Balls of that's another go I need to rewatch. I didn't appreciate it the first time. I might love it more. But yeah, where'd it go? I saw a lady in the chat. Not oh, come on. Did I have that many comment? Where'd it go? Give me 1 second. I could have swore I saw like a lady emblem from these comments talking about metal. Okay, it might be Toto Man. Gooding works at car wash. How the hell does he have his hands on space metal? Again, we're going to see. Is he really going all Black Panther with his space metals? I think he will. Excuse me. On top of Norfolk being like Arrow, Green Lantern, space aliens.
And then we cut to Isom, who goes and gets a gun. And I don't know why. There's no reason for him to do this. He goes, he gets a gun, he puts it in his waistband, he puts on sunglasses and leaves. He doesn't use the gun, ever. Doesn't happen. And then here we go. We've got the wife of the farmer guy that looks like Eric Weathers, who shows up. She's looking for her husband. They go to Gooding for some reason. Gooding knows.
Sorry, I laughed because I thought he was saying the woman looks like Eric Weathers. And I was like, damn, like you could crap on your own guy. But okay. That was my misinterpretation.
It appears that the demons stole the Sam, his name is. We don't know why that ever happened. It's excruciating here. Another scene of him sleeping. This is Gooding again, who's saying, "Look, it's interesting. These guys have special thing in their blood. Here, that makes it. I've never seen anything like it. We're training. We get our new costume, and here it is. This is it. This is what Eric spoiled for me." He opens his costume up. This is the big moment. "I'm disgusted by the old design of your waistband." I'm disgusted by your old costume. "It was rather pointless. I've given you a belt with actual utility." Yes, he's got his utility belt. Woo! I love it. I'm so excited about this. No wonder Eric couldn't show me this. I would have stolen the design. If I had seen the utility belt, I would have been like, "Damn, dude, I got a sneak peek of that. I'm putting it on Cyberfrog. Try it on, and when you're ready, I have some ideas for attachments." Uh-oh. Attachments to the belt. Are they big black latex attachments? What are you looking for? "I have some ideas for ... attachments."
Yeah, jumping at midichlorians. My assumption, I think me and Jessica have talked about this on another stream. My prediction, given the crosses, not just because Isom lived as he died, a Christian, I think Avery, given in book 1, after he can't fly into the car from Yaira, there's the whole hospital sequence where we're seeing a doctor and nurse convene about Isom, and it's like, well, he did have this accident, but he seems fine. There is this weird thing on his leg, but we did a blood test. He isn't showing up as an accept. Again, this is an unmasked hero, apparently, formerly, of this city, and no one fucking recognizes him. Did he get a face surgery or something? They mentioned like, oh, well, there is like more intensive accept tests if the first one fails and they suspect, I guess. I don't know if they're trying to register people or what. But it seems like he's going to allude that Isom is like a godsend, that he subverts the accept testing. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting some sort of stupid Jesus narrative with Isom, thus justifying more so the actual Isom suing him initially.
Which, I mean, just fine. Just give me a fucking explanation at this point. Tell me, just, Jesus Christ, what's his powers? Like, what's happening here? Just give me something. I'll take
Isom
it.
lost his penis cross with his new belt and gained a penis star. Interesting. I didn't notice that. They're finding new layers all the time. Someone said, no one recognizes him, Pike Bishop says, because he looks different in every panel. It's very inconsistent. You have the same artist for this 100-page book, and he's drawing them all sorts of ways. This is hilarious. He's a master of disguise.
That's the things that you could attach to that belt. It's like a big black dong, but it has a fist at the end. Hey, that would be cool if like his belt could have attachments like that. Kind of like Green Arrow has attachments on his arrows, like a boxing glove arrow. But he has like dildos with special attachments at the end that attach to his utility belt. Ideas for attachments. He's got like a dildo with a net that comes out at the end. Like it skeets out a net and like traps you in a net. Or like I said, just a big fist, like a boxing glove dildo. Why hasn't that been done yet?
Oh my God, Jerry, what a great comment. He says, his powers are, Isom 9 will answer this. Don't expect him to explain everything.
We're never going to get to Isom 9. I can guarantee you right now, we are never getting to Isom 9.
Ooh, like that's a bet I would take, but it's like you're talking about like 5 years away because you're gonna throw in Larry Shanghai number 5.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, we'll get Alpha Core 2, we'll get Yaira, we'll get Gooding, Norfolka, I guess. We'll get Isom 3, and then Eric's going to prison.
There's going to be the Norfolka book. Jesus Christ. Get Gooding 7.
And then Eric's going to go to prison. After we get those, Eric's going to go to prison.
You don't think Israel's going to bail him out on behalf of Glenn Beck?
No. Now, Glenn Beck may try, but remember, Glenn Beck is an enemy of the state at this point. So, he's down with that whole corrupt government crap anyways, too. So, they're not going to give a shit. They're not.
Anyway, this is the utility belt. I don't know what's in the utility belt. Nothing right now, I guess. He says, when you're ready, I have some ideas for it. I don't know what's in there. It doesn't say, like, we don't learn here, Here comes the truck. Truck is hugely important here. Lots of scenes of the truck. This is, of course, a 3D asset. You can see that this is basically the same as this. Same angle. Ford Tough.
No, it's like Crocodile Dundee is like, this is a truck.
No, if we were doing Crocodile Dundee, it'd be a Subaru. Because he did all those Subaru commercials back in the day.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that actor outside of those movies, so.
Oh yeah, look it up sometime. He did a shit ton of Subaru commercials. Because it's a Subaru Outback. He's in Australia, the Outback.
That would be more interesting, Papa Cotton. Thank you for joining. He says Disney will keep Isom alive. They'll change him to an Indian trans man quadriplegic.
Let's go.
Why is there a medieval castle in Texas? Yeah, barring like in Oklahoma, they got, and I think Muskogee or Okmulgee, they got the castle. It's for like mainly like Renaissance fairs and Halloween. They have like a whole month of Halloween haunted castle stuff.
Yeah, but see, those are more attractions than anything else. Like, this is supposed to be an actual fucking castle. Here's the thing. This is the United States. Well, okay, it's the free state of Texas. Whatever. It was part of the United States.
Texas.
All right. There was no medieval times in the Americas. There was no castles being built. This isn't Europe. They're not scattered all over the fucking place. Where did this bitch come from?
Well, from one of many dimensions within the one universe, probably. Eric goes to jail. Riley bites rippaverse for the lulz. Apparently rippaverse, they trademarked it or re-upped the trademark as rippaversey with 2 E's. So I wonder if that would give people the allowance to trademark rippaverse 1 E and then troll Eric with a cease and desist of not just Isom but his whole fucking company. Shut down the warehouse, Eric.
Yo, you scared Jody right there. Maybe an old fort, but not a castle.
Yeah, we got TJ Laser, longtime member of the coalition of anti-rippas, or what I call the Alpha Core. Hell, TJ. Maybe an old fort, yeah. No, the restaurant Bloodruth bought one and converted it. It looks like a church, not a castle. These folks not know how castles look. Eric, Google stuff. Also, if you pay attention, it looks like 2 beer steins are on the side. I think July should give Kibblesmith an issue of Isom. Oh yeah, they love ragging on that Kibblesmith guy for his gay new warriors. That never came out.
All right, this is obviously the worst thing in the world here. This is the castle, and I've gone over this. This is one of the things that I think caused me and Eric to fight. I actually looked at this page. It was on Twitter, and I just asked people to redraw it because this is terrible. This is a truck that's pulling up to a spooky anachronism of a castle in the middle of Texas somewhere, right? See all the fog around? I can't see jack. The fog clears, and there's like this enormous, you would think, castle that the truck pulls up to, and it really looks...
He pulls up to Derek Zoolander's school for gifted children who want to read good and learn other good things too. What is this, a castle for ants? It's funny because, like, it's funny that he pointed all this out and that, like, Tony brought this to light. I think Tony's kind of the impetus of everyone be like, oh, 3D assets. Look at this. What the fuck is this thing? Hey, what's up, TJ Laser?
I pulled up right at the
pulling up
by some tool.
I would love that, Mad Joe. A Snowflake and Safe Space versus Isom. I think they'd kick his ass. We're having such a good time here. Look at the chat, man. We got 200 people. Do you have your own channel, or are you just hanging out with Jessica, or what's it? Because I can share your link. People check you out.
At the moment, I'm just roaming around. I don't really have my channel yet.
All right, let me grab your. Put the Twitter link in the private chat here, and I'll copy it into the chat. People check you out, follow you. Gotta strengthen the alpha core ranks. Gotta do proper data collection.
That's right. honestly, when it comes to the castle, like if this could work if it was like some Castlevania shit where because like in the Castlevania lore, like Dracula's castle can just pop up anywhere because it's kind of an entity in and of itself. But I doubt that Eric is smart enough to go that route.
Yeah. What's crazy though is like reading this. Me not being an artist, I'm like, what is like this stuff's so weird? You know, like this stuff did stand out a lot to me. I'm like, what the Gading spread? That one is just like, what the fuck? And then having EVS like delineate as an artist, like why it's so fucking wrong. It's like, oh, thank God. Like I wasn't crazy. I never really said anything about it. I'm like, what the fuck? It's nice to be validated on so many points that, you know, we're just, you know, lone detractors in the wild, but now we're forming the Alpha Core. And yeah, if you want to join the Alpha Core, I might change the title if y'all wish. You can support the channel for just 99 cents. Let me know what membership tiers you would like, what perks you'd like if you want to support the channel. You can join for 99 cents a month. I don't know if I'll ever actually do exclusive stuff, but it's a way to support me. Throw a buck at me every month. I would appreciate it. Trying to make Meth Gator. But it's not required. I will engage you regardless if you're paying, because that's what we do here in the Alpha Core.
This is what we do.
My favorite vampire has arrived. I love
Hell yeah, Melissa.
Meg Griffin grew her fingernails for a superpower. Isom might have a shot kicking her ass. Oh, it's so funny to clown on this shit, man. And yeah, there is TJ Laser's link to follow him on Twitter and keep up to date where he's moving in the shadow, where he's lurking, where he's assessing data regarding the Rippaverse.
Assessing the situation. I'm not surprised that EVS fought Eric July over this scene. Like from an artistic standpoint, this is really disgusting.
Yeah, it really fucking is. Like
it makes me go, Yaira! And just I gasp. The notorious evil Dr. Cliche could take out Isom in a very much cliche way. Oh yeah, we should get someone that can do a Cleveland voice if we do a roundtable reading of Isom, because I can be Darren and I'd be like, get your ass up, bitch, you know. And someone would be like, oh man, I'm in a truck, there's all this fog. And
then just have a like when Avery's about to get punched or something, he's just like, no.
Not my snow bunny.
That's nasty.
I suck off men.
Yo,
the amazing Isom sucking off men in the deluxe issue.
When we get the sex scene with Avery and Yaira, just have it be like, ow, and boom goes the dynamite.
All right, let's continue.
Like a bounce house or something like that. It looks terrible. I mean, it really looks like shit. And there are a million different ways that you could draw this, and you guys did. I mean, there are so many people who got involved in this and actually redrew this page and made it look amazing. They made it just look great.
Getaway. He would never shut up.
Eric didn't like that I did that.
Making fun of it, and he was still on Eric July's side at the time.
Yeah, I remember that because Tony, I think it was his famous post that brought this to light, and then people started investigating this art in the fucking elevator metal detector, just low, you know, what the fuck.
Another one of those teachable moments where you get a script and you really need to sell it. The truck pulls up to this bizarre castle after the fog clears. Strange castle. I mean, if you just say the word strange castle, right there, that should just implant all kinds of visual ideas. You type that into some AI program, and they're going to give you something better than this. You'll see. I mean, just type that into like Ford Raptor truck pulls up to bizarre castle with a drawbridge down, and AI is going to show you all kinds of crazy cool layouts for what that could have looked like. And instead, it looks like this. And as we examine it, like I really don't know what this is. Like people are still trying to figure out what these tea kettles are here with the handle.
They're beer
like this is something that you would lift up. There's a hinge here, so you lift this up, and then I guess this opens up. Like this pulls the lid open, and inside are cookies.
Bloodroot is actually a horrible alcoholic. It's a serious problem.
TJ is from Lithuania. Interesting. The anime version Methgator art I've gotten is I think he's from either Slovakia or Lithuania. I have to look at the label again, but I don't know if you know of Ari. I don't know, he's got like a weird numbers for his account, but he's a real guy. Ari, that's just what he goes by. Auri. You should check him out. Hi, young Rippa. We know you're watching.
Probably.
Send us some Rippa bucks. Oh no, send me a giant super chat, call me a hoe ass nigga and whatever, crack smoker, and then I will refund you and say fuck you, Eric.
I will not. You can send me money via my Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, whatever. I don't care. Call me whatever you want.
Tell you to adjust your attitude. Yeah.
Yeah. Send me as much as you want. I will not refund you because I like money.
I'll donate it to Rhodes or something.
I'll be right back.
Oh, TJ's got to pull up on that door.
Oh no! Don't open that door. It's one of
Avery.
Eric's.
He's got an empty utility belt. Real tap.
It's Sturgis. Don't open that door.
Hey, bud. I don't like what you're saying about Eric.
Well, we lost TJ Laser. Sturgis got him. It's over.
Oh, damn. All right, let's continue.
Or sugar. Don't know. He runs up to the castle. These are funny. I like these. You can find like somebody did a book a while ago. They collected these images from 100 years ago of photography, like early filmmaking. And, they would sit there and they'd capture a horse in motion so that you could they slowed it down to frames so that you could see what a horse's anatomy looks like when it runs, how its legs move together frame by frame. And they had human beings running too. And that's what this reminds me of. Like this looks like it was traced from that, but I don't really know. Anyway, it looks dumb. All right. Thank you. Here is Sydney Bloodruth. This is fine. He sent me this in black and white as a part of one of the assets that I needed to use to draw from to do the cover. So I saw this a while ago, just the line art of this, and went, it's going to be this kind of a book. Together, they go into hell. They go into a cave. Sydney has blood that comes out of her fingernails. This is what could have been explained to me a little bit better. Her powers are that she has blood that comes out of her fingernails, and that blood can do things like, now I got a light. I lit up the cave, and I can see all the monkey men. Isom fights the monkey men. He's fighting the monkey men pretty hard here, and she's like, he goes,
this feels
I'm
like
searching this cave for Sam. So they're looking for Sam.
Right?
That's why it's great, because you get so many genres of crap. It's like an anthology of bad stories. This is why it's great.
The entrance to hell is right next to Bloodroot's castle.
Exactly, dude. Man, it's like, and now dragons.
This is something you do in a different story arc. This is gay.
Isom 3 in space. I'm calling it. Chadram looks like a gray.
He's gonna
and
copy.
They've hinted that the material for the suits came from another world. I'm calling it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hints about aliens in this whole fucking thing. So,
yeah, no, exactly. I grabbed the EVS cover because it's like I don't want that other shit. But this cover, this is fucking awesome. Even the Kane, I guess Kane White did that Chatteran cover. I'm like, I'm good.
Like, I'm not saying you can't do something like this, but this is something you do in a different story arc. This does not jive at all with what we got in Isom 1. And
see, you think they have to be written a certain way, and that is not the case.
They don't have to be. They don't have to be written a certain way, but don't expect your comic to turn out too well if they aren't.
If y'all haven't, go in my timeline on YouTube and find my ill-advised tweet video, and I go run play-by-play interacting with Eric, and you see the things he says. Copy and paste those comments back and forth with them, and just throw it back in Ripitard's faces when it's like, oh, they try to nitpick something else. You know, be like, well, you see this and that, and they'll get pissed and be like, well, this is literally verbatim what Eric has said to people about his shit story. So get in line, motherfucker. Okay, I'm on the page.
For some reason, Sam is in this cave. We don't know why. You can leave if you're scared. And she says, ha, then give me a minute. And she says, it's been a while since I've tried this. And he's still fighting down here. This is silliness. He's still fighting. She says, she's at the top of this. She goes, it's been a while since I've tried this. And then she kind of lets blood come out of her fingernails. A lot. She crosses her hands in front of her. She flings the blood and goes, "Aye." And that's it.
Jesus. You should see
that was
parody of
thanks
this.
for doing
Hilarious.
that did absolutely nothing. That didn't kill any monkey men. That didn't really appear to do anything at all.
The monkey's like, the ketchup, what the fuck? Immortal's like, what does she even do? I know it's just frustrating. I feel like trying to make sense of this shit. It's like the frustration in MacGruber where he's like, just tell me whose dick I have to suck and I'll suck it. I'm so confused.
What is that? What did she do? Like, I thought she would like knock down like 28 monkey men with that, but it did nothing there. It's been a while since she's done that too. And then he's fighting more monkey men. There's a lot of fighting. This is actually cool because there's a lot of action, but like the original book, the action can oftentimes be like inexplicable. So here we have the lava monkey men, and they're all creating lava and then throwing it like a huge fireball. See, they're making a fireball. I think they're throwing it at Isom here, and then he's getting ready to get engulfed in fire. But then this happens.
Eric July is a big weeb. He calls this entire thing arc, right? Like how anime always has arcs. And what's it called? Isom himself is kind of like Saitama. He trained himself to be this powerful, so that's the same origin story.
No, listen, dude. Like listen. If Eric can't even keep his plot cohesive in this format, I would hate to see him do a manga. I would hate to see him do a manga. Holy shit!
Manga.
And he's doing, and look, fireballs.
I need y'all to get on Twitter and pretend to be Rippitards and be like, "Hey, when are you going to do an Isom manga version?"
Oh,
fucking
we need
have
some
him
of the
sink
gay
money
ops.
in that dumb shit.
Oh no! Oh,
because it'd be like 500-page volumes.
I mean, comic books will probably never recover from this shit. I don't want them to ruin manga too.
Yeah, man.
No, let them ruin manga so that comic books will be okay.
No, leave my manga alone. Fuck you. No, you leave it alone.
Motherfucker gives us a splash page of a guy flying through space metal, but can't give us a page with her killing monkey men. Oh wait, if you skip the whole Gading sequence, because he went here on the direction of Gading, and it's again vague, but this is what I want to mention, and I'll explain how I read Gading as well. All right, let's see. Get past this utility belt, I think. Larry Shanghai. Yeah, I love Larry Shanghai. Like, I sing his name to the tune of Bo Burnham, Jeff Bezos. I'm like, Larry Shanghai, Larry Shanghai, you did it. All right. So, when he's in the lair of Gading, he says, there are things that we can scientifically identify that helps us understand life. With human DNA, think of it like this. We all have our own unique scripts, but the actors are the same. Isom says, and this guy is a different studio? He's in a completely different industry. The last time I saw this, I was working abroad. We found traces from remains of a creature that had to be from the under earth. So you believe the beasts are from the same places? This? At least of a similar makeup. Wait, just a minute. How's your arm? The spacing on this lettering, it's like I thought it was a pause. How's your arm already healed? The ointment isn't that good. Popped a couple painkillers. I can assure you that this thing didn't come from me. What happened in the previous case? Okay, we're about to enter some dark territory. Ooh, spicy. We were both very young during the Great War of Separation. How much do you know about the factions? And he's like, as with any war, there's more to it than we know. I understand the basics. Texas won, and Brian is the hero. Of course, there are some conspiracies. At least one of them I can personally confirm. Paranormal subjects took advantage of this turmoil and made moves. There are other creatures that are nearly identical to this. We believe dozens of them appeared during the war. However, the sightings were concentrated near the old Carolinas, at least until they weren't. I'm assuming that's where you came in? Correct. An odd earthquake rocked central Mississippi, and days later, a carcass was discovered by a private investigator. I was contracted to take a look, and I have a feeling that the earthquake wasn't a coincidence. The mystery lies in the fact that it was the furthest southwestern sighting. I need to do a little more research. It'll take a few days. I'm afraid we don't
now
have
feeling
time
the pain
for
of
that.
reading it, even though they're not actually reading it.
He says, you do if you want to figure out what happened to Sam. We have to connect the dots. In the meantime, there's someone I want you to visit. Why exactly am I paying you? That's why I need you to do this. Let's not waste any time. There's
Imagine
a resource.
paying nearly $50 to read all of this dialogue.
There's a resource about an hour west near the mountains. It doesn't exactly appear on your phone map. There lives one of my greatest sources of intel. Tell her everything. She's the only one who would know if something weird is happening in this area. Tell her everything. She's not the type to talk on the phone, but this will get you in. I'll have some more information once you get back. We'll take care of Mrs. Willard. It makes it
John
funnier
is asking how
if
much
he's a robot.
how much super chats does it take to end the read through?
Pay my man $2,000 to end the read through.
But you see, yes, reading it is boring, but if you personalize it, or I guess in Goding's case, robotize it, it makes it palpable, in my opinion. It makes it fun. I'd rather hammer nails into my teeth than read these. Jesus Christ. Where are Brian's statues? Exactly. You know, it's like he's the hero of Texas. They should have fucking monuments like the southern states. They got what's that place? Stone Mountain in Georgia? They got like the Mount Rushmore of the South. Like you would think they would have something like that for the hero of the Texas War of Separation.
Secession, yes.
Hades, Hecate, Charon, hell, please save us and destroy Texas with your forces of the underworld. And yes,
trying to do
more
it now with the Hell
intel
Monkeys.
collection. Yes. Do you not see how brilliant this book is for how bad it is? Like no one in their right mind that has competency at all would make a story so bad on purpose. Because even if you made a bad story on purpose, it would just inherently have a plot. You know, this is brilliant stuff.
So
I
had an experience once where I phased through space and time, and I ended up in the year 3000. And I can confirm that scientists in the year 3000 are still studying Isom to figure out just how it got this fucking bad. Eric July's brain is something that's kept stored in order to study it to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again.
You scared Jody says he should have called the book vague. Exactly. Yeah, it's like, oh, here's the data guy. He's like, well, there's some things I know about something somewhere at one point. The thing was there. Eric wrote this. There's no ghostwriting. This is him. I love it. It's his stream of consciousness of jibber jabber. You see it on Twitter. He knows it's him. There was one thing that Dick shared months ago. I was looking through my replies and stuff, where it's like he was like talking about inspiration or his writing process or what would he change in Isom 1 or 2. And he like meanders like 3 fucking minutes about like I would have the takeaways. I would have added like 2 more pages of fighting of Alfcor and Yaira in hindsight. And it's like, oh my God, like the fucking mushmouth bullshit. It's hilarious.
I don't know. The fire's coming and then this happens. So that's good. And then what? I don't know. And then he says, what are you? And she says, what are you? Neither of these people have done very much data collection or research. We'll talk later. Let's get through the cave. So far, Bloodruth has done effectively 0. There is nothing that Bloodruth has done at all except for bring him to the cave. She's done nothing. She's contributed nothing to this at all. A monkey starts humping her right here. And then he kicks the monkey off of her. And then he says, I don't know, man.
Oh, wait. He missed something. He missed something that is like very vital. This is a meme between me and Rookie. Let me find it. It's between Bloodruth and Eric. Scroll back here. This is great. When he meets Bloodruth, you know, he like fucking just like, I think he punches an alligator in the moat. You know, she flies on her dragon. Oh, that's later. Okay, right here. Getting sent you to me because I deal with these types of beings all the time. I see your get up, but this is far more mythical than just thugs you punch in the city. There's been an influx of Hellion activity in this area. I've dealt with them as they've come, but this is concentrated. Something is drawing them here. Hellion? Those creatures look like they could be from hell, do they not? He's like, if you're in this line of work, you know that there's only one hell. He's like, technically, yes, but there's still a matter of perspective. Every culture has their version of a hell. The common theme is a fiery underground where bad people reside. So you know that
a matter
hell
of perspective. That's an Eric July thing.
Yeah, and it's funny because she's like talking about different planes, different realms that you can just walk up to or visit. And he's like different universes? She's like, no, that's fictional nonsense. He's writing himself into the character, given his disdain for the multiverse and retcons, etc. 180 pages across 2 books. Has Isom actually saved anyone yet? Exactly. This comic is dumber than Dunce Cake by the Ocean. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, it's that song. It's a pop song.
Okay, I have no idea.
You don't want to hear it.
But yeah, it's like when you hear me and Ricky just like get stuck, you're like fictional nonsense. That's where that's from.
And then he points to this, which I don't know what it is, but he says that has to be something. I guess, yeah.
Good eye, Isom.
All of this has to be something. Do you understand? I had to read this today. Cognitive Minority says, I'm exhausted. I understand. I had to read this. This is it's really unfun. More monkey fighting. If you're looking for action, if you want to see Isom fighting the monkeys, like there are pages and pages of him fighting the monkeys, so that's good. And then once again, we got another kind of as she uses blood. This time, she uses her blood to break down the door. And inside the door, and look, she's falling down because she's given all her blood away. Essentially, these are really bad powers because especially if you're anemic. She goes inside, and there are all these dead people. They're all dead, she says. But here's Sam. They were dead before I got here. Are you Sam? I am. And it looks like he's been raped.
That's where that's from. Oh, my God. Oh, I had to not pick up on that. Sam, I am.
Are you Sam? I am.
Oh, my God. You can't kill the underworld, Isom. You think you can't. He knows he can.
Which is weird, but there's a lot of implication of that in this book. So Sam was raped. That must be Avery out there causing a commotion. He said his name was Isom. I don't care, dude. I don't fucking care anymore. Why did they get Sam? Like, oh, on the back of Sam's back. This is a clue. Looks like they clawed his back. Oh, look. It's lit up now. Is that important? It's a little symbol on his back. Oh, they're probably going to use Sam as a weapon. Okay.
Dude, he's copying Zack Snyder, or I guess the Justice cut of Justice League with the fucking parademons.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he copied the worst fucking thing.
I mean, again, Snyderverse, Rippaverse.
Jeez, yeah, I was gonna say there was something I was gonna say about Sam being like a power person now. It's like, oh yeah, because EVS like, oh, like the monkeys clearly raped him. That's what he jokes, and it's like, have y'all seen American Gods? The show.
I haven't.
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's Neil Gaiman's book. I've watched most of the first season. I need to rewatch it to finish the show, but I really like it. It's very different, and I like what I've read of the comic version and the book version. There's this one character because it's like essentially it's like this fight of like old gods that are like fading and new gods like technology and indulgence, entertainment, stuff like that. God of technology that are trying to like take over the modern day. And so you got this guy Shadow Moon, who is like this right-hand man for Odin, who's assembling the old gods. And one of the gods is the jinn, so like more or less like Islamic area of the world mythology. And there's this gay guy who gets in a taxi, who the taxi ends up being the jinn's taxi, and they hook up, and they have like some sort of light portrayal of the insemination of the jinn power from the jinn to the new jinn. And so it's like, well, we have an example of what has happened to Sam. He's been inseminated with demon monkey magic. I can't wait to see how this unfolds in Isom 3. Raped by monkeys with pants. Sad, Sam. Oh, yeah, Shadow Moon. Staking scenes from Lost City. I'm not sure of that. All right, almost done.
And then she squirts out some more menstrual blood for Sam to jump into. And blop, there. No.
This is the big finale.
I'm like defeated, you know.
It's like EVS got beaten up.
Isom says go, and he's holding off the monkeys while Bloodruth, who is now out of blood and she's tired. Sam helps her towards the hole, and there's some monkeys in the way. I don't know.
Not the only one that day that helped themselves to a hole.
Damn.
What is up, Andrew Sabina? Thanks for joining. If I haven't seen you early in the chat, sorry. Yeah, getting updated laser pants. Hell, bad take, Bojan, longtime friend of the channel. I'll have to get. Hopefully, she gets a copy of The Haunted Vagina. She's the one that tipped me off on this book, The Haunted Vagina, and I actually sought it out on eBay recently. And so I'm going to have to read it. It's not too long. It looks like it's about 100, 150 pages. We might have to do a deep dive. Maybe I can reach out to the creator and pick their brain if we have like a panel regarding The Haunted Vagina. If you're interested, Tina. I think you are, given that you tipped me off on this. Yeah. Does she only have powers a couple days of the month? Exactly. Like, this is not a good say what you want about like the woke indie company mom and whatever the period werewolves book, but it sounds way more creative than whatever the fuck Bloodruth is. And yeah, it sounds like your powers suck. You're not helping at all, besides flying on blood globs, which is disgusting.
And I don't know what. Oh, the animals come in. This is good. This is heroic. The wolves come in. Her wolves are animals, and they're magic. And so they help defeat some more monkey men. And then her dragons come in. That's cool. That's cool. I like Eric kind of going, you know what? Like, there's this chick, and she's got, like, wolves. And she's got, like, a dragon. And she's got, like, an eagle. She's got, like, alligators. She lives in a fucking castle. And she's a cowgirl. I like that. And she has blood powers.
You see what he's doing? He's infantilizing what fucking Eric is as a creative, and that's so fucking funny.
I have a suspicion that Bloodruth is the self-insert of Lady Rippa. I can't confirm.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. That's so brilliant, TJ. He wrote Bloodruth for his wife. It's like, I'm gonna make a, Bon Scott of AC/DC. Clearly, I'm an AC/DC fan. His wife, it's like, he never writes songs about me, and eventually he got divorced, and so he wrote for her on the High Voltage record, first record, "She's Got Balls." And it's like, it's a tongue-in-cheek joke, but it's like, that's nice, it's funny, maybe a little mean-spirited, but it's funny. And then this is like, if this was written for his wife, it's like, oh my god, what an insult. Yeah, a deep dive into the haunted vagina. Wow, didn't even check myself on that. That's hilarious. Thanks for catching that. We're gonna go in the hole. Like, I wish EVS would go all in on narwhals. All like, fuck yeah, fuck you, boy Zach, and that trash art. And it's worse than any woke comic I've seen. This. I'm so glad BVS pointed out to actually look. I'm already written off Richard Meyer. He's a bitch. He caved when CG was paying his bills to fight Mark Waid for tortoise interference. And he caved when he had the bill paid already. What a bitch. He loves bragging about, I was in Iraq, I was in the insurgents and the fucking invasion. And then he's like, oh, the internet hurts. I can't go on with this court case people paid for. Fuck that guy. And he teases the Gnarl with this trash fucking art. I've seen some stuff of Gnarl before he got in the sights of Zach, and it was serviceable for amateur art. And then he's just throwing out slop, no fucking effort. And people are pretending it's cool and they like it. Fuck that. Gnarl needs to hire an artist. That's fucking funny. He draws when you're on DMT.
He needs to hire Glasshouse Studios, sure.
That would be an improvement. You need some 3D assets.
That's the problem, right? The indie comic book scene can easily be infiltrated by some jackasses because everybody's like, you get the trophy for making a comic book.
Yeah. And then people wonder why gatekeeping should still be a thing.
Right?
Yeah, we should bully.
We should have kept indie comics away from Eric July.
What? We are. A couple things. Bam, bam. We got George Peter Gatsis popping in.
Oh,
and we also have Sigmoid Freund. I hope I'm saying that right. Correct me if I'm wrong on Twitter. He says, first time listening, y'all, but references to EJ's incarcerated future for taxation and Carton Melick ill books. I have found a home here. Well, thank you, Sigmoid. Appreciate it. Another $5 into the Meth Gator coffer. Building my empire. You are now a Methodist for having supported me. That's what I call my congregation of Meth Gator supporters, the Methodist community. And for that, you get this.
I'll take a pound of nuts. That's a lot of nuts!
Thank you so much for those nuts, Sigmoid. I appreciate it. Methhead's too obvious. And then I came up with Methodist. I'm like, oh shit, that's fucking hilarious because it's kind of sacrilegious, in a funny way. So thank you. My new Methodist sigmoid. We are growing. Thank you, Rippa, for uniting us in the coalition of anti-Rippas, the Alpha Core. Let's continue.
That is sweet.
Oh, wait, sorry. George. George.
Yes.
What's going on?
Yes.
What's going on, George?
I'm just here to offer my expert opinion. Everything that's said, ditto.
Nice. You got anything to promote? Maybe put in the chat and we'll get it ready for after this splurge.
By the way, anyone wants to give Black Angus reviews $50, he can kick me off the show. No, sorry, $60. He can kick me off the show.
Well, you just coming in to be a martyr for me? That's fucking nice. Thank you.
I'm here to build money for the channel.
Oh, I appreciate that. Love the thought, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, sorry I haven't got back to you. Just been busy trying to coordinate stuff and work. So I got to switch to night shift this week, tomorrow. So it's kind of coming in handy. Kate's going to be streaming late at 9 tonight. So I'll be staying up and getting on track for tomorrow's work. But yeah, is there anything you need to promote? George, you got a campaign going on right now, right? Get in the chat so we can show it after this last bit of EVS with the book. All right, I'm going to continue while George gets that ready.
The monkey man grabs Isom. He's about to set him on fire. Isom uses some powers, I guess. Like he scrunches down, then he jumps and bonks the guy's head on the roof of the cave, which frees him but leaves him falling. And then boom. By the way, shout out to Eric Weathers. Boom. So he had all this to like. Hey, see these lines here, Eric? I'm gonna need Eric Weathers. He's the letter. I'm gonna need a boom sound effect here, and Eric came through big time, man. And here is Isom getting ready to be mounted. Probably by one of the monkeys.
That ascot of Isom.
Yo, man, that ass.
I guess
He's got that booty sweat ready.
Man, I ain't
this is
gay.
cake by the ocean.
I ain't gay, but man,
It's covered in blood roofs, period blood, and monkey matter. His ass out.
Yo,
he's like, Sam, it's ready. It's time for you to get on plate. You know?
This is a perfect summation of this entire fucking book. It's ass.
And notice the butt shot is straight after boom.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you again, Sigmoid Freund. He says my YouTube handle would make a good rippaverse character name. It would. I'll admit, Melik wrote the Haunted Vajayjay, by the way. Yeah, as soon as you said, I went back and looked at the Switch chat and typed in Carlton Melik the Third. He also has the Hungry Bug. And it looks like a zany guy. Definitely interested to dig in more. So let me see. He's got the Cannibals of Candyland. He's got Quicksand House, the Baby Jesus Butt Plug from 2004. 2021, he's got the Female Metal Octopus. Warrior Wolf Women of the Wasteland. Another one is every time we die or we meet at the Dairy Queen, your whole something. The title's too fucking long to read online. Your whole fucking face explodes. That's what it's called. Oh my god. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah. Tina Bodgen, she's the one that got me to look into this, and I actually went and bought it. So possibly a review, if not a possible seeking of an interview with Mr. Carlton Melik III. So keep your eyes out for that. Let's continue.
He decides he doesn't want to do that, and he runs away. The end. This is ass song. The end. Acknowledgements. Hope you enjoyed Isom number 2. Let me give a big shout out to those that stuck around.
Wait, the acknowledgement page is straight after the butt shot?
And we hope you remain customers of the Rippaverse. Well, you're asking a lot. Isom number 1 let us gauge the market, and we can now invest in other stories. The following years will bring books that will feature other characters detached from Isom. These releases will consist of a growing pool of talented writers
can't
and
even
artists.
get
This is
Isom
perhaps
right.
my favorite
Don't
part
talk
of this
about the other
entire process. This company is self-sufficient, which means that everything is connected.
Oh, so you don't need us to back your campaigns. Self-sufficient, guys. You don't need to back it. Let the Rippatards know. Hey, he's self-sufficient. How do we miss this? I don't need y'all crack smoking white, fat, out of shape whites. That's a clip I got to transfer my phone to the computer, but it's a problem having an iPhone. It's trying to convert some of your videos.
The more we grow, the more job opportunities there will be in all the departments of the company. That's great. You guys want to work there? Job opportunities are coming. On behalf of the Rippaverse, thanks to the greatest customers in the world, and we get another signature from Eric July. Another one. Eric, why don't you just limit these to maybe one per book? Why don't you expound upon your plans just once? I don't want to see your signature more than once. And then we turn the page and look. Next up, Isom number 3, and the conclusion of Ill Advised.
After credit scene.
Is he still gonna be fighting the monkey men in
Wait a
3?
minute.
Please say no.
Look at.
Are you telling me Rippa Eric July is trying to do the Marvel movie gag?
Yes.
Oh my god!
But no, look at this
stupid,
art.
man.
This is what first stuck out to me reading it the first time. Is like me not being an artist. I'm like, this something doesn't work with this pose of Isom. His punch
That's a stiff
seems.
pose.
It seems more than just
that's
exaggerated.
a 3D model pose.
Yeah, it seems more than just exaggerated. It seems like impossible with like the joint of his shoulder, and the way he's standing with the way the rest of the monkey demons are in a pile. It just doesn't add up to be like physically sensible.
That's not a follow through punch.
Yeah, and again, the beginning of the book, when you start dealing with the hell monkeys at his ranch that have abducted Sam, he gets burned without his suit.
Oh,
and it seems pretty debilitating.
That's the Doom guy pose from Doom 1.
Oh my god, what a ripoff! The ripoff verse.
Yeah, the ripoff verse.
Yeah, this would be funny if it's Beavis and Butthead. Like, this is serious. That's why it's just funny, because like this guy is no fucking humor. There's no tongue in cheek. Like, haha, yeah, that was stupid. No, it's like all serious. And
Eric
he thinks
July
this is
himself
good.
is humorless. Yeah.
Yeah, the transfer movies, bad as they are, like they get mechanics right with the fights. Like they definitely got good human models if they're doing that. If not, just really good animators that understand the weight of bodies hitting and clashing. Even though it's like stylized, some of the sword fights or gun fu, they intermingle with the robots. Yeah, all the transfer movies got pretty good. The fights themselves, I'm not like, well, that's just ridiculous. Only time was like the person in his little mech suit in the Beast Wars one. But I'm I the only one to think money looking monsters are lame.
I think he meant monkey. Yeah, the
Monkey.
hell monkeys.
Well, they're inconsistent too. Like you look at EVS's cover, then you look at the beginning of the book, then you look later. The design is inconsistent. Just
well,
like
maybe these are like more like an Eloy type monkeys. Some of them are more evolved than the others. So some of them may be younger and others are older. Some of them may be, on a sugar fix, and that's why they're so fat. Well, the other ones are too skinny. There's, on a, carnivore diet.
Yeah, it's flabbergasting. Let's keep going through this.
Please say psych. And then we're back in the comic again. Like we think it's over, but it's not over.
Here we go.
We're back in the comic again.
Just like Thanos in the
I've underestimated this. ... Human. More vagaries. Our presence is no longer necessary. All has been confirmed. Oh, so very much like Lincoln and very much like Darren, like you just set up shop and for no particular reason except to confirm information. That's everybody's collecting data.
Oh my God,
everybody's getting things confirmed. Everybody needs more research.
Even Monkey Demon Darkseid is collecting data. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that. Fuck. Goddamn retard. He's got one note. That's hilarious. Oh fuck.
That's the theme. The through line of this entire book is just
all about
people
data.
looking for more information.
Ditto.
And then we got this.
God, here we go.
He must be eliminated.
What the hell is that?
Well,
the
I mean,
lactating hell monkey.
Is that like King Cryptid?
you just now came to that conclusion because you just sicked 400 monkey men.
Yeah, the
on
silhouette
him
looks
that
like King
seemed to be
Cryptid,
trying to
true.
eliminate him, but they failed to do so.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if this head. I'm a big Shadow of the Colossus fan. My see if I can show you. It's my sleeve. Let's see. Right there. If you can hear me, this symbol is from Shadow of the Colossus. Monster number 3 is like this ram creature, like a goat. This head looks so much like that. Very interesting that I've realized that. Might have another rip-off asset.
Know before, like, that he needed to be eliminated? If you didn't know that he needed to be eliminated, why did you send all your monkey men after him to try to kill him? Because they were trying to kill him. He's gonna oh yeah, all right. Now you're mad? I don't care. I don't care. Up next for the Rippaverse. I like this. I like the ad on the inside of the.
Oh wow! Teasing Alpha Core. Look at that.
I'm trying to figure out how big he is. He seems like he's big, but I can't really tell. Like, these are his feet, and then they're all right. I mean, are these his feet? There's his hand, and these are dead monkey men on the ground. He's not really that big. It'd be good to see little monkey men down here around him, like very small. Where are your little monkey men? And then you could say, holy shit, that dude's big. If that dude says he's going to be eliminated, I'm scared. It's just a monkey man, but he's wearing like a cape. Here we have an ad for Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett's Alpha Core, which people say, well, it's going to be better because, it's got Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. And I got to be honest with you. I don't know what the purpose is of this exercise without Eric July's direct involvement. Because the characters ain't nothing to write home about. Like, I mean, honestly, Alpha Core and their activities in this book made them absolutely insufferable assholes who rape each other. And I don't care. Like, it's not like, oh, I need to know more about them. Let's get a talented creative team involved. Like, these guys are fine, but let them do their own thing. Please free them.
True.
To do their own book together somewhere else or about something else. And then down here we got the Saska sisters, who apparently are like, are they still, does anybody know about this? Like, they're real, like, far radical left wingers. We got some artwork here from Yaira number 1. The Yaira number 1 is going to be interesting because I think, I gauged and I could kind of tell how the sales were going to go. For Isom 1 and 2, once I saw that, it's like, look, every book is going to half itself, but Yaira might do better than that. And my prediction is that Yaira could make 2 million. Yaira could make 3 million. The only character that people seem to really be interested in, because visually she's interesting. I mean, she hasn't been visually interesting in the book yet at all, in either of the books. But visually, the pinups we've seen of her, where she's in costume, they're kind of interesting. And she's a female character, and an entire female creative team, which is very Marvel Comics, very progressive of Eric. Very progressive.
Yeah, Papa, he says, Second Street used to talk up the Saska sisters. Well, yeah, I finally pieced together. I didn't know. I don't know if he ever mentioned, but I never knew he was a Rippa mod in his chat. And then when there was a day where everyone's getting banned for bunnies in the chat, I think it was after that stream where they trolled him, with super chats like, let's talk about warehouses and warehouse related things. He started banning all the bunnies in the chat. And I saw Second Street has a mod saying, like, you got that the block camera is strong today or something with like a muscle. I'm like, oh, this is why he kind of like fucking turned on me when I'm like, yeah, Isom sucks. It's starting to all make sense. And yeah, now it makes sense why he was talking up the Sasuke so much. On top of like what he's delineating about his own personal background and it's kind of his investment in that kind of story. I'm not doxing anything about him. I don't know anything detailed, but he's delineated on streams about his abuse in the past. So he really likes stories that like, you know, get the bad guys with that kind of thing. So I think there's a personal investment for Second Street with that Sasuke stuff, but now it like totally makes sense why he was hyping up the Sasuke because Rippa was, you know, so it's possibly disingenuous. Especially if you dig into all their body of work, it's all woke activism shit trying to subvert the patriarchy with pornography and horror, gore, male-centric fetishes and genres. They're trying to use that to trick men to become SJWs, more or less, and promote their trans advocacy and stuff. So yeah, it's like, don't talk about gatekeeping woke weirdos from companies so stuff doesn't happen and then hire them. Fucking hypocrite.
Yo, this renowned zero in the chat. Sometimes I smell my Isom pages and imagine Eric is taking me into the warehouse. Ew.
Oh, that's so cute. It's like he's imagining he's Brian Solari with Braxwell. It's cute.
When the parody accounts are there,
it's
almost real.
Hey Angus, I'm gonna go and get ready for Katie's stream. So
no, you're
I'm
fine, man.
bounce out.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. EBS is live, and Katie's got a show at 9. I'm gonna try to funnel you good people too to sub and watch her. I think Tony might be on as well. Richard's gonna be over there. Jessica is going over there. I, of course, got the invite to go, and so time this perfect to lay it up to her. So we're gonna finish out. I'm gonna promote the Mythicals and anything George wants to promote.
Yeah, just George Peter Gatsis on YouTube. That's
well, there you go.
Or just send me money.
And with that, let me remove this because he's just kind of coming out the eye right now. Very entertaining. Let me share. Hojo, apologizing, missed that window I was aiming for to present this to y'all, but you're still here. If you haven't heard of this, go check out the Mythicals #2 on Fund My Comic. I'll play the trailer.
I told that moron not to take out my Tchaikovsky tape. No matter, let's get started. Here we are, Nancy Moon. The last time we left our heroine, she had just joined my esteemed colleagues at level M. And the soldier who cannot stop talking, a magician with money issues, and a vampire with a checkered past. But there are other teammates she's yet to meet. One in particular might be a little bit shocking for her.
Look at that. You'll never see females look this good in the Rippaverse.
Back in today,
It's the Rippaverse. Actually, the Rippaverse E is like a
The Rippaverse E. True.
The Rippaverse E. Let me
It's
share
like democracy,
this link.
the Rippaverse.
Share this link for y'all good people so you can go check out. And let me see his tiers. There it is in the chat. What's up, Shifter? Thanks for joining. So he's already funded. I can confirm, at least digitally, he fulfills pretty quick. So his top tier, collector tier, $70. Get a collector's box. I'm not sure how many books it holds. Trading cards and stuff, but you can get the reprint edition of Mythicals, $10 plus shipping. 15 for #2. This cover. This cover for 13. I want to say he's got a tier to get on. Oh, you can get all 6 issues. I guess it's 6 issues of the covers he's done. But you can get the #1 PDF for $8 and #2 for PDF for $8. I've read half of it. I, for a reason, just been busy and haven't like finished it. I need to. It's not ridiculously long or anything. It's probably, I think, 36 pages. It is good. The tone I get from it is like very Men in Black. There's a vibe like Men in Black that I'm pulling from his book. I like it. But it's not like overwhelming. He's doing some fantasy, some dark, evil stuff, but he's pretty clear, black and white kind of storytelling. I like what I've seen. I just need to finish. And yeah, Chandra, that character looks awesome. And this Carl werewolf, like Jesus Christ, if only Ripper could be this dynamic. This guy's only funded thus far $8,000, and look at the fucking craft and effort he's put into this. The artists he's hired.
I bet
There's
this guy has
3D
less
tracing.
pages than Ripper.
No tracing in this comic thus far, the series. And I think that's Eric Ninaltowski. Yep, that's Eric Ninaltowski piece. I think I saw him draw that for him. So yeah, Hoja's a good guy. He stays out of drama mostly, but he popped in, and so he deserves me putting the spotlight on him. Go check out the Mythicals #2.
But yeah, I'll see you guys over at Katie's stream.
Yeah, you're fun.
All right, peace out.
All right, take care.
Let me stop sharing. And lastly, appreciate y'all hanging out, and did not expect this kind of bam up to, I think we hit like 250 concurrently at one point, and 200 most of the night. Thank you all. I understand y'all left. Go check out EVS or Katie or whoever else might be streaming, but EVS Trashcast is, of course, of prime urgency. I want to say thank you to the super chatters, my new Methodists. We got Andrew Rowland, Melissa Baker, Slevin Kolevra, and Sigmoid Freund. Thank you for super chatting, contributing to the Meth Gator coffers. And if you're interested outside of becoming a member, right now I just have the 99-cent tier. Let me know things you want as possible tiers. But you can support me and get some merch for Meth Gator. I got my promo posters through Fund My Comic. They're already printed. It's just an open store if you want to help add to the coffer to make my comic book. Got 4 posters. That one swamp piece might become a cover. I'm really debating whether or not, because I do love that piece. You know, that wasn't the intention, but I appreciate all the support. Appreciate you hanging out, detracting with us, joining the Alpha Core. And thank you for TJ, Peter, Jesker, Rookie, Richard, Tony. Thank you for all hopping in my panel. I'll be sure to update that probably tomorrow. And go over to, let me get this, the Katie's channel, her link. So go sub, get ready for that stream if you're not going over to EVS, or maybe you can hop back and forth support us. But we're going to look at a different Isom review from some, I guess, Black creatives, if not comic school guys. Where is her Katie's channel? Here we go. Yeah, she's at 172. Let's try to get her to at least 200 tonight. Here you go. There's the link. Go click that. Appreciate you all again. Look forward to hopefully seeing you all in the future. Let me catch up with the chat before we head out. Let me see. We'll start with Shifter. Send the files. George Peter Gatsis. The boxing historian. Activists always have been. When they were in the horror community, they were heavy in the super woke sub communities. When Comic Skate ads are more exciting than a ripoff verse comic. Rezik77 says, hey, I'm looking at King Cryptid on the Altona Comics website. Is it good? Should I get it? I don't know. I've never read Altona Comics.
The answer is yes.
I only saw the Sauces run on like Bloody Disgusting other woke horror sites. Yep, that should tell you something. Is he actually ring, or is it a song and dance to make money? Talking about Eric? Yeah, he's definitely putting on. He's shucking and jiving.
Yeah.
He figured out a niche. He figured out everyone's on the Obama side. And there's no money in that.
There's already, Hassan Piker already has that covered. So where else can he succeed if he's going to be a leftist? He's
a fraud. He doesn't really believe in his ANCAP stuff. He called the cops on Riley's $41. What's up, Wolf and Mary? He says, yo, later. Thank you for joining. I think he's too young and naive to run a business in a cutthroat world. So he supports woke, but talks shit about woke. Exactly. It's a grift. You're figuring it out. F&T. They're all grifters. They're going to hire whatever wokey they think can get them access. Look how quick they all slobbered to grovel at Zack Snyder's feet until he bitch smacked them, putting an end to Asian hate once and for all on that stream.
Melanie Mack is just a typical alt girl who should have been an OnlyFans, but figured she should just act like a right winger.
Yeah,
because there are already people who have that covered.
Wait a minute, wasn't Millie Mack a really smoking total smoke show before she became something like last week?
Yeah, all this shit is grandstanding. It's all fake. It's all put on. He's figured he can scam the Phantom Menace and Comic Skate with the right rhetoric, because most of us in this sphere are conservative, and so there's also the advantageous factor of him being a black guy saying it. He's saying all the things EVS was saying for years before he popped in this scene. What's a black guy saying? So that just gets get him on Fox News.
Yeah.
Thanks for the EFAP. I didn't get a chance to see it yesterday. I'll appreciate it. Yeah, thank you all for joining. And again, go to that link for Katie Did's channel. Be over there shortly. Or enjoy EVS's new trash cast. I'll have to catch it on the flippity flop. Again, appreciate any support. If you want to become a Methodist, I appreciate it. And thank you for joining. Thank you for hanging out. I didn't think it'd be this successful. Fuck. Oh man, definitely getting ad revenue now. Future videos. Thank you so much. Talk to you later. Go sub to all the channels in the description, and check out George Peter on Twitter and TJ Laser as well. See you around.